see you down there, Drew.
Yeah. But you can't see where I'm smiling.
You ready? Good morning, everyone. It's October 8th, 2020. I'm Chauncey Goss. I'm chairman of the Governing Board, South Florida Water Management District. I'm going to call the Governing Board monthly business meeting to order. Ms. Meads, Colonel Roman, are you both on the line?
I'm here, Chairman. This is Cheryl Mead. I'm here also, Chairman.
Great. Thanks. I'm glad you both are here. Alligator Ron, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Ron. Well, welcome back, everyone. It's nice to be back here in Palm Beach and to see what I can of your faces. For those of you participating through Zoom, you'll notice some of the board here at headquarters. We've got a bunch of us. We got two on the phone. We're going to keep our masks on throughout the meeting in accordance with Palm Beach County's emergency order. I will try and speak clearly, but it still comes out a little muffled. I apologize. You all know we care about transparency, and I'd like to let the public know that some board members are meeting here in person, and all board business is live streamed today. Board members, I'll ask that you make sure your microphone is on when speaking so the public may hear you. We've held our board meetings via Zoom over the last 6 months now, and based on the public's feedback, we're going to continue to offer Zoom option to our regular business meetings going forward. Hopefully that'll alleviate some of the problem. For those of you who want to make public comment having to come all the way here, you can just do it through Zoom. Most of you have joined via Zoom before. You know the drill, but for those of you who are joining us for the first time, welcome. Here are some things you should know. Members of the public who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and our staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 and raise hand, and *6 to mute and unmute. As a courtesy to others, who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each item. We have 2 discussion agenda items today, but I anticipate a lot of board questions and public comment on both items, so we're planning on taking a lunch break at the appropriate time. I don't know when that is yet, but I'll let you know. Now I'm looking forward to having Drew do something in person, which we've missed over the last 6 months, and that's employee recognitions. Mr. Bartlett.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here and to see each of you, and it's always a curiosity to, okay, what mask am I going to wear today? You know, that kind of thing. And I really can't see Mr. Bergeron because he just blends in with the background. But Ms. Thurlow Lippish, you're about the most patriotic person I've ever met. It's wonderful. Anyway, let's talk about these awesome employees we have. And we have a fantastic employee of the month this month. Her name is Suzanne Halverson, and she's our lead engineer in Ecosystems and Capital Projects Division, working on our structures and inspecting our structures. We've got 1,400 structures in the Water Management District. They have to be inspected, they have to be maintained, and they have to be working when we need them to work. And so she is a cornerstone to that inspection program. Over the past year, she arranged for 133 inspections that also required 1,400 follow-up visits. That's in 1 year. There's only 365 days in that year. There's only 260 work days in that year. And that really is a monumental achievement. And she did it because she's helped this program through process improvement, forms, consistency, making sure that we can do this program efficiently and make sure our structures work. And because of her efforts and their team's efforts, We have doubled the amount of inspections we can do in the district over the past 8 years. And so it's a real achievement, and I really appreciate Suzanne's efforts. She's very much earned Employee of the Month. She's a professional, she has attention to detail, and she's very customer service oriented, which is what we really like at the Water Management District. Congratulations, Suzanne. I'm not sure which camera you are, but yeah, well earned, well earned. We'll get a picture sometime. Okay, so we also have a Team of the Month this month. Yeah, let's clap for Suzanne. We can do that. So this is our Regional Hydrologic Modeling Climate Update Team. So modeling, that's what we do. You're gonna need these. Modeling takes a lot of effort and it takes a big team. And this team consists of Malia Ahmed, Jennifer Barnes, Michael Brown, Zichan Shen, Eric Flagg, Patty Fulton, Harold Hennessy Correa, Matt Hinton, Famida Katoon, Peter Kwiatkowski, Sashi Nair, Cal Nydroller, Raul Novoa, Karen Smith, Randy Vanzi, Naiming Wang, and Walter Wilcox. So we rely on models at the Water Management District. We rely on them for planning operations, for planning SERP, for looking at water supply plans. And this team updated our water model. I mean, it's called RSM, but it is the model that we used. It's the cornerstone model for operations at the district. And what they did is these models can get old, and so you have to recalibrate them with modern data. So they plugged in almost a decade's worth of data, ran it, looked to see if it matched the data. Every single node in our operations system gets calibrated and recalibrated. And you think about all the structures we have that you can't possibly memorize. This model looks at all that, thinks about it, recalibrates it so that at the next time we have to do some planning, we can do it with a model that works, it's defensible, it's peer-reviewed, and it takes a heck of a team to make that work. And every time I need to do something that's complex, it's like, let's model it, and they can do it. And so this team very much deserves recognition for getting our model updated, and I really congratulate them for the Team of the Month. All right. We have a 25-year service award. Nancy Demonstrati has been with us for 25 years. She's a lead scientist on our Water Resources Division. So Nancy came to us in 1995, and she went straight into groundwater sampling for us, something critical to us. Quickly, she was promoted to a data analyst and then landed early in her career in the GIS section of our planning unit, which plans all of our projects. In 2001, she went to Water Use, which is our permitting program, to look at hydrology and geology with respect to water use decisions at the district. And in 2007, she got her certificate as a professional geologist, which is a good feat for a geologist, I must say. So 2 years ago, given all her expertise, she led the team for the Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan adoption. And if you know the Upper East Coast, that's a complex system. Water supply is in need up there, and so she led that team to update that water supply plan. She's a common sense person that gets it done. She's very much admired by her colleagues. And she's, on a personal note, she is an animal lover. She loves horses, cats, and dogs, particularly golden retrievers. I can understand that. She's a native Floridian. She likes camping, and she just recently ran a half marathon. That sounds exhausting. Congratulations, Nancy, and thank you for your 25 years of service. Another 25-year service award is for Sean Scully. He's a section administrator for Lakes and Rivers. And it could be 25, it could be 32, because Sean came to us and worked for 7 years. Then he did such a good job, he got recruited to go to consulting for 3 years. Then he saw the light, and he came back to work for the Water Management District for another 25 years. And so we're very glad he did, because he's a rock star. Early on in his career, he was doing a lot of rainfall and drought reports, published for us, our rainfall statistics and drought statistics. And then he got moved over to the Okeechobee to do Okeechobee and Kissimmee research. That's big stuff right there. And he did it so well, that's when he got recruited away. But he came back, and in 1995, he was given St. Lucie and Indian River Lagoon. Shortly thereafter, he was given the Upper East Coast and the Coastal and the Kissimmee, all in leadership roles to really do the science, do the analysis, help with decision-making, and all of those areas of the district, eventually landing in the Everglades and the stormwater treatment areas where, I mean, that's big stuff. Every one of these things, you know, we take Sean Scully and we put him in leadership roles where we need leadership to be exerted. And he's done that very well for us. He deals with complex issues and leads his team into creative solutions. So, Sean, wish I could see you in person, but thank you for your 25 years of service. Next, we have a 30-year service award, Kathleen Massey, and she's in real estate for us. She came to us in 1990 as an administrative assistant and then got promoted into the real estate transactions and helping with us on all of our real estate transactions, and she's been there ever since. And when you do real estate, you know that having knowledge of history is so important for us. And if you can think about it, the 30 years of the district and all the real estate transactions we've had that she's been involved in, she's a go-to person for knowledge and history and very valuable to us. She's been on 2 teams of the month, 1 team of the year, and right now, bless her heart, she's working on credit packages with the Corps of Engineers, which is taking the real estate we've purchased and getting credit under SERP or whatever federal projects we're getting credit for. And I get engaged in that, and that is a tedious effort, long-term effort, but she's getting it done. And when I started, it was a real logjam. Now it seems to be cooking. So I really appreciate Kathleen's help on that. She has a small farm in Indiantown. She's got a lot of animals, chickens, cows, pigs, horses, and 2 donkeys named Fiona and Stanley. And then she's active in the 4-H in that area. She gets involved with children and is on the board for the county fair. So she's very active in that organization. I really think that's valuable. Congratulations, Kathy, and thank you for your 30 years of service. Another 30-year service award is Stuart Van Horn. You may have heard his name. He's a Bureau Chief of Water Quality and in the Water Resources Division. He came to us 30 years ago as a technician and quickly, just a technician all the way to a Bureau Chief. So he's that sort of career person that's really stepped up and worked with the organization. So when he came in, he was a hydro technician, and in the first 8 years, he got promoted into a senior engineer. And then he went to water quality. This was in the hydrologics kind of section, looking at water movement and water flow. And then he moved into water quality because we needed someone to deal with this thing called a consent decree in the Everglades and work on the water quality there. And so Stuart stepped up and absolutely helped us there. And that's how I got to know Stuart. In 2002, he actually took a stint over in Everglades regulation where he helped pass regulation for putting clean water into the Everglades. That's not an easy feat, and thank you, Stuart, for helping us get that done. And then in 2010, he went back to the Water Quality Bureau where he really helped us with Everglades Forever Act, SERP, and in 2015, he got promoted to Bureau Chief. And we rely on him heavily. He's been Employee of the Year in 2015. He really enjoys golf and tennis with his family. He's got a daughter getting an engineering degree at UCF and another daughter in high school. And then I understand he's a big fan of Manchester United, which I know means waking up early on a Saturday and watching soccer. So congratulations, Stuart, and thank you for your service for 30 years. Last one we have is a 40-year service award. This goes to Anthony Cannon. He is in our Clewiston Field Station, and he's a lead diesel engine operator and mechanic. Anthony came to us in 1980, basically as an apprentice for diesel engines. And within 2 years, he was a diesel engine operator mechanic. And since then, he's been helping us in Clewiston. He has been servicing the S2 pump station throughout his career, but then lending a hand at all the pump stations from Homestead up to Okeechobee, which, I mean, he's an excellent operator mechanic. In fact, we use him to train a lot of our new employees that come through because he's got such extreme knowledge of this whole system, and he's got incredible patience and can really help our employees grow into the program. And of course, when you're a diesel operator, pump station operator, you deploy in hurricanes. And he was around for Hurricane Andrew when it blew through, and he spent 3 days in a pump station during Hurricane Andrew. So he is that public servant that you just admire, and he just epitomizes public service. He understands how valuable his services are, and he's always there willing to help us when we need it and help the public when they need it. Totally appreciate you, Anthony. Thank you for being with us for 40 years, and let's do it another 40. How about that? Thank you. That's all I got, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Bartlett, and congratulations, Ms. Halverson. Congratulations to the modeling team, and thank you so much for all your service, Ms. Demonstrati, Mr. Scully, Ms. Macy, Mr. Van Horn, and Mr. Cannon. It's really nice to see people sticking with this district for so long, and we're better for it, so thank you very much. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. I'm going to go now to abstentions by board members. Mr. Bergeron, do you have any?
Only that I'm glad to be back with everybody, and it's wonderful to see all our staff, and I'm looking forward to where all our stakeholders can be with us as we continue to service South Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Bergeron has no abstentions. Vice Chair Wagner?
No abstentions.
I have none. Ms. Oilepich?
None.
Mr. Steinley? None. Colonel Roman?
I have none.
Thank you. Ms. Meads?
I have none.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the approval of the minutes for the September 9th workshop, the September 10th meeting and public hearing on the tentative millage rates and budget, and the September 22nd public hearing and final millage rates on the budget. Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call that question. I'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Olepich.
Yes.
Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We've received the proposed 2021 meeting dates. Are there any comments or concerns about that? I will note that I think the November next year date has been moved to Wednesday to accommodate Veterans Day, I believe. Is that correct, Sean? And that's sort of really the only change from normal. January, we're still up in the air trying to figure out what we're going to do as we did last year. Is everyone okay with those dates?
Yes.
Okay, great. So seeing no changes, we'll go ahead and plan for those. We're now going to move on to general public comment. And we're going to do that as we've done it over the last 6 months. So if you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to mute and unmute when you're called on. There is written public comment. Written public comment submitted before this board meeting was provided to the board. We've read it. They'll also be published as part of the final meeting packet. Thank you for submitting those. We're going to have 3 minutes for comments. That's going to apply today. You'll see the timer on your screen if you're using Zoom. And Rosie, what do we have?
Mr. Chairman, first up, we have Newton Cook. Mr. Cook, we can't hear you if you're speaking, so if you could unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We hear you, thank you.
Yes, this is Newton, and it's one of those days, 3 meetings running at the same time. So this will be my only public comment today. I want to thank the staff and the SBA managers and the contractors for working to keep as much SBA duck hunting as possible, despite construction projects that are going on out there. As you know, something like 15,000 hunting opportunities occur on the SDAs, and when we close a sale or close an SDA, we knock out thousands of people from opportunities. So I appreciate the staff, the FWC, and the contractors for working with us as much as possible to keep the hunting program going. Also, thanks to the staff and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission for their cooperation as we're already beginning to work on our wounded warrior hunts. And without the South Florida Water Management District cooperation, without the Fish and Wildlife Commission officers and staff cooperation, these important hunts could not occur. Last but not least, I'm glad to see attention to the almost annual drowning of the WCAs because of the blockages at the Tamiami Trail by the U.S. Department of Interior to protect the elusive Cape Sable seaside sparrow. We're finally seeing some serious addressing to that, and it's very much appreciated by the sportsmen that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service people are beginning to get a little more serious, and the FWC and, of course, the district. So last but not least, aquatic plant management spraying has become a hot topic, and I want you to know that I appreciate what the district is doing. It is not an easy topic, and it is not an easy answer, and anyone with a simple answer, quite frankly, that's not going to be the way it's going to work. So we want to see the least amount of chemicals possibly being used. Thanks for all the work the district does to be sure the public has the opportunity to recreate on the property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Next, I have a phone-in caller with the last 4 digits of 6814. Caller, if you could unmute your mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you, thank you.
My name is Drew Martin, and I'm with the Loxetcha Group of the Sierra Club. I want to say thank you for letting us participate remotely. I will be speaking against a land transfer later, and I want to just say how important it is to protect the Bird Drive Basin area and how important it is to protect these areas that are important to the Everglades ecosystem that have not been developed on in the Miami-Dade area. And there has been so much development in the South Florida Water Management District along these corridors between the urban service boundaries and the natural areas. And it's important that we begin to protect these areas and slow down this development process. I'm concerned about the adoption of the state of the 404 permitting and how that will affect the future of the Everglades ecosystem. I noticed that in Martin County and St. Lucie County's Long Indian River, even though we have reduced the amount of discharges, which I think has been beneficial, it hasn't helped as much as we had hoped, because we are seeing, with the loss of wetlands in that area, so much stormwater runoff that we're still seeing a tremendous amount of pollution in this area. And so I would like the district, and hope the district will continue to fight the destruction of wetlands. I also want to say that the watering, irrigation continues to go on in the area I live on, and even during flood events and flooding events, and as I'm riding a bicycle home, I still see people irrigating even after there have been huge soaking rains and more than an inch of rain. So I'm hoping that the district will continue to work to reduce the irrigation and try to save water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, I have Paola Ferreira. Paola, if you wouldn't mind unmuting your mic, please.
Oh, sorry, I had started speaking already. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paola Ferreira. I am the Executive Director of Tropical Audubon Society. I want to express our deep concern that the biological opinion regarding the radio antenna complex on the Bird Drive Basin does not address at all the impact on neotropical migratory birds. Several of these birds are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act that prohibits the take of protected migratory bird species without prior authorization by the Department of Interior, U.S. and Fish and Wildlife Service. Given that the proposed location of the complex is on a known migratory route for neotropical birds, this crucial step needs to be completed before this transaction is approved. We are also concerned of the implications of installing, quote, infrastructure on the Bird Drive Basin and the precedent it creates for future developments on the basin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ferreira. Next, I have Gary Ritter, followed by Arela Bagay.
Good morning, board members, Chair Goss, and the rest of the members. I'd like to take this opportunity real quickly to thank Ms. Meads for coming up to Okeechobee about a couple of weeks ago and visiting a couple of working cattle ranches and meeting with Matt Pierce and Ms. Benita Whalen, Gene Lawless, Wes, and John Williamson. I thought it was an extremely productive visit. We had Matt Pierce guided us on a really good horseback ride on a ranch that's in the Kissimmee Valley, and of course we visited Wes Williamson's ranch that's in the Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough Basin, and I hope that tour was helpful for her. I thought there was great discussion, and I hope some of the other board members that would like to do the same thing. The invitation stands, and I know Matt really enjoys taking you all out on the property. So thanks again to Ms. Meads. Appreciate the board's work and willingness to get out on agricultural operations and understand how they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Arela Bagay, you're welcome to speak now, followed by Robin Gray. Ms. Bagay, if you could unmute your mic.
Good morning. Sorry about that. My name is Arela Bagay, and I am a former governing board member who served on the board and voted in 2004 to accelerate the restoration and construction of 8 SERP projects, including Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. And it's important to note that BBCW is the only SERP project to directly benefit the health of Biscayne Bay and Biscayne National Park. Biscayne Bay is an essential quality of life resource for Miami-Dade County and a critical economic asset. The Army Corps of Engineers recently announced the award of construction for the L31 East Flowway and kicked off BBCER, the second phase of BBCW, which is very encouraging. And I am speaking today to urge you to vote in favor of the acquisition for the lands for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and the Bird Drive recharge area in Miami-Dade County. I want to thank you all for your service. I know it's a hard job. I also want to thank Governing Board Member Wagner for addressing some of the issues we've been having in our canals in Miami-Dade County recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bagay. Next, we have Eve Samples.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak remotely again. I'm Eve Samples. I'm Executive Director of Friends of the Everglades. I'd like to point out the obvious that Lake Okeechobee is rising quickly this week, as it has been for weeks now. It's just around 16 feet, and for the last several weeks, the Army Corps of Engineers has warned that it may have to make discharges to the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee estuaries, but it ultimately managed to avoid them, in part because the South Florida Water Management District staff and leadership has found more water capacity south of the lake and has not had to discharge east and west. So I want to thank you for that flexibility. It is literally a lifesaver for the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee estuaries, which are already inundated with runoff resulting from heavy rains in recent months. I also want to thank Chairman Goss for his testimony at the recent House Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee meeting on the Everglades and water management. We agree completely with his testimony that indicated the status quo is not working in terms of Lake Okeechobee management, and we were encouraged to hear a majority of stakeholders indicate the same. I know you'll be taking public comment later regarding the land swap related to Bird Drive Basin, and I'm hopeful the governing board will do everything possible to prevent construction of large communication towers on land that was acquired for Everglades restoration in the Bird Drive Basin, while also keeping Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands moving forward. Both are possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, I have Alex Blochel. Alex, can you please unmute your mic? Mr. Chairman, Alex lowered their hand, so that concludes our public comment.
Thanks very much, Rosie. Thank you all for your comments. I appreciate it. I know there'll be more comments later, I'm sure, as we get to our discussion items. Let's go to board comment now, and let's see, I'm always starting to the left. Mr. Steinle, do you want to start, if you have anything?
I do, thank you. Let me just, has anybody figured out how to use reading glasses without?
No, I'm blurry, and I'm just going to squint through it.
So you're going to have to bear with me here. I think it's terrific that we're all back. It's great to see everybody, and I think this format of allowing public and other folks to participate via Zoom or any other technology in the future is something that we should continue. It sounds like we are. So I'm sure we'll have a long discussion today. Everybody's intently watching lake levels and the rainfall that we've gotten. So I noticed this morning, as John will tell us, I'm sure that I was going to say we were hugging the intermediate subband, but now we are there, I think, as of last night. So I want to acknowledge first the massive effort by Army Corps and by district and by everybody else to work with all of the options and alternatives we have to lake flushing to estuaries. Of course, with the rainfall, we have significant nutrient-rich basin runoff, which is its own challenge. But at least so far, we've avoided lake releases. So I look forward to discussing how we've created and managed this additional capacity, sort of considering going forward, whether this is a repeatable process, what the risks are, et cetera. So it's clear that all the agencies have continued to manage to avoid the releases. Our tools are expanding. Projects like the EAA Reservoir, Tamiami Trail raising, these all give us additional capacity to move water south to the park and Florida Bay, which is so important. And a stronger dike gives us the flexibility of higher lake levels. So especially now, with everything going on, this is a reminder to us all the importance of fast-tracking so many of these critical SERP projects and other projects that we're working on, as well as plan forward to the next stages. So I think I'm looking forward, I know I'm looking forward to this discussion as we're at this time of year where it has come to the forefront and we've been able to avoid a lot of the issues that we want to, but that is not guaranteed that we can in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Mr. Olipich.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is great to be back. Great to be back. And I just have a few comments. I agree with everything that Jay said, and I am grateful that the lake has not, that the lake has not flowed into the St. Lucie River. We have had up to 20 inches of rain since last Wednesday in Martin County. It's just remarkable what's happening. And it means so much to the people, especially considering we're all going through COVID. On a personal level, I did want to share that my husband and I took a trip on a trawler. We did the Southern Loop. And why I think it's important to share is I'm working hard to expand my education so that I'm not just St. Lucie River oriented. And during that trip, we went through, Lake Worth, and the Biscayne Bay was incredible, and Florida Bay, and the Caloosahatchee River, and Lake Okeechobee. We were 3 days because of the storm in Clewiston. And we met with the mayor and others and had a fantastic time on our waters. And although they are often impaired, they are still beautiful. And I wanted to plug a book that I read during my trip. And it's Landscapes and Hydrology of the Pre-Drainage Everglades. I've had this thing for 6 years, but I read it cover to cover during my trip. And it was written by 5 South Florida Water Management District employees, led by Christopher McVoy. And it was incredibly insightful and almost mind-blowing to think about how much we have changed our state. But I think as we restore it, as our mission statement says, we have to always look back to what God and Mother Nature had it be, so that we can try to restore it with a footprint that matches. So I am so happy to be back. Thank you so much. And I can't wait for a future where I don't have to wear a mask.
Thank you, Ms. Lipich. I don't want to tell you what I read over my summer break because it was not nearly as heavy as that. Good for you. Ms. Meads, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Hi, I do, Chairman. I want to let you know that, as Gary Ritter said, I had a wonderful time with the Florida Cattlemen's Association, the ranch tour. Thank you, Matt Pierce, for letting me use your truck as a stepladder to get up on the horse. Ms. Thurlow Lipich, they gave me the good horse, which was helpful. And it was what a wonderful thing to see both ranches and be taught about these generational ranches. Thank you to Wes and John Williamson as well, and Gene Lawless. I can't wait to come see your operation too. For other governing board members who haven't had this opportunity, please go. You'll never regret it. And finally, Chairman Goss, I also watched your testimony. It was great, and I'm proud to serve with you.
No, thanks very much. Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see everyone, and I hope to join you in the upcoming months. One thing that I'd like to share with the board is the fact that I attended the ribbon cutting for the Brighton Valley Dispersed Water Management Project, and it was a wonderful event. And it was so great to see the pumps turned on and the water starting to move across the acres, removing the nutrients and restoring water quality. So it was something that showed me our efforts are really paying off, and as a board, we're really making progress. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, wanted to congratulate you on your testimony. I thought you made us all very proud. It was great to see you up there, and couldn't think of anybody better to represent the district and do your thing in front of Congress. So that was very cool. Congratulations. I want to talk briefly about Biscayne Bay because it's obviously been a recurring issue, and it's in my backyard, and it's important to me, and I think it should be important to everybody here. We've obviously had some issues that have come up. We addressed some of them at the prior meetings, but I wanted to let the board know and everybody who's listening know that we're on top of it. It's an issue that is on our radar screen for sure. I think Biscayne Bay as a whole has been for some time, but canal management, trash management that's been collecting at times because of heavy rains and multi-day rain situations. We've had, an inordinate amount of, unfortunately, pollution that enters these canals. They seem to be captured by the booms that we have there, but it's always important for us to be on top of clearing that trash out so it doesn't collect and so none of it gets through, because when it gets through, they open the gates at times ahead of storms, and unfortunately, some of that pollution ends up in Biscayne Bay, which is never a good thing. But I think also on top of that, we've got bigger issues that we need to address with respect to the health of Biscayne Bay along the Little River Canal, which has been sort of a little bit of a hot spot, for lack of a better word, at this time. There's obviously septic issues that are hurting the area. That's number one. I wanted to make everybody aware of what sort of those issues are. We've got some septic issues there. We probably have some fertilizer and nutrient issues there. And we've got some pollution issues. And so, I think from the district's standpoint, we've chatted about how we can try to address that situation and how we can try to make it better. I think we're going to be at least having discussions and conversations about how we can monitor water quality in that area, whether there's equipment that we can bring in to do a better job of figuring out what's going on there, how we can regularly or more routinely clear out perhaps some of the pollution that's in that area. I know they've been out there recently. Hopefully they'll, keep an eye on recurring situations, and how we sort of engage the public and other local entities and agencies to work collaboratively with each other on promoting the health of Biscayne Bay and really promoting a lot of better practices for citizens in the area who can, a lot of times I think we assume that people know what's contributing to these issues, and I think that's because we have a superior knowledge than a lot of the other citizens who may not be touching this or realizing that what they're doing can contribute. And I think just engaging in some sort of public education campaign and being a part of the solution and helping people understand that, yes, putting too much fertilizer on your lawn, it does matter. Polluting, if it doesn't end up in the landfill, it ends up in the canals, and, and then it flows out. So I think all these issues are important for people to understand and have, and I think we're going to do a good job trying to engage more people in the Miami area and make them understand, and all be part of a collaborative solution. So I wanted to thank everybody at the district, specifically Armando Villaboy, who has really been, and I know his praise has been sung loud and proud, but it's totally deserved. He's fantastic at interacting with the local agencies and government bodies and people and citizens and groups and whatnot, and there are a lot of them, and he's done a wonderful job handling that, so I'm very appreciative of that. I also made a ranch tour. I went to the Archbold Buck Island Ranch. It was really a wonderful experience. I was hosted by Hillary Swain and Jean Lawless and Betsy Botten, who's their biologist there, and Benita Whalen, and we did the whole thing. We went to the biological stage. They do a tremendous amount of research. There's a very interesting ranch in terms of what they're doing and how they're sort of synthesizing the science with the ranching and the agriculture there. It's got a tremendous history. It is just gorgeous, really, to be there in general. And I would encourage anybody who has an opportunity to go there. But I was particularly struck by how practical a lot of the best management practices that are implemented are in that area. I think we talk about best management practices in a sort of esoteric term, and we don't really get down to granular details. But when you're at the ranch, you really have an opportunity to see what's being implemented. It's really nice because it seems like it's a practical solution for what we're trying to do from a pollution prevention standpoint. but it also seems to be something that's beneficial as well to the landowner in a lot of ways, and the rancher in a lot of ways. And so, you know, it's nice to have those things not being crossed with one another, and for people to all realize that there's mutual benefit to doing these things, and that there's a lot of different positive outcomes that come from it. I learned a lot. I would encourage the rest of the board members, I know some of you have been out there or not, but it was really a wonderful trip and a great opportunity. And you know, Gene Lawless is a consummate gentleman and a good man, and we had some great conversation about that. But I think just an opportunity to break bread and get out of your home comfort zone, like Jackie mentioned, and get with people and talk to people. I think that's been tremendous for everybody, and I think it's always beneficial for people to sit down and talk to each other rather than, you know, these kind of 3-minute comment sessions it's difficult to have meaningful conversations, substantive conversations with stakeholders. So that was really wonderful. I thank you. And that's sort of a segue into the last component. You know, we have an agenda item today on the iHeartRadio and antenna acquisition. And I just, you know, without getting into a sort of substantive component, which I think we'll talk about later, I was really heartened to see people getting together and having conversations. I think when we got on the board, one of our stated goals, was to not only have transparency inside the board, but to really get stakeholders together and break bread with one another, have them talk, have them air issues, have them raise concerns, and then use the staff as a conduit to try to bring together solutions for people who are having, you know, perhaps having issues. You know, everybody's on a different spectrum from an advocate standpoint. And of course, this particular project is in my region, so I've spent, you know, really a lot of time, but it was a lot of time understanding the issues, but it was also really encouraging to see the iHeartRadio people get together with the environmental groups. You know, I think you have to understand full well that not everybody's going to please everybody all the time. That's understandable, but when people are talking to each other, you know, there were issues raised, there were, and this has a long context, right, historically, but there were issues raised by groups that mattered to them. And then there was iHeart who came in and spoke with them. And to me, that was really important. No matter where this sort of comes out, it was very, very important to me to see that happening in practice outside of what we say in here, to really have the staff working with, you know, there were issues raised, and as far as I understand, and we can get into it sort of later if there are issues, but a lot of them were addressed. People were talked to, there were concerns raised, there was movement, there was actually action and staff interaction, and things were addressed. And to me, from a board comment standpoint, that was really important. I was really excited to see corporations who wanted to do something, engaging with environmental groups, talking through the issues, doing the best they can to get to a point where they could present something to the board that was, you know, packaged in a way where we knew people had conversations with one another. And so that's my final point on that. But I just found it to be very encouraging, and I hope it's something that continues in the future.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. Well said. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's nice to be back with all my fellow board members and staff, and I look forward to the day we can have all of our stakeholders here. I'm kind of a hands-on person, and I really enjoy being with all the professional staff that we have and my fellow board members. So I'm tickled to death that we're back. Do want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your presentation. That was, I've heard all kinds of comments, and you represent us very well, and thank you for that. Skip it, I did meet with the president of the Cattlemen's Association. It was a nice meeting, and you know, it's an important industry. Agriculture is important. And I think as we move forward, it's important that we work with all industries and try to, at the end of the day, end up with best management practices and regulations that are reasonable in helping them succeed, and at the same time, make sure that we protect our water for 9 million people in South Florida. So that's important. I have spent a lot of time in the last month with meetings with our staff in regards to moving water south. We've had multiple Zoom meetings with the U.S. Corps, Colonel Kelly, and the Park Service, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the Department of the Interior, the FWC, South Florida Water Management, the DEP, and we're making progress because, and I'm going to reserve some of my time when we get into the water condition with John so you can actually see what we're talking about. But I will tell you, one of the most important things that I see that would benefit the global Everglades and all our rivers is to open up the bottom end of this system. We've built 3.6 miles of bridges. We're just completing the 333 North, which doubles the cubic feet per second of water moving south. But we have obstacles in our way. And we have to resolve those, and we're going to talk about them, and I think it's better that we point them out where you can visually see what we're talking about. But we're making progress regarding the closure of the S12A and B and the 243A and B that lets water move south to Florida Bay and stop the seagrass from dying and stop the drowning of wildlife and destruction in the Central Everglades. So we're going to, when we get into that, we'll point these things out. But we have the infrastructure. We just have to get the obstacles moved out of our way to allow the first stage of modified water delivery, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, year-round, and have the water flowing. And what that will do is minimize the water that has to go out our rivers as we back the system up and the lake rises and the Central is drowning and Florida Bay is dying from lack of water. So it's the quantity, the quality, the timing, the distribution. And fortunately, we have the infrastructure if we can remove these obstacles. So we'll get into that when we get into the conditions report. And I'm really happy to be here today with all of you. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Bergeron, and I agree, it's nice to see your faces after so long. It's been 6 months, and I think this is a much better format, and I really appreciate the fact staff put this together. I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate all the effort you put into keeping us all safe and healthy.
Yeah, one other thing, Mr. Chairman, the task force will be meeting down here, and I look forward to spending the whole week with them in regards to various tours that are set up. So everyone on the task force can kind of see what's going on in Everglades restoration, and I'll be reporting back to y'all as we.
That's good. What's the timing on that? Do you know?
There's three days of different tours at different locations, one on Lake Okeechobee.
Is it in October or November?
I think it's next week.
Well, the task force is October 22nd, so it's that's a Thursday, so
So it'll be before our next board meeting. Great.
Yes, yep.
Right, and then there's some tours prior to that, Drew?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. So it's good to be back. And first, I'd like to publicly convey my condolences to Drew on the passing of his dad. After reading his obituary, I'm really sorry I never had a chance to meet him. He looks like a wonderful guy, and I can only imagine how proud he is of you. So my condolences, Drew. Second, I'd like to thank Drew Kelly, who's the Jacksonville District Commander at the Corps of Engineers. I'd like to thank him for working so closely with our staff. As Mr. Stanley said, the guy's got an absolute steel spine and he's holding off on harmful discharges to our estuaries as long as he can. And I got to tell you, we really appreciate it. And we know you're under a lot of pressure, and we understand you're probably drinking a lot of Pepto-Bismol. And thanks very much for that. This board, we were sworn in, let's see, a year and a half ago, and this is the 18th time I've had the pleasure of chairing a business meeting. And like my fellow board members, we've listened to hours and hours of really good staff presentation and hours of really informative public comment from all of our stakeholders. And over that time, I've been forming my own thoughts on Lake O and its management, which is really very much on my mind, since the only thing sitting between my community right now, my backyard right now, and harmful discharges is a really thoughtful colonel in the Corps of Engineers and a really creative staff at the Water Management District. And I've come away with two key points that I want to share with you. One's related to the dry season, one's related to the wet season. Both have to do with LORS 08. And I make these comments with the expectation that LOSM is going to help us to address these two issues. And the first has to do with the dry season. In 2019, the Corps and the district, we allowed the lake to go down to just under 11 feet, I believe, at the beginning of June. And that decision was met with pretty loud objection, and I think a lawsuit by some of our stakeholders who thought the lake should have been kept a little bit higher pursuant to LORS. And as an aside, to me, if the Corps hadn't allowed the lake to reach the level, the estuaries would have had harmful discharges when Hurricane Dorian approached. There's no doubt about it. Instead, the Corps decided on environmental discharges to the estuaries during the winter and the spring, which basically avoided those harmful discharges and really saved the estuaries, and they're much healthier as a result of it, and we didn't have discharges in August. Then we had the driest September on record. Dorian took all that moisture and ripped it out of the state and took it away, and we had just a really dry, really pleasant September. October to February, relatively normal rainfall. Then in March, we had another driest month on record. So two driest months on record after the lake was at a low level. So from March until June, we then heard a lot of public comment about how close we were to catastrophe because the lake was really too low. But what I noticed that even teetering on the cliff of catastrophe, even with the lake starting the water level year just under 11 feet, even with the driest September and the driest March on record, we never broached the water shortage management band. And I find that remarkable. If the lowest band is the band at which we can decide to start withholding water, then it's my observation that band needs to be a whole lot higher to be helpful in managing water and not to be just reacting to some number. So the last time we were really in a water management shortage band was in 2011, and we entered it in mid-March. And that gives credence to my argument that the sooner we begin talking about potential drought impacts with all users, the easier it is to manage the lake proactively. If we wait until May or June to have those discussions, it's way too late. So if it were up to me, I'd remove the water shortage management band and just rename it, and rename the next band, the operational based subflow band, to something like the potential withhold band. And once you're in that band, all water users would be on notice that they're subject to withhold. So municipalities and counties, they could begin watering restrictions, PSAs, and enforcement to reduce landscape irrigation. Farmers could begin to prepare for smaller allocation of water and to do what they have to do to preserve water coming from the lake. Environmental discharges to the estuaries, the Everglades, they should be considered also. Every stakeholder should be put on notice early that they could be impacted and that all uses should be on the table. Right now, it doesn't work that way. One thing I've learned in my time here is that no one is guaranteed water in a drought, so by removing that lowest subband, the drought discussion could be much earlier in the year when the lake is higher, which would allow the district and the Corps to be more proactive in working with all who depend on water to manage through potential dry periods. So that's my first observation, and that's on low flows. My second has to do with the wet season and was reflected a little bit in my remarks that I made, thanking Colonel Kelly for holding off on harmful discharges. And the question I have for LORS 08 is, how can the Colonel be contemplating discharges over the last couple weeks when the lake's nearly at 16 feet high and we're in something completely misnamed the operational low subband? So by definition, the low operating band isn't the time you should be thinking about harmful discharges. By definition, that would be the high lake management band. So this is another example to me of how LORS creates reactive rather than proactive prescriptions. If we were to do away with the intermediate, the high operational subbands, which are both more or less meaningless the moment harmful discharges begin, and call the low subband something like the potential harmful discharge subband, because that's really what it is, we'd be a lot more transparent in what we're doing, and we'd allow for more planning to move water from the lake. Once we're in that subband, we could engage our staff, as we have this year, to begin looking for other places to move water. This only works, however, if we begin early, wait until the lake is at nearly 16 feet to have those discussions. Again, let's be proactive. I know that once our reservoirs are up and running, we're going to have a lot more options, as Scott was just talking about, and I think he's absolutely right. And those options are going to be wonderful, but we're just not there yet. And I hope that we can be smart about LOSM, because LORS 08 just does not encourage proactive, smart planning. It's all very reactive, and so managing a crisis to crisis isn't really managing at all. So I challenge the Corps, I challenge our staff to ensure LOSM uses proactive decisions and abandons the reactive status quo. I really think that's what the taxpayers expect from us, from our board, from our staff, to manage the lake in a balanced and thoughtful manner that incorporates all stakeholders and provides as many options as early as possible. And that's my remarks, and we will move on now to the consent agenda. Is there any board member want to move any item from the consent agenda to the discussion agenda? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, there are no hands that are raised for this item.
Great. I would love a motion.
I'll make a motion, please.
I'll
This is
second.
Ms. Thurlow's Lipish.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items 12 to 25. Is there any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, I'm going to call that question. I'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Ms.
Yes.
Olovich? Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent agenda is passed unanimously. I think you said we had a video?
Yeah, so as we move into the technical reports, I know in the last couple of meetings, we've talked about how we could possibly communicate the water management system in an easier way for the public to understand as we get into issues about Tamiami Trail and getting water out of the lake and so forth. So the staff's been working on a short video, very high level. It's a 101 type video. So it's great for introductory, and I really think it's worth sharing with the public right now, just to see what we've done to try to communicate our water management system and the challenges it has with the public. So I'd like to tee up that video if we could and share it.
The waters of the Everglades once flowed slowly south from the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes just south of present-day Orlando through the meandering Kissimmee River Valley to the liquid heart of the Everglades, Lake Okeechobee. During the rainy season, the lake, known as Big Water by the Seminole Indians, would then swell and water overflowed its banks and flowed south through the Everglades. This was nature untouched. Today, South Florida's water flow is highly managed to meet the needs of more than 9 million residents and millions of visitors. Because of this, too little water flows south like it once did, and too much precious water is flushed to tide. While we cannot return the system to what it was before development, progress is being made each day to better balance the ecosystem's needs with the quality of life for people in South Florida. Restoration efforts by the South Florida Water Management District and its partners share a goal of sending more water south. The concept is clear, but not simple to achieve. Portions of the Kissimmee River that were turned into a straight canal are returning to their historic meandering flow. But the water flow must still be managed to prevent flooding homes and businesses. Lake Okeechobee's natural banks were replaced with the Herbert Hoover Dike in the 1930s, following devastating hurricanes resulting in a massive loss of life. Today, the Herbert Hoover Dike protects communities from flooding. The management of the lake serves multiple purposes: public safety to prevent flooding, water needs for people and the environment, navigation and recreation, and its own ecological health. Water managers must balance these needs daily, rain or shine, storm or calm. To balance these needs, scientists and engineers follow an operating plan developed in 2008, known as the Lake Okeechobee Regulation Schedule, or LORS 08. This schedule lays out how the lake's level is managed based on the time of year, weather forecasts, supply demands, ecological health, and the capacity of the structures to move water where it's needed. While many of these factors can vary on any given day, there are several considerations that must be made while we work to get more water south. First, the structures that move water south from Lake Okeechobee have a fixed capacity to move water. Once water has left the liquid heart of Florida, it travels through a network of canals, each with its own capacity limit. Send too much and flooding can occur. Send too little and the environment suffers and water users cannot get the water they need. Water is also the lifeblood of the Everglades, and it must be clean. The next consideration is the ability of the stormwater treatment areas, called STAs, to clean the water. Water is moved through a series of expansive human-made wetlands that use natural vegetation to remove nutrients from the water. While highly effective, these wetlands also have a maximum capacity to keep their plants healthy. So do the pumps that move water in and out of the STAs. As you can imagine, send too much or too little, and the wetland does not function properly. Once it's clean, water is then moved into the Central Everglades, home to what most people think of when they think of the Everglades. The Central Everglades are expansive sawgrass wetlands where the right levels of water continue to be important. These wetlands, also known as the water conservation areas, have capacity limits and conveyance limits. Only so much water can move through the Central Everglades at a time. An array of wildlife also call these wetlands home, as do remnant Everglades tree islands. Too little or too much water alters the cycle of life here. And at the Central Everglades border are some of the most heavily populated communities in the state, like Boca Raton, Coral Springs, and Miami Lakes. Even when the conditions are right in the Central Everglades, the road to delivering this clean, fresh water where it's most needed, Everglades National Park, remains a challenge. Once a symbol of the progress for South Floridians, Tamiami Trail's roadway still inhibits the flow of water south. Now a series of bridges and gates are helping restore the historic flow patterns to help get water from the Central Everglades into Everglades National Park. Many considerations go into decisions about getting water into the park. There must be enough water in the Central Everglades to get water into Everglades National Park. And if there is enough water to get water into the Everglades National Park, water managers still must consider things like flood protection for the communities in the western Miami-Dade County and the breeding season of the federally endangered Cape Sable seaside sparrow. Throughout the entire South Florida system, managing water is a challenging task, from the Kissimmee chain of lakes to the very southern tip of the state. the South Florida Water Management District's mission remains the same: to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, to protect our communities from flooding, and to meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders.
Thank you. First of all, I love that voice. I could listen to it for a very long time.
It's very zen.
But yeah, so that's what we, moving water south, the lake and everything, that's always a constant topic. So it is an introductory video. If you guys have any thoughts, just talk to me about it and we can keep working on it. But wanted to share what we had with you before John got into the more complex discussions.
Thanks, Drew. I think it's a great video. Thank you for putting that together. And that's the kind of thing that I go out and talk to a lot of groups, as I'm sure all the board members do, and that would be a great video to show initially, to sort of say, okay, yeah, this is what the district is, this is what it does. Particularly on the West Coast, a lot of people don't understand because we don't have as much flood control over there. Mr. Mitnick, come on down.
Whoops. All right. Morning, everyone. So I think after that video, I don't need to keep on talking. You got it. But what I'll try to do here is, as you just saw in the video, there's a lot of decisions, a lot of considerations that go into how water is moved around South Florida. So what I'll try to do in the next however many minutes is tell you where we stand currently in the system and maybe give a preview of the months to come. So with that, starting with looking back at rainfall, month of September, we actually finished up with a little bit of a surplus of rainfall right here in stark contrast to, as the chairman said, last September, where we had a huge deficit of rainfall, one of the drier Septembers on record. We came out this year with just a little bit of a surplus. So far for the month of October, we have already received about half the rainfall in the first week or so of October that we typically get in the entire month of October. So that's something that we'll just have to keep an eye on as we go forward. For September, predominantly most of those rains fell along the lower East Coast here in Broward, Miami-Dade County. We talked a little bit earlier in some of the comments about Lake Okeechobee and its rapid rise over the last month. That's directly attributed to the excess rainfall has fallen directly over the lake or its immediate watershed just here to the north. So those excessive rains drove up Lake Okeechobee. Overall, for the wet season, we're still just slightly above average. They're at the 117%. Majority of those rains, as we've talked about over the last couple of months, have fallen along the lower East Coast or up and down the central portion of the Water Management District. So taking a look at the upper part of the system, East Lake Toho, we've talked a lot in the previous months about the restoration effort. You can see how the lake is ascended up through its regulation schedule with the onset of the wet season. It went briefly above its regulation schedule, and we had to make releases down through the system to get it back down to schedule. So for the remaining month of October, up until right here, the peak in November, we'll continue to allow East Lake Toho to rise up through its schedule and then maintain its winter pool going through the winter. Similar story down in Lake Toho. We've been managing it to be at the top of its regulation schedule. And again, its schedule is also rising, so the lake levels will continue to rise up with that schedule to November 1st and then maintain its winter pool. Over on Lake Kissimmee, a little bit different story. Pretty much for a large portion of the wet season, we've been managing Lake Kissimmee just slightly above its regulation schedule, about a half a foot or so above its regulation schedule. And we'll continue that for the next several weeks and months as Lake Kissimmee's schedule rises up to here. One of the main differences to note for Lake Kissimmee is, as a result of the restoration project for Kissimmee River restoration, the Water Management District has acquired some significant portions of land around Lake Kissimmee that affords us a little bit more flexibility in how we operate Lake Kissimmee and allow it to remain that half a foot above schedule throughout the course of the wet season. but we generally try to keep it within that half a foot range so as to not push levels up too high as we go through the wet season. You don't really have that opportunity in some of the other lakes, East Lake Toho or Lake Toho, as development has moved right up to the lake shores. With that, moving on down the system, looking at Lake Okeechobee, you can see this graphic this month looks very different than it did last month. And that's because of this roughly 1 foot or a little bit more than a foot of lake rise in the month of September right here. So we're starting, this projection was started on October 1st, so it's about a week old. Since then, the lake has risen up, and as of this morning, it's at 15.99, so just a hair below 16 feet. As you noted earlier, I think, Chairman, the lake has actually moved up into this intermediate band of LORS 2008 as of this morning. So as we look forward in time, just projecting out from the 41 years of history that we do have, focusing in on the 75th percentile and the 25th percentile down here, this is what you could reasonably expect Lake Okeechobee levels to look like throughout the coming dry season. You've heard me talk in prior months' presentations about the upcoming dry season and what is forecasted to be a La Nina event, and I'll speak a little bit more about that later on towards the end of these slides. But if we go into this 41 years that make up all these different probabilities, and we excise out just the years that were deemed to be La Nina-like events in that period of record, there's about 12 years represented here over on the right of what was indicative of a La Nina event. And you can see what effect a La Nina event can have on Lake Okeechobee. Roughly 5 of those 12 years is this grouping up here where lake levels still continued to remain relatively steady, and that would be reflective of that La Nina event having a greater effect on the northern watershed north of Lake Okeechobee, still resulting in inflows. Whereas these other 7 remaining years, what rains did fall predominantly fell south of Lake Okeechobee, so you didn't have those inflows as you went through the dry season, and that's why you see Lake Okeechobee continue to recede down deeper into its schedule. As of today, I said that we're up in the intermediate band. Lake inflows are about 12,000 cubic feet per second as of this morning. That'll continue for a little bit longer, and then it'll start to recede. I think our projection for about a week from now is that 12,000 will start reducing down to 6, 7, 8,000 in that neighborhood. And those will be as we go through the rest of the month of October, inflows to the lake should be receding and coming back down. So with that, it's looking at releases from Lake Okeechobee, this down to the water conservation areas. It should come as no surprise that this big blue or teal shaded area is indicating that we'll be in the base flow or above. That should be no shock, seeing how we're up in the intermediate band as of this morning. I talked a little bit about last month and why the green shaded takes this little dip and then jumps out. That's just an artifact of the modeling and how the model is interpreting the regulation schedule. One thing I can say, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later on in the presentation, the Water Management District is still moving water towards the water conservation areas through the stormwater treatment areas. Over the past 7 to 10 days, we've been averaging somewhere around 750 cubic feet per second, and we'll hopefully be looking to increase that as opportunities allow as we go forward in time. Similar story for the 2 graphics looking at the Caloosahatchee Estuary and the St. Lucie Estuary. Given where we are in the lake stage up in the intermediate subband as of this morning, it's no surprise that both of the next 2 graphics should be calling for increased releases and higher probabilities of releases to the 2 estuaries from Lake Okeechobee. So I won't spend too much time on these. Again, St. Lucie, similar story, probability of increasing releases as predicted by the model. And as you talked about, Mr. Chair, there's a difference between what the model says and what happens in the real world, and there's many other decision factors that go into whether or not a release is made, and the Colonel is weighing those factors this week. So with that, looking at the southern end of the system, up here in Area 1, You can see it's risen up through its schedule. It was actually above the top of its regulation schedule, so the Corps of Engineers had started making some larger releases from Area 1, moving that water down into Area 2, and that's what brought the regulation schedule back down just briefly. They're continuing some of that releases. As of this morning, there's about 1,000 cubic feet per second moving from Area 1 into Area 2, and as a result, you can see how Area 2 came up, and then the Corps had implemented some large-scale releases from Area 2 into 3, and that's what that little dip is right there. But then when Area 1 started moving water down through the system, you can see Area 2 jump back up. So as of today, the Corps is moving about 3,700 cubic feet per second from Area 2 down into Area 3 to be able to manage those levels, and transition water down through the central Everglades down towards Everglades National Park. On and off as opportunities allow. You saw in the previous graphic, there's been a lot of rainfall along the lower East Coast. So as opportunities allow, the Water Management District has been taking some of that water from the central Everglades and pushing it off the tide so as to manage these ascension and recession rates in the two conservation areas. The goal for Area 2 right now is to stem that rate of rise that you see, that little spike up, and get more of a recession in Area 2 coming back down parallel to the regulation schedule. Not necessarily driving it back down to the regulation schedule, but the Corps' intent is to get it once again receding instead of ascending and draw it back down parallel to the schedule. So with that, looking over at Area 3, as that water is transitioned down from the northern portions of the Central Everglades down into the southern portions of the Central Everglades, you can see the response in Area 3, how it had been relatively steady with a balance of inflows and outflows, to now it's once again in the last 7 to 10 days has started rising, and that'll continue for a little bit longer as we get that change in trajectory for Area 2 over here and getting it to start to recede a little bit farther down. Takes us down to the bottom. Currently today is October 8th, 7th, something like that. On October 1st is when the closure criteria kicks in for some of the S12s. However, we are operating under the new regulation schedule, the combined operating plan, which has a little bit more flexibility in it than some of the previous plans. One piece of that flexibility is to allow the S12A and B structures to remain open a little bit longer based on the stages in the conservation areas being above regulation schedule. So instead of closing on October 1st, S12A is still open, and it will remain open until November 1st. Then on November 1st, there will be another evaluation and consideration of current system conditions in the conservation areas in regards to S12B and whether or not it should close or whether or not it can also remain open until December 1st. But either way, on November 1st, S12A will be closing. Continuing on, and some of the other outflow structures from the southern portion of the Central Everglades, I think as Mr. Bergeron noted in some of his board remarks earlier, two structures over here on the western side have been closed on October 1st in a result of the closure criteria associated with the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. A third structure that historically had also closed on October 1st remains open, and there is no longer a closure criteria for that particular structure. That's another feature of the new combined operating plan and the flexibility that was incorporated into that plan. So that structure remains open and will continue to remain open year-round as needed for water level management within Area 3. The other outflow structure, one of the other outflow structures is the S333 structure, which sits right about there. It moves water from Area 3 into the L29 underneath the bridges and into Northeast Shark River Slough. That structure is currently closed. It has been closed for about a week right now, and that's attributed to flood mitigation criteria in the 8.5 square mile area over here. So over there, as I said, for the first part of October, we've received roughly half the amount of rain that we typically get in October just in the first week. A lot of that rain has been down here in western and southern Miami-Dade County. So the 8.5 square mile area has received a lot of direct rainfall. So they're pushing up against that flood mitigation criteria that is within the combined operating plan. So as a result, the Corps of Engineers has directed us to close the 333 structure, allow the levels in the L29 canal to come down, and allow some of those levels in Northeast Shark River Slough to come down so as not to further exacerbate some of the conditions within the 8.5 square mile area. Moving all the way down to the bottom, and unfortunately this month it's covered up underneath this text box here, but the most southern structure in our system, S197, as a result of some of those heavier rains that we saw in South Dade over the past 7 to 14 days, we did have to open up the S197 structure just recently. It's actually being closed as of this morning. It was one of the enhancements, I guess you would call it, to the system, in that a couple of years ago, we just recently automated that structure, and it allows us to have the remote control capability from this building here in West Palm Beach. So what had occurred typically in the past is that structure, when it was opened, it would have to be opened early, and it would have had to have been open for prolonged periods of time because it wasn't remotely operated. We had to send folks from the Homestead Field Station, an hour-and-a-half drive to open it, spend a couple hours there cranking the gates, and then drive back. So we were a little bit more conservative in its operations, in the sense that, like I said, it would open early and close late. But now that it's been remotely operable and enhanced, we were able to hold off as long as we possibly could prior to opening that structure. But unfortunately, with some of the heavier rains, and some of the on-the-ground field assessments that district staff conducted to assess on-the-ground conditions and how things were faring in South Dade area, we did have to open up that structure for a brief period of time, and as I said, it is being closed as of this morning. So with that, just taking a look back over the entire water year to date from May 1st and how water sort of moved around the system, you can see Lake Okeechobee's roughly had 1.7 million acre feet of inflows to Lake Okeechobee. Roughly a third of that has just occurred within just the last month, just the month of September, and that's why you saw that big rise in Lake Okeechobee over the last 30 days. Last month we talked about the change in the operating criteria that the Corps of Engineers had implemented for the C-44 canal and the C-44 basin, and taking that basin runoff to the estuary. So that's, since then, there's been about 34,000 acre feet of C-44 basin water that has moved towards the St. Lucie estuary. None of that has been attributed to Lake Okeechobee. On the other side, to date, since the beginning of May, Caloosahatchee estuary has received just about 600,000, a little over 600,000 acre feet of runoff. Some portion of that early on in the wet season in May was from Lake Okeechobee. That's what this roughly 40,000 acre feet is attributed to. That was back when we were sending water from the lake to the estuary for salinity management. Those aren't what I would consider flood control regulatory type releases. So the vast majority of this water has been basin runoff from the two basins in between the lake and the estuary. Mr. Steinle, from your keen observation last month, we did include on this graphic for this month how much lake water has been discharged through the Lake Worth Lagoon. And as you can see, so far this year, we have not sent any Lake Okeechobee water to the Lake Worth Lagoon. There has obviously been running water moving to the Lake Worth Lagoon, but that is from the intermeeting basins in C51 and L8 basins that has been moving through, and that'll be captured in one of the roll-up numbers on the next slide. But from a lake perspective, there hasn't been any Lake Okeechobee water delivered to the Lake Worth Lagoon as of yet. So looking at the southern portion of the system, so far to date, the inflows to the water conservation areas from all points have been just over 1.2 million acre feet have come into the water conservation areas. Transitioning down to the bottom of the system, Overall of this, I'll call it 900,000 acre feet, I'll remind you that this portion over here, this 300,000 or roughly a third of that, is water that is sent to the detention cells. And it's a smaller portion of this 300,000 acre feet that actually is direct inflows through the district's Florida Bay project to the headwaters of Taylor Slough. But a large portion of that has gone into the detention cells along the eastern side of the park for seepage management of all that water that does directly flow into the park. So of that 900,000 acre feet of water that's reflected in this table here, I'll ballpark that at 600,000 acre feet have been direct inflows coming either through the S12s or through 333 L29 Northeast Shark River Slough route. To contrast that with all the rain that has occurred over on the lower East Coast, so far from that direct rainfall along the lower East Coast, there's been just short of 1.9 million acre feet of water that has been moved off the urbanized areas along the lower East Coast and directed to tide in the Intercoastal Waterway and to the Atlantic Ocean.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Mr. Mitnick, can you please go, it's referring to what you're looking at, what we're looking at now, but also on page 10. So first of all, that video was very, very good in helping explain the sending water south situation. You once had a slide that had 5 pink canals going out of the water conservation areas. I'd like a little bit of clarity and on how the water has been going into the conservation areas and where exactly it's been leaving the conservation areas, or is it all that one big rusty colored arrow on the bottom, which I doubt?
Certainly. So to remind everybody, the 5 areas that Ms. Thurlipish is talking about this is one route through the C51 coming from Area 1 down C51 and out to the Lake Worth Lagoon. There's another route right here going down the Hillsborough coming from Area 1 down the Hillsborough Canal and out to the Intercoastal Waterway. There's a route right here coming from Area 2 through Broward County and out to the Intercoastal Waterway. There's some movement that you can come out down here, down the North New River Canal through Broward County into the Intercoastal, and then down through the Miami River coming from Area 3 to the Intercoastal Waterway down there towards Biscayne Bay. That operation, we have been implementing that off and on over the last several weeks. It's an opportunistic operation in the sense that whenever there's rainfall along the lower East Coast, then that practice has got to be curtailed because that direct rainfall and flood protection takes priority. So just recently, and every week actually, we have conversations with the Corps of Engineers on the overall management of the Central Everglades and the 3 conservation areas, and what is their operational objective to transition that water down through the system and getting it down into Everglades National Park, moving down towards Florida Bay versus just shunning it to tide and wasting it. So we have those conversations every week. As I said, that practice has been off and on. Just recently for this week, because, I'll jump way back here. Looking at Area 1, you can see we got it back down to regulation schedule. So when it was up above schedule during this brief period of time, we were moving water from this structure right here down the Hillsborough to tide. Now that we've gotten the conservation area back to schedule, just yesterday we closed that structure and we're no longer implementing movement from Area 1 to tide because we're back at schedule. The overall, I guess, operational intent, and I'll talk a little bit about this later on in the presentation, is to exit the wet season with each of the conservation areas as close to or near the top of their regulation schedules.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but so is there a number that shows how much water, how much water individually has come out of each water conservation area?
Yes, there is.
Is it on these charts?
No, it is not. It's wrapped up, you're correct, it's wrapped up in this number, but I can tell you when we were doing those operations, in total, we were probably moving about 600 cubic feet per second from Area 2 and from Area 3 to tide.
Okay, and I mean, I think it's really good to try to understand, and I credit this with one of the reasons why the St. Lucie River hasn't been clobbered again, and I'm very grateful for it. And so I just, but of course, we all have to be sensitive to the STAs and to the water conservation areas and all the animals that Mr. Bergeron has told us so much about. So I think it's really important. And if you don't mind, just because, again, I think the more we're talking, the better it is. When you look at this visual right here, I think it's that one. Where's the one that shows is this the water? Go down. Is it up or back? It is down, sorry. Okay, so one of the things I had to think about a lot in this book when I read it, and I had been exposed to this many years before, but I don't know, sometimes it takes a long time for things to hit you. And it also took me back to a time that I visited the pump station close to Fort Lauderdale, and they were saying the guy in there was an incredible person for the district, and he's like, yeah, we're like, I said, oh, are you sending that water out? And he goes, oh no, we're sending the water back in. I'm like, what do you mean by that? He said, oh yeah, we're taking the water and we're putting it back in because we don't want to send it out there. If we did, it would be totally flooded. And I'm like, boy, that's really weird. And so, like, when we looked at that video that you all put together, and it showed those arrows of where the water used to go historically, and that area around Fort Lauderdale, which was the transverse glades or something, and the cypress strands or whatever they were. But I mean, the water used to flow out of there, just like it did through the Marl transverse glades in Miami, too. And it's helpful for me in this fight I can't get mad at God, okay? I can't get mad at how the system originally was. But I think it is really important that we're not afraid to talk about how the system originally was and how it is dictating things that we're doing today. That doesn't mean my goals change at all. The St. Lucie is a teeny little river and should not be clobbered. But I wish you would talk about, just for a second, this area where all these arrows, where the water wants to go east, and also how that ties into that 8.5 mile area, which is why you shut off the 333. What are we going to do?
All right, so what you're talking about is this arrow right here, this 136,000 acre feet of water. That is a pump station that sits there in Broward County. It takes this canal. There's a pump station on the west end, and then there's a pump station on the east end. So what we have been trying to do for the last several years is promote basin runoff in this area right here in Broward County to the east and maximize the use of this pump station over here. During heavy rain events, because the population is increased, because there's been a lot of development, under the original system, this area out here was all farmlands and pasture lands, and they didn't really have a whole lot of a level of authorized flood protection. But now, it's the city of Weston. There's people that live there, there's homes, there's businesses, there's communities. So this pump station is the one when we can't promote as much and maximize the eastward movement of that water through this pump station to the east, then this one pump station right here has got to turn on. That's the location that you were at when you talked to that pump operator about how they move the water back into the water conservation area as the system was originally designed, because there's people and businesses that live there nowadays.
And then just one more clarification, and then I'll shut up. And I'm not trying to brag about how much I read in this book. I just think it's really, it's important. It's important to actually be able to make real decisions. And when we're fighting all the time or struggling all the time for our interest, because I didn't know a lot of this. So that canal that goes diagonally, I think that's diagonal. The one, the two is like it's either a canal, what is it, the L20, what is that thing?
L67.
So the L67. So I'm reading in my book, and it says that thing was made to push the water towards the west, and that the Shark River Slough, the river, used to be that whole thing. And so the river used to be on the right side of that line. Now we're pushing it to be all on the west side of that line. And I mean, it's excruciating to think of all of the things we're doing to try to send water south, but God wanted the water to go east. So at a certain point, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to draw some kind of line and accept that it's not totally going to do what we want it to do, and figure out how to change it. And I mean, I'm not asking for eminent domain. I am not asking for any of the things that might run through people's heads. But I think when it comes down to these things that we're talking about in the future, and what Mr. Bergeron is always inspiring us to think, we have to talk about all this stuff, not just because it seems like we're hiding information. And it's not that we're hiding information, we're just not talking about what the system was before we altered it so much, you know? So I hope that you will, I feel like, please don't take this the wrong way, but I feel like you don't talk very much about the Fort Lauderdale situation. I feel like you don't talk very much about the history of the peat transverse glades. I feel like you don't talk much about how that diagonal canal changed the flow of Shark River Slough. You know, and it's important, Mr. Mitnick, I think, because that's, with the video and everything, I think that's the key, that area, right where it starts to turn, where the river starts to turn, for hopefully the improvements that we can all agree upon.
So you're talking about the Central Everglades project, okay? So you're correct, the natural sheet flow was down through here, did a button hook, down through Northeast Shark River Slough. That's what Mr. Bergeron comments on all the time at all the board meetings, reestablishing that natural sheet flow. The L67 levees were put in here to act as a step-down function, having higher water out in the western portions. Again, this is 1960s thinking. I'm not saying I agree with it or condone it. This is what they thought in 1960. Higher water levels out here, step down, lower waters right here, because of all the seepage that runs off to the east. So this area out here could be Miami Lakes and could be developed. And that was the original intent. So fast forward to now, 2016, Central Everglades project was authorized by the Congress. We're going to come in, open up those two levees right here and create that flowway to get it moving back over towards the east and start reestablishing more and more of that natural gravity sheet flow that Mr. Bergeron talks about and putting it through here. So that's all of the effort that has been going on. The Water Management District is removing Old Tamiami Trail here. We've constructed the new structure right there, 333 North. Corps of Engineers has already awarded construction contracts to put in new culverts through the L67 levees. And we'll be working over the next year and a half, 2 years to complete the designs to reestablish this flowway and degrade and remove portions of these two levees and reestablish that sheet flow.
Well, that's great, and I'm sorry it took me so many meetings to start to understand it. But I think, too, that as we talk about it openly and naturally, not just in scientific lingo presentation mode, but a conversation, the public has an opportunity to go, wow, that's really interesting, that's really cool, I want to support that. So sorry to take so much time, but I think it's super important, and I think some people will have learned something today. Thanks.
Sometimes when I go to sleep at night, I think about Ron Bergeron talking about let gravity take the water where nature wants it to go, and I think it's. Can I ask a quick question about the 8.5 square mile area. Can you point out exactly where that is on this map?
Right there.
Okay. So you talked about closing 333, I think, as a result of that?
Correct.
And allowing L29 to fill up in northeast, or the lower and northeast river slough to, and I think it's Corps that's in charge of that direction or instruction to us.
Correct. The Corps gives us that direction.
And that's because that area, which is, I mean, as far as I can tell, a real fly in the ointment, has been granted a certain level of flood protection.
Not flood protection, it's a nuance, and I don't want to get too technical, but it's flood mitigation. It's not quite flood protection. It means, in layman's terms, you're gonna still flood, but you're only gonna flood as much as you used to flood several
Okay.
years ago.
The question I had is, how does that work, play out practically on a daily basis? Does somebody, is there a number, an arbitrary number that Army Corps works off of? And they just make that determination without anybody inside the 8.5 square mile area saying anything? Or,
So, as I said, the water managers between the district and the Corps talk weekly, daily conversations. There are a number of monitoring wells, groundwater wells, in the vicinity of the 8.5 square mile area. We look at the stage information coming back from those wells that are on telemetry through our telemetry system. And yes, the Corps of Engineers does have a defined metric that embodies what flood mitigation is. And it has to do with how much rain has fallen over a certain period of time and how many days you would have to get that rainfall to go back below ground.
okay, is that number ever revisited or ever sort of reassessed, and how often does that happen?
Yes.
Because I'm mindful that the 8.5 square mile area is not it's not like an agricultural area where somebody could have a deep-seated concern justifiably about too much water and crop issues. It's sort of an area that, you know, there are some homes and some stretch of land, and it's just about really how wet the grass is in that particular area, but it doesn't, at least as far as I understand, it doesn't have some sort of mass negative economic impact on a business or an industry. And so I feel like there could be more flexibility or ability to sort of try to figure out how to play that 8.5 square mile area into the idea of trying to get the water flowing the
Right.
way it should.
So yes, we are assessing it. There were some newer wells that were installed within the last year, and we're using the data coming from those newer wells to be able to further refine that metric. And that was the topic of conversation a couple of weeks back when the 333 structure first closed down because of this issue. As we're going through that data evaluation to see if there's any information that we can glean from it to be able to refine that metric, because it was based on monitoring locations that were a little bit farther to the west. We put some within the 8.5 square mile area to get a better feel of what's actually going on there.
Okay, because
And all of that is being done, like I said, with the coordination, cooperation with the Corps of Engineers.
we typically have people and groups who are affected by things often speak up. You know, I mean, there are people that have real interests, and they come here, and you hear from them, whether by telephone or email, or they stand up at the meeting. I have, as far as I know, have not heard from anybody or any group inside the 8.5 square mile area. Do you receive, or do you know whether the Corps receives telephone calls from people that are saying, oh, we got a problem, or is there just not?
They do.
Okay.
The residents do call the Corps of Engineers.
Oh, fair enough.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Look, can I say something at this point? What we're trying to do, and been working with staff, and I think we've been talking nearly every day, or at least 3 days a week, on the obstacles that are stopping the natural sheet flow by gravity, where it went prior to the Tamiami Trail, to be able to connect that. So what are the obstacles? One was that the old road was being protected, so you could only raise the L29 90 days to the 8.5, which is the first stage of modified water delivery. We got that released from DOT because they've let the contract to rebuild the road, so they don't need to protect the road they're tearing up. So that's one step forward. Been working with staff and Drew and John and in regards to the 8.5 square mile area. That's an obstacle. How do we give them what the Corps thinks the protection, the agreement was in the 1980s? And so we're looking at a seepage collector on the western boundary. It's about 2 miles, I think you said, John, that would collect any seepage through hydrostatic pressure and be able to convey that to the 357 conveyance and back into Everglades National Park and on to Florida Bay, where it naturally went. And it's not that we don't want to push for a seepage wall into the future. The thing is, we can't wait a decade to get the funding. We're in a very uncharted economy right now. We don't know what the revenue's coming towards Everglades restoration. The seepage collector, they're running models to see if that'll work, because that's a very cheap ditch that will collect the seepage and put it back into Everglades National Park, but give the 8.5 square mile area whatever is reasonable protection that they deserve. It's not expensive if it works. And John, when will you kind of have an answer on the models there? Because that is a big obstacle. We're sitting here today. Conservation Area 3 is above schedule, 2 is above schedule, everything's above schedule. Impacts are going on in the central, and what that does, doesn't allow us to keep moving water south until we can get it beyond the Tamiami Trail. And so when we can get it beyond the Tamiami Trail, that relieves water that doesn't have to go east and west out of rivers. Got to pull the plug out of the bottom of the tub here. We've built 3.6 miles of bridges. We accelerated to 333 North that was scheduled to be built in 2026 and finished in 2028. We got that schedule, and I think you're going to be completed here, John, on that structure, what, in the next week or two?
333 North is going to get finished up this month.
Right, so
yeah.
that doubles the capacity of 1,400 cubic feet per second on south, 1,400 cubic feet per second. It doubles the capacity going into Shark River Slough, assuming we can resolve the 8.5 square mile area. We're also working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We've been on multiple meetings, Drew and myself, in regards to keeping the S12A and B, the 243A and B, open year-round. And we're working on that because the Cape Sable Sparrow in Zone A really doesn't even exist. And we've been shutting those gates for 25 years, and we haven't got a population. Matter of fact, they can't find hardly any birds. It hasn't been successful. So why cut off the natural sheet flow? And I'm very honored to say that U.S. Fish and Wildlife has taken a policy position that managing the global system rather than altering the environment and altering the natural sheet flow, and there's no birds there on top of it. What that does, if you think about it, when you shut those, that water is going to be moving through Shark River Slough where we have 3 or 4 populations that are stable or growing. We're putting more water instead of letting it spread across the face of 40 miles, naturally ridge and sloughs to Florida Bay. So we're making great progress on that. We're looking at the L28, and you may be able to point that out on 3 more structures that I have recommended that we move them out of the western Everglades into the central Everglades which could get us another 1,200 cubic feet per second that would run southwest naturally by gravity to the 10,000 islands. And if you look at a satellite aerial on the lower one-third of the Big Cypress Preserve, you'll actually see the ridge and sloughs. And that's where it naturally flowed. That's about a $4 million investment to get that additional 1,200 cubic feet per second. You got the other structures, if we don't have to close them, is another 200,000 or 2,000 cubic feet per second with all, with those three structures. Plus you're doubling the capacity in the 333 North. And now you can keep the canal at 8.5. So now modified water delivery is operating 24 hours a day, 365 days out of the year, water going to Florida Bay, assuming that we resolve the 8.5 square mile area, and assuming that as we work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and focus on the Cape Sable sparrow where it is actually populating, you know, really take all due care where it's stable and where it's growing. And what we need to do, John, if all of that happened, the increased volume, we need to come up with what that increased volume would be with the three structures in the L28, not shutting the 243A and B or the S12A and B, and double capacity on the 333 North. What is all that increased volume? It's substantial, and the way I see it, it doubles the volume that we've had in the past, if we accomplish that. So that's why we've been talking about the 8.5 square mile area. And if we can kind of expedite that, John, as fast as possible to see if what we're talking about can work. If that works, we don't have to lower the L29, you know, and stop, and let's let this water go south. You know, we got the bridges. We got the 333 North. We got the tools, which we never had before. And I think it's crucial to benefit our rivers because the water's going to where it naturally goes, and it benefits Florida Bay where seagrass quits dying. It's just, we've got to get this bottom end opened up. And how are we coming on the three structures in regards to how that would increase water moving south? You're working on the models on that too?
Yeah, so as you alluded to, there's a lot of work going on down here in the southern part of the system, and it ranges everything from some of the planning, investigation, feasibility type efforts around the 8.5 square mile area and solutions that could be proposed for that, all the way to active construction projects, removing the old Tamiami Trail and the new culverts here along the L67. For the 8.5 square mile area, for the last several months, if not better part of a year, the Water Management District has spent a significant amount of money on the order of a couple $100,000 to $1 million collecting geotechnical information all along this entire reach. That information is now, just this month, starting to flow in, and we're taking that information and updating those models that you were talking about, so we can apply some of those solutions and that data to the 8.5 square mile area. And I'm optimistic that we'll be coming back to the public and to the board for some concepts and alternatives that we could be looking at for the 8.5 square mile by the end of this year.
Well, that's really important, I can tell you. And in my just rough estimates, if we accomplish all of this, you may have as much as 7,000 cubic feet per second going to Florida Bay and the 10,000 islands. And the fortunate thing is we've got the bridges. We've got $1 billion worth of infrastructure built. So that's why to get the obstacles out of the way, and what we're talking about is very small money. And it's got to be done, and that'll be the day. And then the second stage can come when the road is raised in the next 3 years, the contract is let, where we can get to 9.7. But what we need to do quickly is at least get to the first stage And that will relieve pressure on our rivers too, and discharges it in quantities that are unnatural. And that'll be a great day for all of us to let this bottom end continue to flow south.
All right, so looking forward to the
John,
forecast.
I got to point something out just because John and his staff would not be in a position to come to you before the end of the year to provide solutions if you guys had not approved the budget to allow him to go and get that data and launch them on that effort in the early months of your tenure. This was something that certainly Mr. Bergeron and I knew walking in that this is something we can't delay solving. And so you guys approved and launched that effort so that we can be in a position that we're in today. Just want to point that out.
Thanks, Drew, and thank you, Mr. Bergeron, for your persistence. And I've got one question, John, not to torture you. If you go back.
I could stand here all day. I don't think you want me to.
We might do that. If you go back one slide.
Certainly.
The almost 1.9 acre feet, 1.9 million acre feet that we're moving off to tide. This may be for Lawrence. What's the quality of that water?
Water flowing to tide through the canals that are leaving the water conservation areas? Well, if they've been in the water conservation areas, you have to recognize that they have been through the STAs.
Right, that's what I'm wondering.
So, yeah, so that is water that is been treated in an effort to meet the Q-Bell.
Okay.
But you're talking about floodwater.
Well,
You're talking about rainwater.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, you don't delineate.
No, leaving the water conservation areas would be
Would
your
be clean, but then it's gonna
cleaner
mix.
water, but it's going to intermix.
Right.
Yes.
So when the EAA reservoir is finished, that 1.9 million isn't going to have to go to tide anymore, right?
Yes, it still will, because the majority of this is from the urban areas along the lower East Coast in this.
But not the stuff coming from the WCAs?
Correct.
Okay. But again, you don't delineate in this slide, but you do know those numbers?
Correct,
Okay.
yes. I used to have them on one of those earlier
Right.
slides months ago, but there were
Yeah,
too many
it
arrows
is.
all over the place.
Got it.
But the goal, Mr. Chairman, is you get the obstacles out of the way where you have the water going where it used to go, Florida Bay, Taylor Slough, Shark River Slough, going to where seagrass is dying, there'll be less water discharged and wasted. And I did look at some of the quality of water in the C11 and North New River, South New River, different. And in Broward County, it seemed to me like we were at about 17, 18 parts per billion. And in Dade County, it was even lower. So it seems like the quality of water in the southern part here is much better that is going to tide, but we don't want it going to tide. We want it to go under the bridges, and we want to remove these obstacles, and we want to put in the infrastructure for the 10,000 islands, and we want it to go to Florida Bay.
Yeah, I understand that, and I guess that's my point, is that water really is wasted because it's not going to an estuary, it's not really helping the ecosystem,
No,
and it could be.
absolutely.
All right, so looking at the forecast for the next 7 days, you're sitting right here today, Thursday. Despite the little bit of rainfall that I drove through on my way in this morning, it's going to be relatively a drier day today and a little bit tomorrow. But then as we get into the weekend and the early part of next week, you'll see some of the water vapor that is really attributed to Hurricane Delta as it moves off through the southeastern portion of the new United States. Some of that water vapor will come over into our area and generate some additional rains the first part of next week. Looking farther down the road, you've heard me talk about the upcoming dry season, so month of October. The forecast changed from last month of making an above average month. Should be no shock, seeing how we've gotten half the rainfall in the first week. But then it starts switching to equal chances and then more of a dry season due to that La Nina that we've been talking about. So just real quick, there's Delta spinning off this way. Behind it, there is a tropical wave. I want to say somewhere right in here that's coming in. Not sure whether or not it'll develop into anything. This is more of the time of year where we stop looking over here at the Atlantic Ocean. Most of the hurricanes or tropical systems that impact Florida are generated here in the Caribbean or in the Gulf of Mexico for this time of year. So this is where we turn our attention to. We'll see what happens to it. It may just be a wave that peels off over Cuba and off into the Atlantic, or it may get a little bit farther and come over Florida. We'll just keep watching. So the past couple months, I've been talking about a La Nina condition. So I figured I'd take a couple slides and kind of walk through what that is and, frankly, why do we care? So what a La Nina is, and its cousin or brother, sister, whatever you want to call it, El Nino, they have to do with different weather patterns, and they have different effects on our region of the world, depending on whether it's an El Nino or a La Nina. They both occur during the dry season, so the upcoming 6 months that we're approaching right now. And you can see on this graphic here, for an El Nino-like condition, which is a wetter dry season, you have more rains in the dry season than you normally do. Levels in Lake Okeechobee and inflows to Lake Okeechobee tend to be higher than usual during an El Nino. Conversely, during a La Nina event, inflows to Lake Okeechobee are lower than normal and below normal. And that's why in that earlier projection, you saw sort of the downward trend in lake stages. So we are forecasting, or not we, but the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration is forecasting the upcoming months to be a La Nina-like event. So how do they know that? So what we do is we all turn to the west and we start looking at the equatorial Pacific right here along the equator. And there's different regions along the equator, and you're looking at the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific Ocean. For our neck of the woods, we focus in on this indicator region right here, Nino 3.4, and what sea surface temperatures look like. So when you have this cooling of sea surface temperatures, that's indicative of a La Nina type event. Visually what that looks like, so this is a simulation looking 90 days back of actual sea surface temperatures across the Pacific. You can see how that cooler water, the blues and the greens are cool water, colder water, as it propagates up from the southern hemisphere, gets up along the equator, and then starts extending out along the equator through the Pacific Ocean. Looking at temperature differences is what you want to pay attention to. This is the exact same thing, but looking at the differences, the cooler blue colors are higher temperature anomalies or difference from normal. And you can see how over the last 90 days it is continuing to get stronger and strengthen and propagate out across the Pacific Ocean. I'll just let it get to the end of this simulation. So that's as of October 5th, that last image there. So just tracking it through time, this is kind of the anomalies, and it's compared back to this period of record, 81 to 2010, and it's the temperature differences from that average or that normal. The definition of a La Nina event is having an anomaly greater than half a degree difference for at least 3 months. So we're pretty close to that, the 3 months. However, ironically, just after last month's board meeting, the day after last month's board meeting, NOAA declared a La Nina event officially. So for the last several weeks, they're sticking to that official proclamation that we're going to experience a La Nina event. So now your focus turns to the intensity or the strength of that event. So what you're going to look at here on these two graphics on the left-hand side, the blue bars are the probability of having an event, a La Nina-like event. And you can see that probability increasing as you go through November, December, and January. And then this red line is an indicator of the climatology. So just because you have cooling of the sea surface temperatures along the equatorial Pacific, that really doesn't mean anything. Somehow that has got to get coupled with the atmosphere, and there's got to make that connection to actually influence weather patterns. And it's only been as of just recently, the last week or two, that we've started seeing more of those indicators of that coupling happening, and you're starting to see the change in climatology. And that change in climatology will influence the weather patterns that then we see here in South Florida. So that's generally what a La Nina is. It'll bring below average or drier dry season. It's projecting to get stronger over the next several months. Right now, the jury's still out on whether or not it's a strong La Nina or a weak La Nina. We just know it's going to happen, and we'll keep on looking at that connection in climatology to correlate to what we can probably see in our neck of the woods. So we're greatly influenced by what happens over there in the Pacific Ocean as to our weather patterns here in South Florida. So to try to bring all of this in for a landing of the last hour or so that I've been up here babbling, we're coming to the end of the wet season. We only got a couple weeks left of the wet season. Hopefully, knock on wood, we can make it through without additional tropical events. We've got a lot of water stacked up in the system in Lake Okeechobee. Being up in the intermediate band, all three of the conservation areas are above or at their regulation schedules, so there's a lot of water in the system. All the indicators from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration are saying that it's going to be a below average or a drier dry season. So what we're looking forward towards over the next 6 months for this dry season, sort of an operational intent or an operational strategy, is exiting that wet season with those higher levels. So we can have a managed recession where we can ensure that regional water supplies are available throughout South Florida for the entire system through the dry season. We can maintain those regional water supplies while at the same time looking towards the Central Everglades to manage a recession in the Everglades. And hopefully we can get something that is more akin to 2018 when there was a banner year for wading birds and during the breeding season, following all the water that Hurricane Irma left in the system in 2017, and it doesn't turn out, and we can manage that recession through the Everglades and promote some of that water in targeted areas to the super colony along Alligator Alley, just to the north, and not have a year like last year, 2019, where you actually had fires in the Everglades. So that's kind of the things that we're grappling with over the next couple months, and sort of a windshield view of what we're going to try to target going through this dry season. And with that, happy to take any more questions.
I think there's one other thing, Mr. Chairman, is that's why the EAA reservoir is so important. You know, to be able to take this water and store it and feed it to the environment, compatible with the environment, the ecology, all our wildlife, all of our endangered species, and all of our plant communities, rather than wasting the water and impacting our estuaries. So the combination of the EAA reservoir and opening up the bottom end of this system, we're going to start seeing the benefits on projects we built over the last 20 years. We're going to start seeing them for the first time. And this is why the obstacles that they're stopping this water. We're sitting here today, and I guess the 333s are shut, correct?
Yes.
I mean, we're going to resolve that issue. And so I just wanted to emphasize the EAA reservoir is important, but if we don't get the bottom end, what water you're putting in there to come south can't come south. So we're on the right mission here, and I think we can achieve it.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. I couldn't agree more. Mr. Bennett, could you go back to slide 6 really quick? I thought that was interesting. This is your historical La Nina, right?
Correct. All these years, out of the 41 years that are in this simulation, they were indicative of a La Nina event.
Okay, so the years where we went into the water shortage management band, we didn't go into that until pretty late, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to know ahead of time. And it gets back to my comments earlier about, this stuff doesn't just creep up on you. I mean, if you look at these years, you're going to say, hey, this doesn't look good now. Let's start worrying about it. And you're going to know that in February, March, based on this chart, and based on the intensity of La Nina.
Correct. As you said, I think you said this is your 18th board meeting.
Yeah.
So you'll appreciate that over the last 18 months, when you see me throw these things up, they always change every month.
I do appreciate that.
So as as they go down, as you start receding down through the schedule, we're going to be making decisions and taking in additional information all the way down through the system, and managing it accordingly.
Right, so you'll let us know, you'll be able to tell whether it's good, bad, or indifferent earlier than later based on this and based on our forecasting models.
Correct. When you get out there in the January, February timeframe, if you're sitting way up here, that's going to be very
Right.
different than if you're sitting down here.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks very much, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Glenn?
Okay, well, good almost afternoon. I'm happy to bring you the ecological conditions report today. We'll start up at the top of the system and looking at the Kissimmee River. We currently have about 2,100 CFS flowing through, and you'll see that that inundates the floodplain basically from Oakline to Oakline. So it's about 1,400 CFS that it requires for us to have overbank flow to where the floodplain starts to fill. And looking at this, what this says is here's your 1,400 CFS. Here is where we actually went over that, so we start to have overbank flow. And we have had a current inundation event of the floodplain for 99 days. Under this current regulation schedule, which is the interim regulation schedule, we can't meet the target that we have, which is about double this, of about 1,000 days annually. But we're seeing a really good inundation frequency so far, and we're poised to meet the last time that we did this for 100 days, which was several years ago. It was 2018. So that's really good for the floodplain. It allows the floodplain vegetation to grow. It allows fish to move out onto the floodplain to spawn, and then all of that small fish and vertebrate prey that builds up can support the wading birds that are going to come feed in the wintertime. So moving to Lake Okeechobee, this is a couple days old. We are at 1599, as John said. Something to point out from where we were a year ago at 13.4, look how much of the marsh is actually dry. Now we have the marsh almost entirely inundated. So this is the first time in many years that we've been above the 14. I think it's about 3 years to get the marsh inundated completely. This is really important for those upper level marshes that have turned over to terrestrial plants. So we need the marsh to stay inundated for a while in order to have that die back and have that marsh vegetation come back in there, and that's a very good thing. Having the marsh inundated here is just like the Kissimmee River. What you're looking at is you're looking to have inundation for a period of time to where vegetation change can occur, to where the prey base can replenish itself and be able to supply that food for the upcoming nesting and breeding season through the winter, through the dry season months. One thing that we talk, and I'll talk about this in the ecological envelope. Here, you know, we see we're kind of parallel to the ecological envelope, and in last month's there was a question of, hey, we're here in September, how are we doing? And we were at about 15. Now as we approach 16 and we start to deviate from the envelope, there's a little difference here in that when we do hit about 16, we have a greater exchange of the pelagic waters with the marsh waters, and those are high nutrient waters that are out in the pelagic zone compared to the lower nutrient levels that are actually in pristine marsh. And if we did have that interaction over a long period of time, we could start to see shifts in the vegetation. But with La Nina coming up and where we are, and we expect a nice protracted recession, we think we're poised to be in a great place. And the fact that we haven't had this level for a while to get that really good prey base regenerated in the marsh to support wading birds, we expect to have, if we stay on that nice slow recession, that we could have a banner year for wading bird feeding and wading bird nesting on the lake. Many of the areas where they have nested historically are not inundated when we're at about 14, 13 and a half feet, and you go down. they're higher up in the marsh. So we're actually poised to have a really good season if we can have a nice recession off of this high point. Looking at the Lake Okeechobee cyanobacterial bloom potential using the Sentinel-3 imagery, we see that from August to now, we've really had a reduction in the coverage that we see from the spectral imaging. This is probably a lot to do with all the heavy rains that we have had, with the physical disruption of those blooms. We are getting later into the season where temperatures are dropping, or starting to drop a little bit. Daylight is starting to, the time period that daylight's there for photosynthesis is decreasing. So all of these different factors will have play in what algae blooms are, or the potential for algae blooms is going to have continuing into the dry season. But right now, this is one of the best images that I've seen in about a month or two, or a long time. When we look at the data...
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Glenn, is September in there and I'm just missing it?
No, September was not in there. September had, and September is in my next image, actually.
Oh.
So when we look at the September image, and we come over and the expanded monitoring that we have been able to do in this past year, going biweekly and increasing our sampling sites to 32, has been really, really informative, and has been giving us a lot of information that we didn't have previously on how these algae blooms kind of wax and wane, where do they concentrate, what is the species composition of them. And some things to note is that these 3 sites all are dominated by microcystis, and that is where the elevated toxins are occurring, and it's pretty well correlated with the colors that you see that indicate that there's a higher bloom potential there. Another thing that we found is where these are the sites that are dominated by microcystis. It's in the pelagic region. And the areas that flank the shoreline, it's usually a mixed community. So when we're very concerned about the microcystin, which is the toxin produced by microcystis, and we're finding that predominantly in the middle of the lake. Whereas along the shoreline, we're seeing much less microcystis and oftentimes cylindrospermopsin, or a mixed community. So that's something we didn't know last year, and it's something that through this expanded monitoring we'll be able to find out and elucidate and help us think about why this occurs and perhaps management implications. This is, and I'll have to walk you through this because it's not intuitive looking at it, but this is how we have had SAV coverage along the western shoreline of the lake. So what these lines are actually a bunch of dots that are all together, and this is a transect where we will go out and collect SAV. Now here's the edge of the marsh basically right here, and then they go out lakeward. So if you were to take an elevation of the lake bottom is about 8 feet MGVD. Up in the marsh where these start, it's about 12 feet MGD, and that's where we get our 8 and our 12. So if we're looking at these, if there's any values in here, they are more correlated to their outside, the deeper part of the lake. If you have values here, it's from data that are collected closer to shore and closer to the marsh. And so what we're seeing, and we'll take biomass to start with, is that in 2019, we didn't have very much biomass of SAV at all. In the fall, it started to increase. This last spring, it increased even more, and we have a much greater increase right now. Where it is greatest is in between this 9 to 11 foot range, which is going to be about this midline, and that was at the prime growing depth when lake levels were lower. Remember, we had a lower lake level, which was allowing vegetation to grow in that condition where the water was very clear, and we had a great resurgence of vegetation. Same thing with height. Now, this is really important that in these areas right here that the vegetation has grown pretty tall. You know, we're looking at centimeters, so we're talking about a meter, about 3 feet in height, which now, since lake levels have gone higher, had this vegetation been very diminutive, very short, it would have been too far probably for photosynthesis to occur because light had to penetrate deeper. Now we have taller, more robust plants. This water level that has gone higher, they will likely be okay to make it through this dry season. And as we have that slow recession, you know, they will be ready and poised to have this other fall, you know, summer resurgence next year. So we've seen a really great recovery of SAV, and that was really due to the couple of years of lower lake levels that we had. So SAV benefited there. Now, with lake levels where they are, we can turn our attention to ensuring that the marsh itself can resurge and that it can reproduce all of that prey base that's going to be afforded to the wading birds through the dry season. Looking over at the St. Lucie, you see that there are no releases from the lake, but we have had some extremely high flow events just from the basins themselves. So you have the tidal basin is this color, that's producing a lot of inflow. You have inflow from the C23, C24, 10 Mile Creek, and then you have C44 basin runoff. So, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you so much. I always ask the chair. Do you mind telling me when was the last time that Lake Okeechobee was released into the St. Lucie River? And I think there could have been a couple of times where they were like burps, so
there
to
were
speak,
a couple
you
of
know,
pulses,
like,
and
but not like gigantic things. But
correct.
This is super important because we've had this reprieve after almost dying, really. So could you, so I have it straight, I've wanted to write it and then I don't know it, and I can't find it.
It's going to be, if y'all have been here for 18 meetings, when we got to the very first time that I would throw this long chart at you, there were only 2 burps in the front, and I would have to go find that for you to give you the exact date.
So it would have been 2019?
I believe 2018.
2018?
It's been I've had a long period of time where we haven't had many burps at all.
Okay,
But
I'll
I will
look
go
for
back
that.
and find that for you.
Thank you, and that's probably a bad word.
So the last time that the St. Lucie estuary received Lake Okeechobee water from a release was in 2019. It was shortly after the board came to be, as it is right now. And it was part of that managed recession that the Corps of Engineers was doing in 2019. The initial months of that recession, there was water directed from Lake Okeechobee to the St. Lucie estuary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. What we're seeing currently compared to where we were, just all the rain that we have had directly over the basin, you see that the North Fork and the South Fork are very, very fresh. And then we have a range of 15 to 18 salinity almost all the way out to the mouth of the inlet. And what that has done, it has pushed salinity values where we look in the mid-estuary for oysters, down into the fair range. But I'll show you what we were seeing before these conditions started to deteriorate, is that we were having some really good response from the oysters. And salinity values were pretty decent enough to have recruitment here, and this is looking at spat, how many spat are actually settling out. And then look at these densities. This is fantastic. Where we are now is there's a bimodal kind of peak in how oyster spawning starts. So you have a beginning of the year peak kind of in the summer, and then you have a peak in October, November. So September, October, November. So we're seeing that peak now, but we're also seeing salinity conditions come down into that fair range. Now, the oysters that are most affected by that are the larval and the ones that are trying to settle out. They have the lower salinity tolerance. The adults, they can close up as long as the duration of the low salinity isn't too long. It's generally about 2 to 3 weeks. They're okay. But it's the young spat that are inhibited from settlement because of low salinity. So, but we did see this really large increase here. You know, this is fantastic. Hopefully, you know, those salinity levels can ameliorate if we can get some dry conditions, and the spat that has settled will still be there, or the adults definitely will still be there to carry that on until the next season.
And I'm sorry, just on the Army Corps of Engineers periodic scientist call that I was on, Mark Perry from Florida Oceanographic was talking about, and it was on the front page of the newspaper today, the Stewart News, TC Palm, the success that you're talking about with the oysters that we haven't seen in so long. And this is just one more reason not to dump Lake Okeechobee. And if we're going to have a dry 6 months, maybe we can hold the water.
Certainly. Surely.
Is the only, I mean, it seems like everybody on the estuary would like the water held in the lake right now on both sides. Agriculture in that area tends to like the water held in the lake. From a biological standpoint, it sounds like because we've sort of risen organically over time and the subaquatic vegetation is in kind risen that way, that the photosynthesis continues to happen even though the lake is rising, everything's sort of happening. Is the one wild card here, of course, is storms, right? And so
Right.
if we can avoid a storm, and all pray for
Let's all pray together.
Mother Nature to relieve us of that sort of burden. It seems like at this potential stage with La Nina coming on the front end, of course, you want to hold more water for that. The health of the lake looking pretty good. People in the estuaries, of course, wanting to hold back from any harmful discharges and the idea of holding lake in the water. It seems like, but for a storm, we're in pretty good shape.
I would concur.
Okay.
And as I go through each section, we talk about the marsh on the floodplain of the Kissimmee. We talk about the marsh of Lake Okeechobee. We'll get down into the Everglades in that marsh. Having those higher water levels at the end of the wet season allows for that nice protracted recession to happen, that it doesn't dry out too quickly and have remember when I was talking in like May, and I was talking about the drying pools that were concentrating all of the groceries, and all the groceries were being eaten, you know, and depleted during the time where they are trying to fledge their young. So where we are now is we're poised at a higher level. Prey production should be going gangbusters, producing all of that food that will be available. And then as we go through that drying season, there will be a continuous, you know, that food is there. And then we don't get to the end of the dry season, and we have nests that have fledglings in them that now can no longer be fed. So yes, you're exactly right. And we look at different parts of the ecosystem and different components of the ecosystem where there's always trade-off. You know, there's never in any natural environment where one hydrologic condition benefits everything. But where we are in our trade-offs of having a couple of years for the lake and allowing vegetation to come back, now allowing the marsh to have its turn is good. You know, that's how we look at that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Great.
Coming to the Caloosahatchee, we see some pretty remarkable inflow just from this basin, the C43 basin, which is quite large. And we see we're having discharges up to almost 9,000 CFS. This has created a salinity gradient that is not very saline. So we have a very fresh system all the way down to Cape Coral. And Cape Coral is one of our first, our innermost oyster beds. So this area, as you can see, Cape Coral is down in the poor range for oysters. The areas that are Shell Point and down in Sanibel that are further down in the estuary, this is where the Caloosahatchee is different from the St. Lucie in that it's so long and it can have oyster beds that go further up and down the estuary. So if conditions are bad at one end, they can be better down at the other end. And that's where we are right now with oysters here.
Lawrence, just just to reiterate real quick on this one, that's without any discharges from the lake.
That is without any discharges from the lake.
Thank you.
Or, I believe we've been making, we're making some releases earlier, but not now. So what we're seeing here is that we're seeing that last part of the season here is not as apparent as on the other side from a density count. But if we look at spat, the spat's doing great. You know, so the spat is the young oysters that are looking to settle and grow into bigger oysters. So where we are down here at Bird Island, conditions have been really good, and we're actually getting up into that good range. And one thing I did want to mention is that on both sides, with both estuaries being very, very fresh, we're not seeing blue-green algae in there now.
That's right.
But it is a setup that would be capable of sustaining a freshwater blue-green algae that was to come into the system. Just wanted to kind of go through that. Looking at the Everglades stormwater treatment areas, the STAs, so far this water year we have 900,000 acre-feet of water that has come through the Everglades. Only 4% of that has come from Lake Okeechobee. All of them are in their preferred range or above. We've been working very diligently to do extensive vegetation management in here to try to keep the STAs as healthy as possible and to remove that stress that they have felt from not having a rest in previous dry seasons. And hopefully with the drier conditions this year that they'll be able to get that rest. This is what they look like from an inundation standpoint. Of course, these cells are offline currently for restoration strategies construction, but you can see the blue or water areas. This is that lake that's also going to be refilled and graded back to a better elevation. But the STAs on the whole, a little deep, but they're okay. Looking in Biscayne Bay, what I don't have a slide on is, last time I came in, I talked to you about a fish kill that occurred here. Between September 29th and October 3rd, there was another, it was a smaller fish kill, but there was another fish kill in this region. There was large rain events that were putting a lot of fresh water into this system. FIU moved their buoy into this region that takes continuous data. And so they were seeing large freshwater inflows that were driving dissolved oxygen levels down. And what happens when you have a lot of fresh water come into an area that's saline is that you get a lens of fresh water on top. It's called stratification. And so below that, then you have a decline in dissolved oxygen in that area that's below below the fresh water, and that's what they believe was the impetus for the fish kill there. But looking at our sites, BBC, W8, and 10 that are in more of central Biscayne Bay, here is that value for saltwater, which is 35, and we are well below that at almost 25 with all the rains that we have seen and with the freshwater inflows. Coming down into the Everglades and looking at where we are now, where we were compared to a year ago, something to focus on is this northern region that we often worry about drying out. This has peat soils. We worry about that peat soil loss. We worry about peat fires. But that part of Water Conservation Area 3A is nicely hydrated now. We do see that water levels are much deeper throughout all of the water conservation areas than they were a year ago and even a month ago. John talked about the Alley North colony that is up here, and when I get to the Tree Island map, I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we'll see that there is connectivity in Shark River Slough, in Taylor Slough, so these higher water levels are allowing that flow to head south. And as we look at Tree Island inundation, and this is a map, this is only basically a third of the tree islands that are actually in the Central Everglades. We don't have data on all of them, but for the data that we do have a metric that we use. There's 90 days of inundation and more than 120 days of inundation. And we start to say at 90 days, there's potential for some harm. You hit 120 days and we say that that could cause ecological harm. And in ecological harm, we mean that plants are going to stop growing. Trees are going to stop growing. So if we look at this there's not only a handful that are at that 120 days. There's not a lot that are at 90 days. But this metric is interesting in that it's just saying what is happening with tree islands, but it can't speak to the needs of specific tree islands because some have a different composition of trees than others. Some have trees that are much more resilient to long hydro periods, some aren't. And this yellow one of note right up here, this is the Alley North tree island. It's willow. It doesn't mind having its feet wet for a long time. Willow actually needs higher nutrients. And the really cool feedback mechanism here is it can keep its feet wet for a long time. It needs nutrients. It gets those nutrients from the bird colony through the excrement. It actually fertilizes itself and sustains itself. So every tree island can't be considered equal, but this gives us a good idea of, for those tree islands that are susceptible to inundation, that once we start hitting 120 days, we start to be concerned about that, definitely. And one of the things our scientists say is 120 days isn't always completely harmful as long as there is going to be a dry spell coming shortly. So if they can handle that as long as they're not going to be wet for a very sustained period of time and don't have some dry down and relief.
Is that diagonal there? Is that the canal that Jackie was talking about earlier?
This right here? Yes.
I think that ties into the wildlife too.
Correct. And that's
you go beyond 90, 120 days and your islands are underwater. That's the refuge for fur-bearing animals. So it ties to the balance of the food chain as well as impacts to these really are Indian mounds that were built 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, you're
By the
exactly.
Glades One Indians.
You're exactly right, and that's where FWC will become concerned before we do, because their purview is the fur-bearing animals. We tend to look at this from an ecological perspective of the tree island itself, the composition of trees that are there. They're looking at it from a habitat perspective of what is being provided for what they, have their arms around and what they are supposed to protect. So ours, that's why we have the 90-day in here, because FWC is more concerned with the 90-day. We are more concerned with the 120-day.
Well, it's not just the fur-bearing animals. That's your turtle eggs, your snake eggs, and
correct.
All are on dry ground, and when it's inundated, they're all destroyed, along with the stress to the fur-bearing animals too.
Yeah, let me ask a quick one. This may be a difference without a distinction, but in that cluster there in the middle of yellow, is that because the water is higher or because the tree islands are lower or combination? Or
That can depend. This, like Alley North, is in a depression.
Okay.
So it depends on the topography. And
I'm looking more at the cluster where your cursor
yeah, where
is
you're
now.
looking in the middle, and I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with the Everglades. If you ask this question about Kissimmee, I'd be all over it. As we talk about the Everglades, most marshes are going to follow that kind of bowl, where it's going to be deeper in the middle and shallower on the outside. So you have your shorter hydro periods on the outside and your longer hydro periods on the inside. But that's I can come back to you with that exact answer.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn, just so I can put things together and maybe a few other people can too, what is the name of that line that runs diagonally?
That's the L67?
That's the L67. Is it a canal or is it a berm type of thing?
It's both, isn't it?
Both.
It's a canal and a berm?
Yes.
Yeah,
How come there's?
And there's two.
So there's two,
There's
one's
two
a
in
canal
parallel.
and one's a berm?
No, there's two canals.
Two canals?
Correct.
Okay.
So, if I may, going back to the original construction, it is an L designation because its purpose and function is as a levee. The canal exists to get the material to build the levee, so it's both. It's a double set. They act as step downs to manage water levels going from west to east, higher, middle, low.
Okay, so the water's higher in,
west.
on the west, on the left-hand side.
And that's where you're putting the culverts, or the Corps is putting the culverts?
Correct.
Right in here.
And where is 333?
And about right here, John?
Correct.
Okay, and then you've got, the other part is called 3B, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and can you talk about how, when less water got on that side, how it, I mean, you can kind of see it looking at the triangles, but how did it affect the tree islands?
That I would have to come back to you with. I know that the change in hydrology in the water conservation area up to the north, which was 2A, was very deep for a very long time, and we had almost a disappearance of tree islands in 2A. And in 2.
Say that again, please?
In water conservation 2A, which is right up here, water conservation area is higher up here. It had a longer hydro period and a deeper hydro period, and the tree islands pretty much disappeared from that water conservation area. But down here, I would have to come back and find that answer for you.
Okay, and just because I can't help myself, in the book, Landscapes and Hydrology of the Pre-Drainage Everglades, they pointed out a very simple thing I never thought about very much, and it was that those water conservation areas became impoundments, that they, you know, the water doesn't flow anymore. And so that too has to be, I mean, weren't the tree islands formed because the water was flowing? So
the tree islands, and it's really interesting, you can kind of see their formation. Here's a tree island, here's a tree island. You can see they change. So yes, they definitely formed to have their head is facing flow. And the changes in hydrology that were detrimental to tree islands was extremes. Being inundated for too long so that the trees would die, and then not being inundated at all, them drying up and fire coming and consuming the tree island. So there's really those extremes in hydrology because they were impounded and managed, and it wasn't the natural flow that came and gave you those return periods of those sorts of things. They either burned away or they drowned.
okay, and last question. For some of the native peoples, I've read that the tree islands are a sacred place for them. Is it all of the tree islands or some of the tree islands? Could you talk about that a bit, please?
I'm not the best person to talk about that. I know that within the Miccosukie's lands that they are very protective of their tree islands. They do, you know, hold them in high esteem, but I don't know their lore.
Right, but the bottom line is a tree island is more than just a tree island.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Well, I can answer a little bit of that.
Okay, that's great, Mr. Bergeron.
The actual tree islands, the ridges and the sloughs were formed over millions of years of flow from the northern Everglades across Lake Okeechobee through the central and on to Florida Bay. So the high point of the tree island is always on the north end. And that's where the Glades 1 Indians 10,000 years ago even elevated the north end, which was the highest topographical elevation where they lived. And so you have these tree islands, you have three different elevations in the ridge and sloughs. You have the sloughs as the lowest topographical elevation where water flowed, and that flowed around the tree islands, which the sawgrass ridges basically are a higher elevation, and then you have the deer islands on the north end, which is the highest topographical elevation, and the refuge for fur-bearing animals, where the snakes and the turtles and everything lays its eggs. So that's why water levels are so sensitive in a wetland. And one other question that I wanted to ask, and I've always read about this is, isn't it important that every now and then that we do have a dry season where the ground can crack and aerate and the silt that forms underwater can oxidize and dissipate?
Yes,
And the
that-
fires come through and the potash goes into the soil, rejuvenates, and the rains come. I don't mean droughts that muck would burn or something of that nature, but
No,
I think it's important that people understand that the wetlands drying out occasionally is actually healthy.
It
And
is
that's the only way you can cleanse it.
Yeah, and it does exactly as you said. It allows those accumulated organics to oxidize and move out. It allows for succession of plants to go again.
Right.
So if you just have one hydro period for an extended period of time, deep for a long period of time, you're going to get monocultures of vegetation that grows that might not be as useful as having a mosaic of different types of vegetation. Because when you have a large area that has that, it's called habitat heterogeneity. When you have different types of vegetation out there in different places, now biota, animals, critters that need one type of vegetation compared to the others that need this type, you have higher habitat diversity, you have higher species diversity. So it's just one of those things that goes hand in hand in ecology, and you have to have those extreme events occasionally to kind of push everything back, not allow just one single vegetation type to grow, and create that mosaic that is most beneficial to that particular area.
Yeah, because last year we had a pretty dry year, which basically cleanses the wetland. The ground cracks, aerates, silt underwater oxidizes, dissipates, fires come through, potash in the soil. I think it's important that we have a dry season every now and then, naturally by the weather, not created by man. And I think the other important thing here is for all of us to really understand is that when we drained half of the Everglades, and our forefathers drew a line in 1948-49 and said inside these levees will be protected and outside will be drained for agriculture, development, safety, and welfare to the general public. And we're pumping the half we chose to drain on top of the half we chose to save with half the area and the same amount of rain as you had 100 years ago, 52 inches average. That's what's created the high water events until we can build more of the reservoirs and until we can open up the bottom end of the system to let that volume of water will never be stored in a reservoir. The natural flow, the 1 million acre feet or 1.5 million in an average rain year, that's what we need for the environment. So that's why the bottom end of this system is so important. To get that flow, you never want to put that in a reservoir, and you don't want to push it out your rivers and destroy the estuaries. And so as we're looking at how we manage Lake Okeechobee, understanding until there's a lot of reservoirs built and the bottom end is opened, that's how we get into 9 out of every 10 years, we get into these high water events because of that. So that's something to keep in mind when we're talking about water levels in Lake Okeechobee until we have these reservoirs to store that water, not waste it, not destroy the estuaries, and it's pretty simple math when you look at it.
Thank you.
And this is Clyde Butcher, if y'all don't know who he is. Going down into northeast Florida Bay and looking at the MFL there, you see that the MFL is 105,000 acre feet, and our 365-day moving sum at the Five Creeks now is above that at 208,000 acre feet, and that we have that threshold for salinity. And with all of the rains that we have had and some of the flow coming down through Taylor River at this site right here, we see that salinity levels are very fresh. and that's going to bode well as we go into the next couple of slides. So looking at the Everglades, looking at, sorry, Florida Bay and looking at salinities, last month we were kind of at the top ends of some of these inner quartiles, and it was a little precarious, but you see that all of the rains that we have had have pushed those down into the range that we like to see. We're seeing 30s out here, we're seeing 20s along the, and all the way down to 14s along that area right along the shore. And this is a really good setup. As we talk about, gosh, was it when I was here in April, May, and we're talking about if the water, the rains don't come, we have a potential for, that exacerbated high per salinity out in this area and potential, seagrass die-off. Where we are now is we are poised in a much better place than we were at the end of the wet season last year as we go into the dry season. So that's good news. And with that, I thank you very much, and we'll take any additional questions.
Lawrence, a quick question. Can you go back to one more slide? Okay. So obviously Northeast Florida Bay always seems to be in better shape and so than the other parts of the bay from a salinity perspective. And so will you just remind me, we have, in terms of the blockage of flow, we have canals, do we not, that feed? Does any of John's flow to estuary or other feed into Northeast Florida Bay?
No, the canal that S-197 would be off of the map over here in Barnes.
That's the furthest southbound canal?
Correct.
Okay.
So what we have here is overland flow and creek
What about
flow.
the one that comes out by Aerojet? Where's that come out? Isn't that to the south? Sorry.
So this is the C-111, 197's like right about there. Aerojet Canal is right in here, coming down.
So is that near the Gold Star top, the furthest? Yeah, that. Is right there? Is there water coming out that hasn't been directed through the natural system, but through a canal system? I should know this answer, but.
Right, so earlier when I said we had to open up 197, that would be the only time. Just recently, when we opened up 197, which sits right about here, then that water was moved down into this area here in the Card Sounder. Up until then, all the water that gets transitioned down the South Dade conveyance system, all through here, just the southern portion of this bank has been degraded, and there's outlets, and it just sheet flows through all of this area through here.
Okay.
And that's the creek flows that Lawrence talks about with these different stars.
Which is all rain-fed?
Correct. And
Okay.
basin runoff from.
Because this is the ongoing puzzle of sheet flow to Florida Bay, right, and where it comes from. So I just wanted to, that element we can exclude. There is no delivery system that always makes Northeast Florida Bay seem to be in better shape from a salinity perspective. Okay, thanks for clarifying.
197 is like an emergency escape hatch that you use? Okay.
Great. Any more questions for Mr. Glenn?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Would you please go back a couple of slides? That one's fine. Okay. So even though we're talking about the star on the far right side of the screen, if you went back historically, I think all of that would be connected to what the book talks about, like the marl transverse glades, which was like water went through that whole area that's now developed when the water was high enough, but that's not going to ever happen again. But what I wanted to ask about in connection with that is where was Taylor Slough? Like John Mitnick took me on a field trip when I first got on, and I remember I was asking him, I'm like, where's Taylor Slough? And where was it? It's also kind of amputated, and that's a big part of the problem why we can't get water down there besides all the other things we were talking about in reference to Mr. Bergeron's wonderful education on this. But where would Taylor Slough be 200 years ago?
See, Taylor Slough here is where Taylor Slough is now, but the headwaters for Taylor Slough is up here. So the headwaters that fed Taylor Slough are no longer natural.
They're gone.
It-
There's
Correct.
houses on top of it, there's agriculture on top of it. It's been totally amputated. So now we're trying to get water to it along that line, right?
You get exchange through here to come down.
But at the same time, we get in a lot of problems because the water seeps into people and they get bent out of shape because the water destroys their agriculture and their houses.
Correct.
So I think, again, these are conversations, it makes it a lot easier, actually, because if we're not just talking about how things are now, but how things were, I think it opens up a whole new realm of creativity to what we can do and add on to the things that Mr. Bergeron, I feel like, is leading us through on this. And so to think that Taylor Slough was there and now it's gone, no wonder poor Florida Bay is in the shape it's in.
Is this the Rocky Glades area, where the 332D?
John, isn't Rocky Glades right up here?
Okay.
I think one of the,
And then there's, yeah.
one of the things that's so important, that the water gets to, through Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough, but it gets to Florida Bay in the ridges and sloughs, the lowest topographical elevation, 40 miles wide, under the Tamiami Trail. That fortunately, we've had a lot of rain south of the trail that's really helped us on these salinity levels. But when we reestablish and the decompartmentalization of the Tamiami Trail, and we're not shutting gates, and all the gates are open, you want this water to flow in the ridge and sloughs. That's what keeps them open, where they don't close up, and that's the natural gravity flow for the global Everglades. So that's why I keep saying the Tamiami Trail and getting these obstacles out of our way. We're going to be getting the benefits of what the infrastructure we've already built. We've got the infrastructure. We just have to get the obstacles out of our way to where we get that natural flow.
Right, we have to do it fast. I think we're on a roll now that we're all back together.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I can't see anyone's lips, so I just hear voices. Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, I know. And by the way, sorry, I probably forfeited my right by stepping out.
You didn't.
So please stop me if you've covered this. But Lawrence, since we talk about the harmful algae blooms in the lake in your presentation, one of the things I was wondering is if the Corps did have to release 2 estuaries, east-west, there have been a ton of technologies tested on a trial basis, but they seem to be effective. Do we know, are there any plans that the Corps has to, at those point source, I mean, then the lake becomes the point source of pollution, right? Is there any plan to deploy any of that technology that is specifically directed at algae treatment? Do we know?
We are not sure at this point. I did have a call into the Army Corps asking that exact same question. One of the issues is the volume of water that would be released if we were going to, depends on which part of the schedule we were in. It would either be 4,000 and 1170, 4,000 and 1,800, or like 3,000 and 1170. So that the volumes of water that would be coming through would be, quite difficult.
Talked to Noah Valenstein last night, and they are looking, and preparing in case the Corps makes the decision to release, to try to deploy some technologies they've been working on. So
That could potentially work at that scale.
that will certainly will learn, right?
Okay, so this would be essentially a trial
Right.
run too. It hasn't been, we don't have a trial run at that scale proving.
Right, I mean, it's going to be designed to be at that scale, so we'll see. Right now, when I looked yesterday, you know, the Corps puts out their gate tenders, or whatever you call them, look for algae every day. And right now, they're not seeing algae there, but that doesn't mean it won't show up. So we'll just deploy, be ready, and take care of it if it shows up, or maybe even do it as a preventative measure. I don't know. It was a brief conversation, so there's some things we have to explore on it, but they are absolutely looking at it.
That's encouraging. Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Glenn, for your presentation and your discussion. It was a good discussion. We're going to go to public comment, but before we do, I think, Mr. Bergeron, you have an announcement?
Oh, yeah. Got some big news here. We've just confirmed that they just finished measuring a long python brought to us this morning by one of South Florida Water Management District's python removal agents. I'm happy to announce he removed the largest python on record from the Everglades on October the 2nd, 18 feet 9 inches.
I've seen the pictures. It's a monster.
Yeah. So under Governor DeSantis' leadership and with the support of our partners at FWC, we have doubled our python removal program, and we're making great progress to get more pythons out of the Everglades. So a great day for the Everglades. And
Absolutely. And thank you to all our hunters who are out there every
yeah,
night.
let's thank all our hunters and the partnership we got with the FWC. I'm just a little disappointed because he broke my record.
Records are meant to be broken.
I'll be leaving this afternoon to get a
Yes,
bigger
you will.
one.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, Rosie, do we have any public, thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Do we have any comments?
We do, Mr. Chairman. We have a couple. First is Tom McVicker, followed by Drew Martin.
Good morning. This is Tom McVicker speaking today on behalf of Southland Agriculture, primarily
Can barely
located
hear him.
in the Basin.
Mr. McVicker, we're
let me
having
know
a
if you
hard
have
time
trouble hearing
hearing
me.
you.
Rosie, let me, I'll call back in by phone and put my hand up that way, and you can go on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. McVicker. Next, we have Drew Martin, followed by Jacqueline Lopez. Mr. Martin, we can't hear you. If you could unmute your mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
This is Drew Martin with the Ecological group of the Sierra Club. I want to compliment the governing board and staff for doing a very good job of managing the water this year, and I really compliment you on how you've been able to reduce the estuary discharges. So really appreciate that, and hopefully the weather will work with you, and you won't have to really do a lot of releases, and we won't get a big storm. It looks like we're going to make it through hurricane season without one. We are still having the fish. We had another fish kill in Biscayne Bay last week, and I think that is an area we need to work on. And definitely, we also had an issue with wood storks. Lost a lot of wood stork nests this year. I don't know if that's anything the district can do anything about, but hopefully we can do something to try to protect the wood storks as well. The nesting, the fledging was within 2 weeks, and from what I understand. Really think that we need to focus on stormwater and, as the next thing for this governing board to look at, because now that you seem to be getting the water to the south, and I appreciate Mr. Bergeron's work to open up the south then I agree with what Mr. Bergeron is saying, and we hope that you will continue to work because we need to get the water. We don't want to release good water to tide that could be going to Florida Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Jacqueline Lopez.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Lopez, and I'm the Florida Director for the Center for Biological Diversity. Thank you for your service on the governing board and for those staff presentations. I'd like to provide comment on the sparrows, specifically the notions that water management restrictions haven't worked for the sparrow in subpopulation A, and that the other subpopulations are stable or increasing, and therefore that it's okay to let that subpopulation A go. So first, it's not that the water management restrictions haven't worked, it's that they haven't been followed. Shortly after the service required those closures from its 2016 biological opinion, it actually granted the Corps an emergency deviation from those very requirements in 2017, and has done so again several times since then. So the sparrow has declined in that population somewhat predictably, and that's because of those extended hydro periods. And remember, they only live 2 to 3 years, and they don't fly that far, so the population A once represented about 40% of the population, but it's now estimated about 6%. And incidentally, you can credit the other reasonable and prudent alternatives from that 2016 biological opinion for expediting those projects to move water east. It's directly connected. To be clear, it's the Water Conservation Area 3A schedule and rainfall, and not the sparrow, that dictates how much water is in there. The conservation areas are a depository for excess water from agricultural areas and to store and convey water for agricultural irrigation. And as a result, its regulation schedule does not mimic the seasonal patterns driven by the natural hydrologic cycle, and it stacks up water going into the wet season. As one board member said today, the stuff doesn't just creep up on you. The sparrow doesn't make water there high. It actually does not even prevent the Corps from releasing water. Like I said, in 2017, those structures were kept open, they should have been kept closed. That only reduced water by 8.5 inches in Water Conservation Area 3A over the course of 3 months. I'd also like to point out that those subpopulations A, B, D, and F, there's only those 6 total, are decreasing, not increasing, and you can read that for yourself in the Combined Operation Plan's biological opinion. That subpopulation A is essential for the conservation of the species. It's the only populations on the west side of that slough. And should a fire or hurricane wipe out habitat on that east side, it could blink out of existence. So if we're going to get Everglades restoration right, we need to look at the real issues complicating restoration and stop using the single species management trope. It's a distraction. It's not supported by the facts. And if you buy into it and let the sparrow go extinct, you're still going to have these Water Conservation Area 3A flooding issues until you move more water east and address the EAA. We appreciate your continued support for the sparrow's conservation and your commitment to meaningful Everglades restoration, and really look forward to progress that can be reached in addressing the flooding in the 8.5 square mile area to allow more water east where it should flow naturally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Our next public commenter is Mark Perry, followed by Shannon Estenos.
Yes, good afternoon, Governing Board. It's Mark Perry with Florida Oceanographic on the East Coast here. Mr. Glenn's presentation was excellent, along with Mr. Mitnick, of course. But what's evident is the 916,000 acre feet that is going into the STAs, with only 36,000 acre feet of that from Lake Okeechobee. And out of the STAs and water conservation areas, as Mr. Mitnick showed, was 955,000 acre feet and only 108,000 acre feet from the lake from May through September. So all of those inflows that are coming in to the STAs and then going out to the water conservation areas are all pretty much from the EA basin runoff. And all that basin runoff is doing is to help keep that drainage going for the EAA basin. And we want to point this out because, when we talk about discharges from the lake and the lake's getting too high and we need to discharge to the estuaries, the two things in the water control plan under LORS 2008 are Part C and Part D. Part C talks about to the water conservation areas as to the maximum practicable, whereas the Part D goes to the estuaries is up to so many cubic feet per second that St. Lucie or Cluzati. but all during this time, even right now, there's 3,600 CFS from the STAs to the water conservation areas. And the point we're trying to make is that we should be, if we needed to discharge south, we can discharge south. I mean, even right now. And unfortunately, from May through October every year, there's drainage that applies to the EAA, about 1 million acre feet. And then November to April, they're getting a water supply at a rate of about 350,000 acre feet during the year for water supply to the EAA. In our tidal basin and our local basin runoff, yes, there's been a lot of rain. And as Mr. Lippich pointed out, and we recorded 18.62 inches so far here in Stewart, right here in the coastal center. And it's just a tremendous amount of rain in the local basin. But C23, C24, 10 Mile Creek are all controlled by the district. They're dumping about 2,000 CFS. And right now there's C44 basin is about 1,700 CFS, even though the daily average is about 600. All of this is driving the salinity in the estuary to zero over the last 7 days, and the outer estuary down to almost 2 parts per thousand. Oyster larvae can't take about 14 days at freshwater. We're already at 7, and adult oysters 28. So we need to not only protect these habitats, but in the outer estuary, the seagrass habitats. And I implore you to do whatever we can to send water south right now and not have to discharge to these estuaries. So thank you for your reports.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Speaking on the technical reports, the next public comment is Shannon Estenos, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you hear me?
We hear you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Shannon Estenos. I'm with the Everglades Foundation. I'd like to make two points this afternoon. First, I'd like to thank and underscore the points that Chairman Goff made this morning about thinking creatively about system and really tackling the challenge of flowing more water south in the late wet and early dry season. And a big part of that is changing the way we think about low zone, including potentially a water management line. I really appreciated those remarks. The second point I wanted to make is related tangentially, and it's really focused on the southern part of the system. I want to say that I cannot, it is so frustrating to look at the Corps' water level website, and it's as if I'm looking at that website 15 years ago. Got a ton of water coming through the 12 and nothing going into the Northeast Shark River Slough, despite the fact that we have $500 million worth of new infrastructure on the eastern side paid for by the National Park Service in Maud Waters, and another $500 million in the 11 system down below. So $1 billion worth of new infrastructure, and we're not using it. And I really appreciate the sense of urgency that the Water Management District has brought to this. I am mystified. On the other hand, I'm mystified at the reaction or the non-reaction from the federal family. I am going to listen to the task force meeting, and I certainly hope that there is a sense of emergency and anxiety in the federal family when I listen to that meeting, because frankly, this is an issue of just downright accountability. We've invested a lot of money in new infrastructure, and it's not being used water where it needs to be used. Lastly, Mr. Lippich, I'm so delighted that you have discovered the Boyd book. Of course, there were multiple authors, but he is the principal author, so we call it the Boyd book. When we recommend reading to new folks who are new to the Everglades, we always say, read the Grunwald book, or read Marjorie Stoneman Douglas's book, and those are wonderful. But if you really want to understand the Everglades, read the Purple Boyd book. And it really does hit you with complexity, but also a high level of understanding. And to Mr. Wagner's point, if board members are looking for a person to break bread with, I strongly recommend reach out to Chris McBoyd. He lives in Palm Beach County, and I'm sure he would be happy to spend time with any of you to share what he knows about the pre-managed Everglades. It'll make you a better decision maker. It'll make the public smarter, and it's just it's a really a magnificent work of science and ecological forensics, if you will. Thank you very much.
The next speaker on technical reports is Nyla Pipes, followed by Marissa Caroso.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I want to speak about the quick rise in Lake Okeechobee and how much that highlights how we balance management of this system really on a dime's edge. And I join all of you in praying that A, we have no storm, and B, that La Nina really does come to fruition and we get the nice slow recession that we need for the health of the entire ecosystem and especially for the heart of the Everglades, Lake Okeechobee. At the local level, the St. Lucie River, we have a lot of flooding that has occurred with all of the rainfall that we've gotten, particularly in the northern reaches of the North Fork. That's an area really, fraught with use of septic tanks. I know we're going to have some pretty good nutrient spikes as a result of all that flooding. And it just brings to mind, coupled with the fact that we have not had any LACO discharges or releases from the lake since 2019, it just brings everything front and center to show us that we need better stormwater management, and we definitely need our reservoirs. We need the C23, the C24 north and south. We need the C25. We need more storage and treatment in our local basin, in addition to working on those local issues, such as getting our sewage infrastructure under control. So I just encourage you to keep working toward that for the health of the St. Lucie River. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Marissa Caroso, followed by Mike Connor.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. This is Marissa Caroso on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. Really appreciate the opportunity to participate remotely in the meeting today. And we wanted to also take this opportunity to thank both the district and the Corps for working closely together to manage water in the system to hold off on releasing Lake Okeechobee water to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries. As you've heard today, the basin runoff has been extremely high in the Caloosahatchee. The 7-day moving average flows at the S79 Franklin Lock and Dam from basin runoff alone has been over 4,000 cubic feet per second. And the basin runoff has been in the damaging range for multiple weeks now, with some peaks around 9,000 cubic feet per second at S79. So given the dry season is just around the corner, the projected La Nina and the continuing high flows from the basin, we'd absolutely support the district and Corps continuing to exercise flexibility and to do everything possible to prevent discharges from the lake to the estuaries at this time. I also wanted to comment briefly on the comments from Chairman Goss earlier this morning, that how the lake is managed during the dry season has implications for the ecosystems during the wet season, and of course vice versa. So supplying the necessary flows to the Caloosahatchee and the Everglades during the dry season can then simultaneously have benefits for reducing the need for harmful discharges to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie during the rainy season. Obviously, the EAA reservoir, SAP, C43, and C44 reservoirs, these are all critical pieces of infrastructure moving forward that are key to ecosystem restoration. But we also have water management decisions and operations that need to be modified to work in conjunction with those projects to balance the ecosystem needs. So we really appreciate the presentations by staff today and the ongoing discussions by the board on all of these important topics. And we would again urge the district and Corps to continue working to prevent harmful discharges to the estuaries. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Caroso. Next, we have Mike Connor.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Connor.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike Connor, Executive Director, Indian Riverkeeper. Would have commented earlier this morning that I was out on my rounds on the St. Lucie doing the water testing I do, and I'd like to reiterate the fact that we have a fresh water body here. It's it's as fresh as Lake Okeechobee right now. There's no salt in the estuary. As far south as nearly Hell's Gate on a falling tide. And my concern right now is how much water we still have on land that's got to make it out of the swales, out of the retention ponds, into the river. And we're coming into a nip tide, a weaker tide period. So we're not going to get that big king tide flush that was so beneficial 10 days ago that really helped balance things a little bit in the lower estuary. But looking at the areas out yesterday near Sandsburg Park, I noticed some of the very heavily tainted water, the dark water is a bit muddier than normal because we do have onshore winds, which causes more turbidity, and all that comes into the inlet. There was a small green plume in the inlet yesterday. It looked very nice and very happy to see that. But the areas where we have seagrass trying to recover, Alpers Flats, it is still being covered with the local runoff, and it's not a good thing at all. And I have to wonder about oysters up in the middle estuary around Roosevelt Bridge, because this morning I had 0 salt there, as the other sites have shown, 0, maybe 2 parts, and it's been going on for about 10 days like that. And I don't see where we're going to have much relief from this with all the water coming locally. And I always make it a point to tell folks in public that are a little confused that beside our stormwater runoff, our tidal basin runoff, the northern canals and the North Fork is such a problem with the amount of water coming through there. And today I'm looking at 1,700 out of C44, another 2,000 between 23 and 24. And those are waters well west of us, and that's the big problem. It's that we have our own estuary which can handle stormwater, tidal basin runoff to a point, even in extreme rain events, but we sure can't handle that kind of inflow from interior lands. And, of course, not Lake Okeechobee at all in the long term. We're past the tipping point and very worried about our recovery this fall. And hopefully the rain will stop. But I do appreciate the Corps and the district showing restraint. The Corps, I fear this weekend the Corps is going to have to let it go. Let go. I just think at 16 feet, I can't imagine they're going to be able to hold off. Hopefully they will. But another thing I wanted to talk to you about was other places to put water. And I'm happy the district does look for other options. And I'm just wondering whether canals in the EAA at this time are topped out, or whether there's some capacity there at this point to help put some water in there out of the lake to give the estuary a break. Because really, despite the fact we have no lake discharges, this has been a horrible 3 months for the estuary, with local runoff, not to mention the runoff from the western canals. And I appreciate the chance to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Kara Kapp, you're recognized to speak on technical reports.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. This is Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. Wanted to thank staff for the really insightful presentations this morning, and the board especially for that illuminating discussion. It's always really interesting to follow along with these conversations and hear the important conversations that are going on, and know that we have a governing board who are really serving this community by giving thoughtful consideration to the ways that we manage this system. So thank you for that. Also wanted to briefly mention how much we appreciate the opportunity to continue to participate remotely. So I'll just briefly speak on conditions in the Southern Everglades. I wanted to emphasize some of the points made by Jackie Lopez with Center for Biological Diversity about the sparrow populations. And I think the simple message that I've shared before is we know what's good for the bird is good for the park. And so as we are endeavoring to meet our ecosystem goals for the Southern Everglades, we know that those actions are what are going to help the sparrow and vice versa. So, the message continues to be, let's expedite restoration and get it moving faster. And so on that note, I just wanted to bring up and congratulate the district and the Corps for their hard work in the Central Everglades Plan South project. I saw the great news from the Army Corps that in late September, they signed a construction contract to begin SEP South, some $40 million contract. And that's a tremendous investment. MPCA is strongly supportive of that project moving forward. We're really excited to see that SEP South break ground this year. That will be one of the critical efforts to open up the bottom end of the ecosystem
so that as we're continuing to plan and build the reservoir, we have somewhere for that water to go that is healthy and that is appropriate to getting it down to Everglades National Park in Florida Bay. So we want to celebrate successes when they come, and that's certainly one of them. And, the faster we can do this, the faster we can get some return on the very significant taxpayer investment that has been put into especially the southern end of this ecosystem. So thank you again, and look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Kapp. Next, we have Richard Weiskopf. Mr. Weiskopf, if you could unmute your mic.
Pressing *6.
Mr. Weiskopf, we're having a hard time hearing you. If you could unmute your mic by pressing *6, please. Mr. Weiskopf, we can circle back to you at another point in the meeting where we have public comments. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more hands raised.
Thank you. Did Mr. McVicker get a chance to come back, or is he? He's not. Okay. We'll give
But
him a
Mr.
chance
Weiskopf just raised his hand again.
try Mr. Weiskopf again.
Mr. Weiskopf, do you want to try again to unmute yourself?
Yeah. Did that work?
It worked. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, this is Rich Weiskopf. I'm a professor at the University of Miami and involved with Everglades restoration since the year 2000, 1997, actually. I would like to go back to the comments about the history in the Purple Book, which I also have in front of me. The impressive thing about reading back in those books, in that book particularly, remember when McFoy published it, and we presented it at some meetings, not only is it impressive, but when you look at the pictures of what was and what is, or what was in the old days and what was in the year 2000. But my point is, let's go to the future, what is now, and compare it to the 20 years from now. So what's really missing in all of this is, if things are a little bit touchy now, imagine 20 years from now with continued growth. So I work on economic forecasting of what the Everglades areas would look like, what the 18 counties would look like 30, 20, and 30 years from now. And if that growth is not looked at carefully, both of agriculture and the built-up areas, then we're really heading for more disasters than we are managing right now. So I want to urge you also to be forward-looking, as well as the emergencies that are upon us today, especially with regard to the runoff and how it's coming from both the septic tanks and the sewage from built-up areas and the natural areas, and how to get control of that. So the water that's likely to flow from Lake Okeechobee into the, even if it's unwanted, into the estuaries is not quite as nutrient-laden as it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiskopf. Next, I have a caller with the phone number ending in 1708. Caller, if you could unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Okay, how's that?
It works, thank you.
All right. This is Tom McVicker. Sorry for the little bit of problem earlier. I've been a water resource consultant to South State Agriculture for the last at least 25 years. And I think I've known Alligator Ron for at least that long, if not longer. And I really appreciate Ron's energy in pushing to remove some of the roadblocks to get water to the south end. We've participated recently in the COP and in SEP and felt we were making a lot of progress in getting everybody to the same place at the same time. SEP South is an outstanding collection of projects that will undo so much of the frustration we all have at the south end of the Everglades. There are 6 new water control structures in SEP South. 4 of them are specific to bring more water into the east side of Everglades National Park. The other 2 are to keep that water in the park. Because if you don't keep it in the park, it ends up, a lot of it seeping down through the L31 North Canal into the C111 basin. It's been the bane of agriculture and the Cape Sable sparrow and Northeast Florida Bay for decades. And SEP South will fix that. When SEP South was put together, the sequencing plan included in the SEP South documentation showed that you build the protective features first, and then you bring in the new water. S333 North was actually the last component because it brings in the most new water, and it was understood you couldn't do that until you had a way to keep the water in the park, and that's what the other two structures. The El Nino in 2016 caused the previous board to look for options to let more water out of Conservation Area 3, and they flipped the sequencing and moved S333 North first. And DEP and the district were very successful in working out permit conditions that allow, when you have a high water emergency, 333 North can be brought to bear on the problem and release more water in a controlled way into Northeast Shark River Slough. In 2018, I think when this board came in, or 2019, the idea was, well, we got 333 North there. I think we can improve water quality by using that instead of 333. So again, the permit was changed to allow that, but not to allow an increase in flow. A pre-application meeting was held with the district staff and the other agencies. The district staff assured everyone 333 North would not be used to increase the flow that they could get through 333, only to use it as an alternative when necessary. What makes this different is right after the pre-application meeting, the district submitted an application to do exactly what they said they were not going to do, which is S333 North just becomes another outlet. You have to build the structures that keep the water in the park before you open up all the outlets that you're now constructing to put water into the east side of the park. That's just the way it is. That's the way the plan was generated. That's the way the plan will work. You're just pushing a whole bunch of more problems downstream that I thought we had all been able to move beyond. So I'm hoping we can work on that permit, maybe get some language in the new permit that doesn't do what it says it's going to do now, and we'd be happy to work with everybody on that. I'd love to talk about all the other issues you brought up today, but I can't do it in 3.2 minutes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McVicker. Mr. Chairman, there are no additional hands raised.
Great, thank you. Great comments as always. I appreciate you all calling in. I appreciate the presentations and the discussion. We're going to break for lunch now. I'm really bad at this because my stomach isn't an average stomach, but let's say 1:15. Does that seem right? Okay. We'll re-adjourn at 1:15, and Colonel Roman and Ms. Meads, if you can rejoin us then, I'd appreciate it.
Test 1, 2.
Ms. Meads and Ms. Roman, can you confirm that you are on and we can do a mic check?
This is Charlotte. I hear you, Rosie.
Thank you very much. Ms. Meads? Ms. Meads, can we do a mic check with you? Ms. Meads, can we do a mic check with you?
I'm going to call the business meeting back to order. Mr. Steinle is chairman of the Audit and Finance Committee, and he has an announcement he'd like to make.
We had a Audit and Finance Committee meeting scheduled directly following the governing board meeting. We're going to postpone that to the November, right after the November board meeting. Just wanted to make that announcement. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Steinle. The next item on the agenda is discussion agenda. We're going to the acquisition of land interests for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and Bird Drive recharge area in Miami-Dade. Before I call on Ms. Reynolds and Mr. Collins, I'd like Ms. Ansay to say something regarding this Florida statute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out, yeah, it's on, sorry. I just wanted to point out the agenda item that's before you now includes the disposition of real estate interests. The resolution that's included in your packet has a statement about what that means and a requirement for a 2/3 vote. The agenda item itself does not indicate that that is required by a 2/3 vote, so we just wanted to clarify that going into the item so that the board understood that under Florida statutes, there's a specific section that would require a 2/3 vote for that item.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Ansay. Ms. Reynolds?
And so a lot of staff work has been done over the past 4 months in order to clarify those questions. So I'm going to talk about the projects themselves, and then I'll turn it over to Stephen Collins, who will discuss the actual acquisition. So the 2 projects that I'm going to talk about are the Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and the Bird Drive recharge area that is located in the Bird Drive Basin. So throughout Biscayne Bay, stormwater discharges into the bay through canals, causing plumes of nutrients and fresh water directly into the bay and starving the nearshore wetlands of that needed fresh water. This canal is the one that is just south of the Deering Estates feature that I'll talk about in a few more minutes. But I wanted to give you a picture so that you can see what we're talking about and understand the importance of this project. The goals of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project are to minimize those discharges, restore coastal wetlands that protect habitat and help enhance the resiliency of our coastline. It also connects our wetlands and starts utilizing the rainfall and the runoff appropriately in these wetland habitats as opposed to point source discharges directly into the Central Bay. This project was authorized by Congress in 2014, and it is partly complete, partly under construction, and partly in design. We're going to talk about phase 1 of the project today, which includes the near coast structures to distribute existing water in a beneficial way. Phase 2 of the project is in planning as part of the current BBSEER, or Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Restoration Planning Study, which kicked off this summer. So phase 1 has 3 parts: Deering Estates, Cutler Wetlands, and the L31 East Flowway. All 3 of these components are in the central portion of Biscayne Bay, between South Miami Heights, Kendall area, and Homestead. The first part is the Deering Estates project. This was completed by the South Florida Water Management District in 2012. And as I mentioned earlier, the photo that I showed you was this canal right here. And so in this project, water that would have discharged out of this canal is rerouted into the wetlands here. The second part is Cutler Wetlands. The Cutler Wetlands portion is currently under design by the district. That design will be complete in April, and we anticipate starting construction by September of next year. And the third part, the main focus today, is the southernmost portion of phase 1, which is the L31 East Flowway. So in this picture, all these yellow diamonds are culverts that have already been constructed as part of the project. Some were constructed by the Water Management District and some were constructed by the Corps, but those are all complete. And these culverts don't receive the water from these canals without the pump stations. The pump stations are the red dots in this picture. All of the pump stations were originally scheduled to be part of one contract. Because we were not able to certify the land to the Corps of Engineers during fiscal year 20, which ended at the end of September, what the Corps did was they had the funding in order to award that whole contract, but they broke it up into pieces so that they could award some of it in fiscal year 20 while they were waiting on us in order to convey the land to them for the rest of the project. And so this large construction contract has been broken into 3 parts, and they call those 5A, 5A1, and 5B. 5A, they were able to award at the end of fiscal year 20, and then 5A1, they are working to award now, but 5B is the part that they can't award until they get the land from us, and I'll talk about that again in just a moment. But first, I wanted to show you some pictures of what I'm talking about. This is what the culverts look like that have already been constructed and are distributing fresh water to the mangrove wetlands along the bay. But what you can see in these pictures, so there's a canal, that's that spreader canal, and then the water goes from the canal through these culverts and out into the mangroves. But what the needed contract is to build these 3 pump stations, and these 2 purple parcels are the lands that are needed to be acquired. We can't start construction on these 3 pump stations until we can certify this land to the Corps. And it's needed because that's what allows these pump stations to move the water into this canal where the culverts are waiting to deliver it to the mangrove wetlands. And so this is a $30 million contract that the Corps is waiting to award, and the 83 acres required in order to certify the lands and award that contract. So now let's talk about the other project, the Bird Drive Recharge Area. What is the Bird Drive Recharge Area? It's a component of this comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. And where are we in the world? So here's the project I just told you about. Deering Estates, Cutler Wetlands, and the L31 East Flowway. So here's the Biscayne Bay projects here. Here is Tamiami Trail, and here is the Bird Drive Basin and the Bird Drive recharge area. So there's a blow up on this side of the map. And you can see where we're talking about. This outline is the planning area for the Bird Drive recharge area. Here you can see our C4 detention area, the Pensuco wetlands we talk about sometimes, Central Everglades Water Conservation Area 3A and 3B, and Everglades National Park. Here's Tamiami Trail and Chrome Avenue. In what's called the Yellow Book, the restudy, the CERT plan, the Bird Drive recharge area is known as Component U. And it had several purposes. Attenuating flooding in the C4 basin, which is to the northeast of the Bird Drive basin, and immediately adjacent to the developed area, so runoff from the C4 basin. The Bird Drive recharge area was supposed to capture some of that and attenuate flooding there. Also reducing seepage from the park, recharging groundwater to the to the southeast of the Bird Drive basin is part of Miami-Dade's well field area. So recharging groundwater and aquifer reserves in that portion. And also establishing a buffer of wetlands between the park and the urban areas. And so the concept that was included in the Yellow Book is this picture that's on the right. This graphic was included in the original Yellow Book. It was not the final plan. The tiny print that you can't read says this graphic is a conceptual tool utilized for planning purposes. And so what was envisioned in the Yellow Book was to take this concept and then actually design something. Well, when the team started looking at it in 2008, they realized that there were some issues with the concept because there have been a number of changes in the system, changes to other projects, changes to what was anticipated and what was conceived in terms of developed areas, those kinds of things. And so the team at the time delivered some findings, and those findings included a lack of confidence that the impoundment envisioned here in the northern end of the study area would achieve the results desired. And so the team, and this was the project delivery team, composed of Corps of Engineers as well as district folks and other agencies that participated, determined that the concept as envisioned in the Yellow Book was not feasible, and that there would have to be a more deliberate planning process in order to figure out how to achieve the benefits outlined in the Yellow Book, because it couldn't be done with the plan as envisioned originally, which is not so unusual, happens with a lot of our CERT projects. And so in 2012, the board gave some direction to staff to coordinate with stakeholders and solicit ideas, and developed another set of concepts that this sketch includes some of the concepts developed at that time, which included some additional structures in order to try to achieve the benefits, again, that were outlined in the Yellow Book. But nothing moved forward in 2012. And of course, since then, there have been some additional changes and some additional things that this concept, again, couldn't be a final concept, and we would need to move forward. Recognizing that the features that are required in the Yellow Book to meet all of the project benefits are included and identified as the Southern Everglades planning effort. And that is listed on the current draft IDS that will be released at the task force meeting later this month. And that planning project is scheduled to start in 2023. It's envisioned right now to be approximately a 4-year process. So that planning process will be from 2023 to 2027. And at that time, we would have a better idea of what will actually, what types of features will be needed in the Bird Drive Basin. And so this is what we're looking at right now, just to remind you. This is the Bird Drive area for planning. I included this just so you could see how that land is distributed right now. This shows you ownership of the various parcels. So the district has been obtaining parcels throughout the Bird Drive Basin. And one of the challenges along the way was how big this area is. So this is a little over 3,500 acres. And outlined in red here, this is the parcel that Stephen is going to talk more about. And so here it is without all the colors so that you can see this a little bit better. And before I transition to Stephen, I also wanted to give you some photos about what this property looks like today. And so some of the areas of the Bird Drive Basin are wetlands, and some very soon will be blooming muhly grass. And so some of those areas are really nice and look great. Some of the areas are overwhelmed with exotics. And the parcel that we're talking about today, these pictures were taken inside that parcel. And so part of what Stephen will tell you about is that associated with this potential exchange is the opportunity for the lessee or the easement owner to take care of the exotics. They have a 5-year mitigation plan that is part of their proposal that would treat and remove the exotics on the 60-acre parcel in the Bird Drive Basin and require them to maintain it during the lifetime of the easement. And so with that, I will transition to Stephen, and he will talk about the exchange itself.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, Governing Board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I thought I might start with this slide right here. Although, unlike Lawrence Glenn, I could not produce a picture of Clyde Butcher. That is yours truly in the tan shirt and the blue jeans conducting a site walk with Governing Board member Thurlow Lippisch. First, I thought we'd start with a little background on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio happens to be the parent of WIOD 610 AM radio. In addition to talk show programming, News Radio 610 WIOD is the official emergency radio station for South Florida and is also designated as local primary radio station for the state's emergency alert system. The current site for WIOD is located in North Bay Village. If you look at the map, it's in the upper right-hand corner of the map. And they're operating on towers that were constructed in the 1940s. They've come to the conclusion that North Bay Village is no longer the optimal location for the following factors: increased development of high-rise buildings, which has affected their broadcast signal, increased awareness of storm surge given their coastal location, and finally, the threat of evacuation posed during hurricane season. Relocation of the radio antenna seemed appropriate. They undertook an exhaustive site selection process considering many factors, among which were finding a location with enough open space to allow for a 300-foot fall zone in all 4 directions for 4 antenna, protecting existing broadcast networks so there's no signal interference. So in other words, if they pick a location, they have to be able to assure the FCC and other regulatory agencies that they won't interfere with an existing broadcast signal. And lastly, they needed to preserve present coverage areas to get to the greatest extent possible, so they don't want to lose coverage areas. So let's talk about what the district gets in this deal. What the district requires is 83.8 acres in Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, the 2 parcels outlined in red. And as Jennifer Reynolds indicated, they're needed for construction for Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1 L31 East flowway segment. These lands were appraised at $605,000. We're also getting 10 acres in Bird Drive, pictured in the lower map in yellow, contiguous to the 50 acres already owned in district ownership. These have an appraised value of $300,000, so a combined appraised value of approximately $906,000. What is the district giving up in return? We're giving up an antenna easement over 50 acres that we currently own, and a utility and 10 acres that we will get as a result of this transaction, and a utility and access easement that will allow utilities to access the site and the iHeart to access the site from Chrome Avenue. In terms of design, the way the project is currently designed, it's designed to accommodate a 4-foot above ground impoundment as called for in the original SERP plan. One of the permit conditions of their DEP permit is that they restore and maintain all 60 acres in a natural condition. So they'll undertake restoration to eradicate the exotic melaleuca as we saw in the picture a few slides ago. And then they'll have to maintain it at, I think, 5% or less for the life of the project. And with that, I turn it over to public comment.
Thanks very much for the presentations. We'll go to public comment now.
If I can make one more point, I apologize.
Please. Sure.
Compatibility with SERP is assured. The easement preserves the right to construct SERP or non-SERP projects by requiring iHeart to relocate and/or remove improvements if not compatible with SERP or a non-SERP project. That's a key feature to the documents.
Thank you both. We'll come back to you with board questions, I'm sure, in a minute, but let's go to public comment now.
Michael Collins, you're recognized to speak.
Afternoon. Good to see you guys. Good to hear everybody's still healthy. Just a couple of 40,000-foot comments. You know, the entire idea behind statute and rule is to give some predictability to the people that are what we call stakeholders in the process. That includes the applicant. That includes people who have any kind of interest at all, actually, under law. And one of the things that you strive as regulators to do is to give people some expectation of what the rules are, what they've got to do, and how they've got to do it. I don't know of anybody, any other agency or entity in the world that has a more robust public involvement process than the Water Management District. I've never been able to find anybody else out there, and I've looked a couple of times. So I think what you have set up is a process where the applicant knows what they've got to do to be able to be successful in what they're applying to do, where the people that have legitimate concerns about that have a public process where those concerns can be addressed to the degree that they can. I think if we tried to address every single concern that's ever been raised about a project, we never would have started any, let alone finished any. So I think what we see in these processes that the district sets up is an objective review of everything that can be done, you know, in a reasonable sort of manner and protect all the different interests. And it looks to me on this project like that's happened. Biscayne Bay needs all the help it can get. You know, if you can get more land down there anywhere, anyhow, at any time, you know, for the projects that have been, you know, drawn up, I think we should do it. You know, Biscayne Bay's in a lot of trouble. So I think this is a reasonable trade. I think it fulfills the requirements. Are there people that are going to have concerns? Of course. But I think when you get to the end of this robust public involvement process, you know, I don't think concerns should rank ahead of the statutory and rule review that's taken place. And that's just what I believe. So I appreciate the time. I hope you all keep well, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next, we have Nyla Pipes, followed by Laura Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. At the very tail end of the presentation, some really important words were spoken. This is compatible with SERP. You know, land is not something that we come by easily, particularly in that part of the system. Biscayne Bay does need all the help it can get, and we have to continue to put our foot on the gas pedal and get all of these projects completed. And this seems like a really reasonable place where people have come together. The stakeholder concerns have all been, you know, listened to, and there's been a lot of discussion. And I think you guys have come up with a really great plan to move forward. So we're in favor of moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Laura Reynolds, followed by Christopher McVoyd.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just checking. It's hard to tell. Thank you, Laura Reynolds, representing Friends of the Everglades and the Hold the Line group in Miami-Dade County. And you've all heard my concerns, and I do want to thank you for all the time you've put into this, you and your staff. This is complicated, and I do appreciate that. And again, you know me as a longtime Biscayne Bay advocate as well. I sit on the board of Friends of Biscayne Bay as well. And I don't want to see us pitch two SERP projects against each other. That's a mistake. Both of these projects are important. In fact, the Bird Drive Basin is part of the water supply for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. We need them both. And the reality is one of the goals in the Yellow Book is just expanding the spatial extent of wetlands, which is important for many reasons. So I don't want you to fall into that trap. What really should happen here is you should recognize that your agreement with iHeart has expired. You're under no obligation to do this. Back in the day, you were looking for a way to purchase these lands and you didn't have the money, but you knew you needed it to finish BBCW Phase 1. Today, you have the money. So I implore you to separate these two issues. Figure out what you're going to do on this property before any infrastructure is allowed. Once you know if it truly is outside of the footprint of what you want to build, then you're not precluding your options. That's all we ask. At that time, you can revisit this proposal. Right now, we can't hold up Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, so I ask you to buy those lands outright, either through eminent domain or through an FPL crawlback or clawback or whatever it's called, where they can reverse the sale. Either one of those options is so much better than precluding your options. And you know, all the work that we did out there is really important to recognize, because as we prepared for the 836 trial, we discovered things about this property that make them come to light now. And as we prepare for BBC and all these southern studies in terms of what we're going to do with this property, we really should be studying it now. We ask you to model it. We ask you to go out there and see how much water it's holding. It's much more important than you think. So please decouple these issues, and I ask you to purchase the land outright. There are other options. You do not have to do this swap in order to move forward with both of these projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Christopher McVoy, who's can speak on this item, followed by Diana Umpieri.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. McVoy.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Goss and governing board members. This is Christopher McVoy, independent scientist. First, I'd like to deviate a little bit. I'd like to comment on the Bird Drive Basin, but I was mentioned, or the Purple Book was mentioned. I'd like to thank my co-authors, Winifred Parkshead, Jayantha Obisekera, Joel Van Armen, and Tom Dreschel, none of whom are at the district at this point, as far as I know. But we appreciate the support that the district provided to do the research in the so-called Purple Book on the pre-drainage Everglades. So thank you for that. So on the Bird Drive Basin, can you still hear? It's saying time up. Oh, okay. Thank you. On the Bird Drive Basin, from my historical work, I was well aware of where this basin is located relative to the original Everglades. It was in the wettest part of the Everglades, the ridge and slough landscape, and would have had easily 3, 4, sometimes more feet of water on it at that time. So that made me somewhat concerned about the observation in 2012 that the PDT at that time thought that it was not possible to hold water. I knew that it held water historically. For the 836 trial, and in the year and a half since, I've been out on the whole property numerous times, and I can tell you I've slogged through it. The photo that we saw of Mr. Collins, Stephen Collins, walking under Melaleuca, what you saw in the foreground of that was actually sawgrass. I walked the same area, and there's plenty of sawgrass in it. So the comment on restoring by removing exotics, I'm not very convinced of the usefulness of that, because you've got all the rest of the Bird Drive Basin that's going to be a seed source of Melaleuca all the time. Sooner or later, we're going to have to deal with that. I'm not convinced that the area cannot hold substantial water, and I would say to the governing board that the importance of this area, from the modeling that I was involved in, can't be overstated. And it's at a very large scale. It extends all the way up into Area 2A and all the way down to the southern part of Taylor Slough. And as Ms. Reynolds pointed out, it actually would influence supply to the Biscayne Bay. I totally understand the concern about moving as quickly as possible on Biscayne Bay restoration, fully support that. However, I don't agree scientifically with the concept that we know that this project is compatible with SURF. I don't think we do that. It was stated that this will be added to the planning process of the Southern Everglades project, and we haven't worked out all the details. To me, it does not make sense to bring a land use in that has the potential to both disturb the soil, which is what keeps water on the property, and potentially put limits on how much water can, in terms of depth, be stored on the whole area. That doesn't seem wise to do until we fully have modeled in detail what we're actually going to do with the Bird Drive Basin. So I would strongly encourage you to keep priority on Everglades restoration. I understand the commitments to landowners and all of those concerns, but there's a much bigger commitment to the American people to make sure that Everglades restoration is successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy. Next, we have Diana Umpieri, followed by Doug Gaston.
Hi, you hear me okay?
I hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So again, Diana Umpieri, I stand, by the comments that Chris McVoy just made. I had the opportunity to work with him when I was working at the Water Management District, and he's quite a marvelous scientist. I want to first share that, Sierra Club is very much in support of land acquisitions that are needed for completing Biscayne Bay coastal wetland projects. And just as it was mentioned by others, we really just don't want one CERT project or any restoration project to be pitted against another. This assessment that was done 8 years ago, obviously there's more information that has come to light since then, more things that can be done to determine how the original CERT project can be modified. Obviously CERT wasn't meant to be more than one time, the agencies have tweaked some of the original things that were envisioned in CERT. And it could very well be that you could come up with a project in the Bird Drive Basin that's even better, give you more benefit than even CERT had envisioned. And so that's where part of our concerns come. That aside, even if that was worked out through the contract and all those things, we still remain concerned with the proposed land uses in here. As you all know, the district, even though your main mission is water management and Everglades restoration and so forth, we're not a one issue species, right? We don't live one issue life. and we certainly are not the only species on the planet. So the district also has the responsibility to weigh in other things that may affect the use of that property by other species. For instance, there are concerns about bird impacts with the towers. We know that there's a pending decision by FWS on potential critical habitats for the Florida bonnet bat. There are other potential impacts that I'm not sure they've been taken into account, as part of this contract that you've been negotiating. As many of you know, I'm always concerned about, this little thing that people always forget about how is, lighting going to affect birds, bats, insects, the sky glow that we have out there. So there's more than in this, this decision about how to use this property shouldn't be based purely on just, whether it will not affect a surf project. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ampieri. Doug Gaston, you're recognized to speak, followed by Eve Samples.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Goss, members of the governing board. I really appreciate this opportunity to weigh in on this, and I want to focus on one issue. Audubon has a long history of protecting birds going all the way back to the 1800s, late 1800s, fighting to end the plume trade. And today, if you fast forward, we have different threats. And one of those is communications towers of the kind that are being proposed in the Bird Drive area. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, communications towers kill an estimated 6.8 million birds per year in North America. And that's important because the South Florida Peninsula, including the Bird Drive area where these facilities are proposed, is a heavily used migratory pathway for neotropical migratory birds, due in part to its proximity to the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico. So we have a great deal of concern that the antenna towers and the 60 guy wires that will be used to support them could result in the death of an unascertained number of these neotropical migrants. Many are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and we were very disappointed to see that the biological opinion issued by Fish and Wildlife Service and the 404 permit issued by the Army Corps failed to analyze the impacts to neotropical birds, even though the Fish and Wildlife Service best practices for communications towers specifically acknowledge that communication towers are a deadly nuisance for night migrating birds. So the absence of any meaningful analysis of the towers that they may have on migratory birds leaves the record in this matter incomplete. Now, we've been assured that this issue will be considered in some other forum by a different agency, perhaps the FAA, perhaps the FCC, possibly a NEPA process. But the who, what, when, where, and how of this is still very unclear to us, as is the question of whether the public will have an opportunity to participate in that process. So obviously, if the board decides not to approve the transaction, our concerns go away. But on the other hand, if the board approves this transaction, we will continue to pursue this item to make sure it's addressed. And we ask that the board and staff, if that's the path you take, identify and assign a single point of contact to track and communicate in advance notice of any related proceedings so that we can make sure that these species get the full consideration that they deserve. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Eve Samples, followed by Randy Molinax.
Good afternoon, governing board members. Thank you for the opportunity. There's been a lot of talk at today's meeting about how things were. So much of your work is consumed by poor decisions that were made generations prior to us, some of it not knowingly, and your work is then constrained by how to undo or work around it to restore the Everglades. So you have an opportunity today to protect the next generation, or maybe even the next governing board, from having to grapple with yet another constraint that would result if non-restoration development is allowed on this swath of sensitive land at Bird Drive Basin. So a few questions to contemplate as you consider this proposal today. Why do we need 4 300-foot tall antenna towers built on sensitive wetlands that were acquired on behalf of taxpayers for Everglades restoration? Why would the district move forward with this deal when it has not yet done thorough enough modeling and analysis to determine what features will be needed for optimal restoration at Bird Drive? Why would we allow such large infrastructure to be developed on land that has been identified as critical to sending water south to Taylor Slough and Biscayne Bay? And why can't the district, which just lowered its tax rate, separate Bird Drive from land acquisition at Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and move forward with both of these vital projects independently? There's a big upside to separating these deals. It will empower you to make sure this rare swath of wetlands adjacent to Miami-Dade's urban area is designed for maximum benefit to the Everglades. On the other hand, if you approve this land swap today, it could set a precedent that allows for some Everglades wetlands to be traded off for others. And it could also set a precedent for allowing non-restoration development on land acquired for SERP. The assurances we've heard earlier that this is compatible with SERP just don't feel adequate or practical. Just imagine asking iHeartRadio in the future to remove these towers that were erected for emergency communications. Imagine the pushback from the company and potentially even the public. This might look like a fiscally responsible deal today because you're getting land in exchange, but there's evidence indicating it's not because you don't fully know what you're trading in terms of restoration benefits. Governing board members, you're holding the cards right now. Instead of proceeding with development on Bird Drive, please consider another option, recommit to studying Bird Drive to determine the optimal restoration project there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, we have Randy Mullinax, followed by Ed Swaken.
Are you able to hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Mullinax.
Yes, okay. My name is Randy Mullinax, and I'm a senior engineer with iHeartMedia. I've been involved with WIOD at the corporate level for about 2 decades and been involved with this project from its inception. I'd like to take just a few minutes to explain some aspects of the towers we propose to construct with regard to their impact upon bird mortality. Our proposed 95-meter or 311-foot towers are the minimum heights required for WIOD to meet Federal Communications Commission and international broadcast technical standards. We originally considered towers with a height of a little over 400 feet, but we're able to reduce to the presently proposed height by using a portion of the top guy wires to artificially increase the electrical length of the radiators. To minimize our impact, we'll incorporate the following bird best management practice features. The towers will all have FAA red flashing lights for nighttime protection. There'll be no steady burning lights, which attract birds, and no lights at all during daytime hours. All facility security lighting for transmitter rooms and buildings will be motion sensitive and down shielded and of minimum intensity to reduce nighttime bird attraction. There will normally be no one at the site is unmanned except when maintenance or repair is required. Guy wires will be equipped with visual markers known as bird flight diverters to prevent collisions. We'll install Firefly MET bird diverters to protect birds and bats from in-flight collisions. The bird diverters glow and are designed to operate both day and night, and they'll be spaced at intervals recommended by the manufacturer. Our original tower design called for 5 levels of guy wires, but we've reduced that to 4 levels, so a total of 48 now instead of 60. And we're investigating the feasibility of going down to 3 levels, or a total of 36 wires. Our construction will experience oversight from a number of sources. The next steps to obtain permits to allow soil borings in order to finalize our foundation designs. After that, we'll have to submit for building permits to Miami-Dade County. And then, when that's complete, we must submit an environmental assessment to the Federal Communications Commission to obtain an antenna structure registration. That's for the towers themselves. Then we'll have to get a construction permit from the FCC. During the actual construction, multiple notifications and inspections will be required by the various agencies. And upon completion, we get to file for still another application with the FCC. We'll continue to work with the FCC, FAA, and other agencies to implement any emerging technologies that are developed to minimize the environmental impact of our operation. Our proposed facility has been thoughtfully designed to minimize every conceivable environmental impact and has been thoroughly vetted by multiple government agencies. As such, we urge the governing board to allow our project to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mullinex. Next, we have Ed Swaken, followed by Jeff Littlejohn.
Thank you. My name is Ed Swaken. Chairman Goss and other members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to provide some information today. My name is Ed Swaken. I'm president of EAS Engineering, an environmental consulting firm that's been conducting work in Miami-Dade County for the last 40 years. I'd like to just point out a couple of the aspects of the project. The project itself, and many of you have heard this presentation before, but the project itself has a very minimal footprint, less than 3 acres of permanent impact within the 60-acre project area. The majority of the area will be removed, all the exotics will be removed, and the site will be enhanced. It was mentioned that some of the existing vegetation in the area is sawgrass, and that's true. And that's actually a good thing, because what we'll see after we remove the exotics is a sawgrass community reestablishing itself. It was also mentioned that we have, since our last presentation to the board, have received our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit, which included the biological opinion written by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They are the agency primarily responsible for addressing wildlife impacts. It can't be underestimated the amount of information that was provided to both of those agencies with respect to not only endangered species, but migratory birds. The issue was not ignored during the initial review process by these two agencies. As Randy Mullinex just indicated, there will be additional review and a NEPA review process during the FCC review process following this land easement process. Our project site is located some 14 miles from the Biscayne Bay coast and 35 miles from the Florida Bay coast. So as migratory birds move through the area, it's unlikely that our site will be the first site they see when they see land. Finally, I'd like to thank all of the staff and governing board members who have met with us over the past several months to discuss the project. I particularly want to thank Jennifer Reynolds for allowing us to explain the difference between the bird drive recharge area and the bird drive basin. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swaken. Jeff Littlejohn, you're recognized to speak. Mr. Littlejohn, if you could unmute your mic.
Sorry, got it. Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Great. Good afternoon. This is Jeff Littlejohn. I'm Executive Vice President of Engineering for iHeartMedia. And I just want to take a moment to just really sincerely thank you all on behalf of iHeartMedia and WIOD for the opportunity to work with the governing board on this proposed change of land interest. WIOD has been a really long-standing member of the Dade, Broward, and surrounding communities for almost 95 years. WIOD went on the air for the very first time in January of 1926. We cover an area from the Florida Keys to West Palm Beach, and WIOD currently provides more local news, traffic, and weather information than any other station in South Florida. Most importantly, WIOD has been chosen as a local primary station for Florida's emergency alert system. What this means is that WIOD is charged with not only distributing emergency information to its own listeners, but we also serve as a critical link to other broadcasters in the region who then pass along this information to their listeners. Especially during hurricane seasons, WIOD is a critical link to the South Florida community, providing access to emergency responders as well as local, state, and even federal officials to communicate their message to the public. Whether it's hurricane season or just a everyday traffic incident, South Floridians depend on WIOD for breaking news and up-to-the-minute information to help them navigate their daily lives. In closing, I just want to acknowledge the environmental stakeholders who took the time to engage with our team after the June meeting. We believe that the proposal before you addresses their concerns, and we're proud to partner with the district on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Littlejohn. I have a caller with a phone number ending in 7650.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Good afternoon. Chairman Goss and Vice Chair Wagner, board members, my name is Katie Edwards, and I represent Bird Drive Mitigation, LLC. I've been involved in this project from its early stages, like Ed Swaycon, probably for the better part of 5 years. I want to thank the staff, in particular the real estate staff, for working with us over the years. It has been a very long and tedious task, but if I could piggyback off of the comments that Vice Chair Wagner made in board member comments, I want to approach it this way. I made a commitment to you as board members in June when this item was deferred that we would go back and work with staff and take into account the individual stakeholder comments that were presented on the record and take that time to work through those issues and come back with language and an agreement that reflected those concerns. And I feel very confident in coming back to you today and saying, in all honesty and sincerity, that I feel that we have been able to address the key concerns that were raised. And I want to address Doug Gaston's comments because I have gotten to know Doug and appreciate very much our dialogues and interactions since then. And I'll piggyback from there and talk about the process and notice that comes after that point. But one of the biggest changes that you have before you relates to SERP. When we got the Core 404 permit issued for the project, one of the key takeaways from how the Corps evaluates the application is its consistency and compatibility with SERP as envisioned. We've taken great pains to make sure that the language that you have before you, what you're approving, includes a removal obligation, whether it's a SERP project or a non-SERP project. Once we go through the study and the planning process, we've talked a lot and we've heard a lot today about what may be, what may come, what we still don't know, what we have not done since the 2012, probably last thorough presentation on Bird Drive Basin, what we haven't done since the previous restudy, why we abandoned the bulk of the projects within Bird Drive and just let it go. I'm very thankful, as iHeart is, that this project and this agreement, the way that it's been structured, should be an absolute model. It incorporates that stakeholder input. One of the key concerns that we heard loud and clear was making sure that these towers would not impede a future or envisioned SERP project as it stands today. You have language in front of you that does just that. You have held us accountable. When we approve this project, this is not the end of it. And the public absolutely has a chance to weigh in on the various levels of additional approvals that still must be obtained over a multi-year process to make sure, for example, when it's time to evaluate the construction permit, the FCC has to rely upon the input of the Fish and Wildlife Service at the federal level. They are tasked with reviewing the impacts under the Migratory Bird Act, for example. All of those things will, again, through the public notice comment and through stakeholder input and through a rigorous review, those things have a chance to, again, be vetted within the proper framework and be addressed. And I feel very comfortable saying that the language that you have before you reflects the removal of the quiet joint provision that was addressed at the last meeting. You asked for that language to be removed. It's no longer in it. You asked for the district to have more robust standards to make sure that this would not impede a CERT project. You have that language with the removal obligation in front of you. And so I feel very comfortable saying that we have tried very delicately to work through a robust stakeholder review and input process to make sure that we could follow through on our obligation and commitment to come back to this board with an agreement that reflected our best effort to address all of those concerns and make sure that we could convey those lands without further delay.
Ms. Edwards.
Wetlands.
Hi, Ms. Edwards. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I have no more raised hands for this item. I'm sorry, I do. I have a phone number ending in 6814. I believe that belongs to Drew Martin.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Ecological Group of the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Martin.
I want to respond to some of the statements by those who support the tower. First of all, the Sierra Club does not support this land transfer, and I do not believe that the concerns have been met. And I believe what Doug Gaston said, Diana Pierre, Eve Samples, Laura Reynolds, Christopher McVoy have all demonstrated that this land transfer is not a good idea, this land swap. First of all, we're seeing the devastation of migratory species and animals around the world. And South Florida is crucial to the ability of birds to go from North America to South America traveling through these areas. Bird Dry Basin was named Bird Dry Basin because of the plethora of birds that were there. It was a wetland, as Christopher McVoy has stated, and it has the potential to hold a great deal of water. At a time when so much of the habitat of native animals, including migratory birds, is being destroyed, there's absolutely no reason to move forward with this project. There are many, many ways to meet the needs of South Florida. Many people now rely on satellite radio. There are many ways to convey emergency messages, and we do not need towers to do that. If the towers are needed, there are certainly other places they could be put. But to put them in an extremely sensitive habitat is a mistake. And this governing board has been very good at listening to the environmental community, and we really appreciate that. As Laura Reynolds said, you need to separate these two projects. You need to go ahead and purchase the land so you can move forward quickly with the Biscayne Bay Wetlands Project, which we support. You then need to use money that you have available to purchase to go forward with that project. Then, once you have separated these two projects, you can go back and do a proper evaluation. Land is extremely important for Everglades restoration. One of the biggest problems today is that we are facing a lack of land in a lot of these areas, and particularly in the Miami-Dade area, where land is needed to capture water for the aquifer and to reduce the risks of flood. If you put a project out there, and while they may say it only affects a certain area, animals are extremely affected by things long distances away. Just the construction work alone will really impact these animals. So we really are asking you to separate these two projects, not to move forward with this land swap. We don't think it makes financial sense, and it will cause the environmental community to have to spend a lot of time. I don't trust the Army Corps of Engineers 404 permitting process because it seldom turns anything down. I don't, in many ways, trust the Fish and Wildlife Service right now because they're under such pressure not to do a good job, not to meet the requirements that are necessary to protect animals.
Mr. Martin?
I know that, yes, is that my end of my time?
It is.
Okay, thank you so much, and I
Miss-
appreciate the time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Richard Grosso, you're recognized to speak. Mr. Grosso, if you could unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. Like WIOD, the Everglades has been around South Florida, but even longer, 5,000 years, and it is important to 8 million people. And the issue here is that, land is at a premium. Having land to restore is the most essential thing to restoring the Everglades. They're not making any more of it. There's never been a time when an agency, this agency or any other, has regretted either buying land or holding on to it. You just cannot be in a position of trading off SERP land for SERP land. We're trying to play catch up. We're trying to play restore. If it becomes a zero-sum game, we have to give up some to get some. We cannot achieve the mission of restoring the Everglades. It really is as simple as that. Under the last administration, there was, I think, something of a policy to not buy land anymore. And that led to something of an effort to let's look at downsizing the Bird Dry Basin project. And then, what we learned, though, is that the Bird Dry Basin project is essential to several other regional SERP projects. And what we know is that the objectives of the Bird Dry Basin project are still necessary to be achieved for those other projects to work. So we think that this governing board certainly at this point needs to iterate its commitment to the Bird Dry Basin project in to the greatest maximum extent it can. When the downsizing that was discussed for a while was then used against us for the last several years. When Dade County is trying to run a highway through the Bird Dry Basin, it cited the radio towers in the Bird Dry Basin, the potential for allowing those as a reason why we ought to allow a highway also. And it used old PowerPoints from the district about 8 years ago in a resolution to suggest Bird Dry Basin is unimportant anymore other than a half a mile on both sides of where this highway might go. That's a problem. It's a practical problem in implementing SERP. So we would hope that you would deny the swap, get and keep both of the pieces of land we need, and recommit to a robust Bird Dry Basin project that meets the full goals that the Yellow Book tells us we need the Bird Dry Basin to achieve in order to make the entire south regional part of SERP work well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grosso. Mr. Chairman, that was our last speaker on this item. Oh, sorry. I have one more. Paola Fiera.
Thank you very much. Even though I spoke this morning, I would like to reemphasize the points and totally agree with what Richard Grosso just said regarding the implications of having these towers and creating a precedent that could be used as an excuse to then build further infrastructure on the Bird Dry Basin. Also, I would like to emphasize that we are very concerned that the biological opinion does not include any analysis regarding the impact of these towers on neotropical migratory birds that are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. This land swap is not necessary, as Richard Grosso explained very clearly, and also should not occur before these other issues of impacts on wildlife are thoroughly considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferreira. Mr. Chairman, that was our last speaker.
Mr. Chairman, this is Cheryl Meads. Could I ask staff a question?
Go ahead, Cheryl.
So could someone give me, please, the history of the Biscayne Bay coastal wetland, the land that we would be swapping for? And can you explain the history of that land and also the clawback provision for me, please?
I'd
So I don't know who's familiar with the clawback. I think Carolyn would be, but the history of the land.
The land was acquired in approximately 2004 for SERP purposes.
The land we already own?
Yes.
And so then I think she's asking about the land that is in question here. Yeah.
The land that is in question, we know, was conveyed in 2018 to Bird Drive Mitigation LLC. We've been told by FPL, Florida Power and Light, we've been told that there is a provision, although I have not laid eyes on it myself, but we've been told there was a provision in that agreement that allows FPL to get the land back. And the reason why is FPL was under a consent order with DEP that was entered into back in 2016 related to Turkey Point. And it had a provision in there related to cooperating with the South Florida Water Management District in conveying lands necessary for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. We have received communications from FPL verbally confirming that provision and confirming that, but we haven't received the documents.
So I'm bothered by that. I'm bothered that that land was we were supposed to have gotten access to that land anyway, albeit maybe through a purchase. I'm bothered that somehow it made its way over to iHeart and now there's an offer to trade it back. So
I can explain that.
That's all.
Ms. Meads, hey, it's Drew.
Hey, Drew.
You know, this item was before the board, I think, in 2017 or 2018.
2017.
Is it 2017? And so the board, the district at the time was in a different financial position than we are today, and they knew they needed to acquire these pieces of lands. And so the Water Management District inquired with FP&L and asked them if they could transfer it to Bird Drive Mitigation so that they could acquire these lands through an exchange, because at the time they didn't have the cash on hand to acquire them with money. And so that's where it kind of came from, that transfer to Bird Drive Mitigation, with the understanding that they would do this exchange, which was approved earlier in 2017, but that agreement has expired, and so that's why it's back before us.
And I appreciate all of the meetings that we've had with all of the stakeholders, and I certainly appreciate all of the work that iHeart has done. I'm in favor of us further exploring getting this land through the clawback provision in the contract, the sales contract.
Thank you, Ms. Meads.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. I'm sorry, who said that? Mr. Bergeron, go ahead.
Decision, really not on my part, but I truly believe that these projects should be separated. Being that there's a clawback, being that we can buy the land necessary to proceed forward with the Biscayne Bay restoration, combining these really concern me from the standpoint that the Bird Drive Basin, we won't know till 2023 and maybe to 2027 how we need to utilize this public-owned land for the benefit of the largest restoration, environmental restoration in the history of the world. I've seen Dade County and Broward County, the whole Tri-County area, from seagrass to sawgrass, just fully develop in the last half a century. And here today, we're fortunate to have the Bird Drive Basin to plan whatever's necessary to save one of the natural wonders of the world. We need to proceed forward and make a decision on the restoration of Biscayne Bay. When you look at $600,000 to buy this land. And maybe the previous board at that point in time, based upon budget constraints or whatever, was looking with a different viewpoint. But to put any obstacles in our way that could affect at any point in time the future of Bird Drive Basin, the future of Everglades restoration under SERP, and the value of this land, even if it's not utilized fully for Everglades restoration, it's a very pristine area, and we've been trying to obtain parcels there for quite some time to own that, whether it's preserved for outdoor open space, recharging the well field that's right out there beside it, our drinking water. If we get into the planning stages at some point in time that we know what we're doing, you know, I could have an open mind at that point in time, but it doesn't seem very smart for us to put any obstacles in our way and separate these two projects. If you take the value of the Bird Eye Basin, if 10 acres is worth $220,000 an acre, it seems like the land there is twice as valuable as the land we're trading for. But I really believe that these projects should be separated. We need to really give our staff an opportunity to move forward. What would be the difference in time frame if we were to obtain this land? Would that extend the time frame 90 days or to get the land, the 83 acres?
So this is the way I understand it, Mr. Bergeron, is so under the easement agreement, there is a 60 to 90 days is when we could then have the land from Bird Drive mitigation and exchange it. As I've talked with Katie Edwards, they're committed to going as fast as possible to get it to us if the exchange were to go through. Under the clawback, it's essentially a two-transaction process. FPL, which has a lot of the details verbally communicated to us, worked out on the clawback. They have to buy it back from Bird Drive.
Two, potentially, not definitely on time. Is that correct? That's what we think.
Well, so depends on what on time is. We're already behind schedule.
In terms of the Corps, in terms of the Corps' budgeting.
As far as their drop
process.
dead date and trying to make sure that they commit their funds, they need it by March. Is that right, Ms. Reynolds?
That's correct.
And so there is a dependence on FP&L and Bird Drive to make a transaction that we have no role in. And then we have a role in the second transaction to get it back from FP&L. So as I've talked with FP&L, they say they're committed, right? But when you get into the details, I'm not sure what happens. Is that fair, Carolyn?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. It is, again, a transaction outside of our control. So we have had, I guess, assurances from FPL that they would proceed if that were the option. But again, we can't control that transaction.
I also wanted to make the point that, and I think, Scott, you might have referred to this in terms of, partners, public and private. It seems to me that iHeart has been an exemplary partner in this over time, and especially recently since it came up on the consent agenda to address each one of these concerns. And I heard Mike Collins say that we want to, as an agency, when we give direction, for it to be fairly, as consistent as possible. And I think iHeart and the real estate division and everybody has been sort of working in the direction that they were given. Now, it also is clear to me that this was probably 48 years ago, 4 to 8 years ago that this direction was given. There's changes of administrations, there's changes of budgets and everything, but, and we have to respond to the latest information. But I mean, I personally have, I'm having a challenge, I'm having a dilemma, I should say, voting against it when this partner has done everything we've asked them. But now we have another option, which wasn't part of the discussion previously. And I think it sounds to me, based on what I'm hearing, we have to explore that option further, because it sounds like it wouldn't encumber us to any SERP constraints in the future, this clawback option. It wouldn't expose us to any potential, or the project to any potential bird impacts. The land could be acquired at a modest, in the scheme of our projects, at a modest rate, and potentially on time. So that, you know, I came in here with a different perspective. I'm in discussion. I now have a new perspective, and it seems like we have another option that might be the more responsible option. I guess I'm ending with a question myself,
Yeah, so
as opposed to a comment.
the way I would think about it is, so we haven't seen the option. From what we have been told, there's not a time frame associated with that option. It's just we have the right to claw the property back for a price, right? And so I think it's probably a level of certainty that we're dealing with here. With the exchange, I think there's a high level of certainty of when we'll get the property to, but we have to think about what we're giving up for that, right? But there's certainty on the time frame. There's less certainty on time frame with FP&L, but we're not talking about less certainty on a years and years time frame. It doesn't feel like. Again, we haven't seen it. We're still, I think, in the months time frame. But as far as knowing more about that clawback, I'm not sure there is much more to know, since we can't. FP&L doesn't have an obligation to show it to us. There's not. They don't have sunshine. So.
Mr. Chair, this is Charlotte Roman.
You recognize Ms. Roman?
Yes, thank you. To follow up what Drew said, I think that it's important for us to understand how the timing affects this. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has $30 million that are allocated and ready to work for us and ready to go to contract. So I would like the staff to elaborate a little bit more for the board, on how this timing and the uncertainty of the timing could affect the outcome.
So the Corps is ready to award and start construction. What that timing would look like with the exchange is we would be able to obtain the lands and certify them, we believe, within 90 days. We have had discussions with iHeart, and we would be able to complete some of the additional environmental assessments that are required as part of the land certification process at the same time as the real estate transaction is ongoing. And so we believe that that timeline is a maximum of 90 days. And we would be able to convey those lands to the Corps, and then they would be able to award the contract and have that construction begin within another 60 days. So that process is relatively predictable. The other processes are less predictable, and those are harder for me to talk about.
So I think what Ms. Roman was getting at was the Corps' budgeting process and why the $30 million and why their time frame.
Yeah, so the Corps of Engineers works on a fiscal year, so their new fiscal year has just started. What happens generally with their construction projects is that as the fiscal year progresses, things that they start to get backed up on projects. And so the second half of the fiscal year, it's always more difficult to get projects awarded because you just don't have enough staff to move things forward. And so they were planning on awarding this contract actually in fiscal year 20. And so the staff that would be working design reviews, bid reviews, all of those kinds of things were actually allocated to happen in fiscal year 20. They have other work to do in fiscal year 21. But what they did is they gave us a deadline of March that in the first half of their new fiscal year, which started just this week, they can work in getting this contract awarded. The longer we delay, the more and more difficult it gets for them to award it. So let's say this process took longer. They would still be able to award the contract and they would get it awarded. What would suffer is some other SERP project that we'd be wanting to move forward in the second half of the fiscal year, that then their resources would be allocated having to do this, and they would have less staff and time available to do other things and expedite future projects. So that's my best estimate of how that would work.
Colonel Roman, you have any further questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair. That was excellent clarification. Thank you.
It was, thank you. Ms. Reynolds.
This
Yes,
is Cheryl Meads. I have one more question, Chairman.
go ahead, Ms. Meads.
So it would be a two-part transaction. The second part that we do have control over, couldn't we go ahead and work toward having those contracts in place with a very quick closing date so that the second part could happen in just a day or two?
Yes, we could do all of our pre-work, our title work, our environmental work now. And so we'd clear all the obstacles to closing.
And I just feel like it's important to the citizens of South Florida and the taxpayers to not give away land in this trade if we don't have to. I understand all of the situation, but I wish we had come into this meeting with a little more clarity about our options and that we don't feel so pressured about it.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Olepich?
Thank you. This is something that I really spent a lot of time trying to learn about because it's out of my normal area. And I find myself in a very uncomfortable place with not necessarily agreeing with some of my fellow board members whom I respect so much, and also with my new idol, who's the gentleman who wrote the book that I've spent the last three weeks reading from cover to cover. And in my life, I have not just been an environmentalist, but I've also been an elected official, and I've also been a real estate agent. And one of the things I always tried to have a clear head with coming into the town of Sewell's Point was that there were projects that were put in front of me that I didn't feel 100% good about, but a lot of time and money had been put into them. And was I going to get up there and just wipe them off the table? Or was I going to swallow and try to do my best and then move forward with new things that I could do? And I have decided that I think the best thing to do is to move forward with this project. I just need to express it. And I thought about coming up here and not saying anything, and then I thought, no, I'll be the liar that I always tell I don't ever want to be. And I just think that Biscayne Bay needs us. Biscayne Bay is in a position to benefit from this sacrifice. And there is a lot of history behind this. I went down to Bird Drive Basin. It is not a pristine looking place. In many places, I'm sorry and I hope I won't offend anybody, but it was a very unattractive looking place. It's full of melaleuca. Yes, there's water on it. I walked the lands in my rubber boots, my first pair of rubber boots. If to get an idea of it, you have the Mississauga Casino right there on Chrome Avenue. It's sad that we've allowed to happen what we have to that part of the Everglades, which is part of the Ridge and Slough that Chris McVoy talks about in his book, which is Shark River Slough and all of that. From what I understand, if we ask them to take those antennae off the land, and if we ask them to stack 4 feet of water up to possibly on that land, we could. And so I think that we should move forward with this and then put our energies into new projects. And the way I look at it is our term only goes through as long as it does. And that's an election cycle. We have, I hope that we're all here again for the next 4 years, but we don't know that. All we know is the time that we have today. And if we slow this down, there's no guarantee this deal is going to go forward. And so are we ready to lose it and all the work of staff and all the people? Or are we just going to, dive in and try to find perfection when there is none? So I am sorry to my dear friends who are great environmentalists like Eve Samples, but I disagree, and I think we should move forward and vote yes on this project today.
Thank you, Ms. Olovich. I've got a couple of questions for staff. The Bird Drive, you said, I think, Ms. Reynolds, that it was going to be in the IDS. They were going to pick that up at their meeting in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Correct. The draft IDS has already been shared with the public in a workshop, and that will be presented to the task force formally at the task force meeting in the third week of October.
Okay, and that's going to take place no matter what we do today?
Correct.
Okay. So Bird Drive, it's not, we're not saying, we're not forgetting about Bird Drive. Bird Drive's in a 7-year to 8-year planning process no matter what.
Correct.
According to the task force. Okay. I just want to make that clear to myself. I've heard it saying we're giving up land. Mr. Collins, are we giving up land?
We're not giving up land, we're giving up an easement.
Okay. But that's not.
Which is a right to use land,
Okay.
It's not land.
And can we take that away?
If we issue the removal notice, part of the removal notice process is they terminate the easement.
Is that at will?
We have to have a SERP or a non-SERP project that's not going to be compatible with WIOD towers.
And who decides compatibility?
We do in consultation with the Corps.
Okay. What happens if they're going to build towers and they need permits from other agencies? I heard Mr. Gaston say. What happens if those other agencies say no?
I suppose the project wouldn't move forward. They would terminate the easement, and we'd be
Do we still get the? The Corps is about to execute a contract. Who would own it, and how would that happen?
Well, we would continue to own the land in Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands.
But they wouldn't get a tower.
No, that's a business risk.
So that's a risk they're taking.
Yes.
So that risk is on them, not on us.
It's on them.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. And are we planning on removing the exotics within the next 7 years from that property?
No.
Okay, thanks. Vice Chair Wagner?
Thank you very much. When this, I've spent, I think, like many others, perhaps. I mean, certainly this is a Miami thing, so maybe I spent more time than others, but I certainly think that most people have spent a lot of time on this, quite frankly. And so I have a few notes, and I hope you'll bear with me. When this matter initially came to me through iHeart saying that they reached out to me and asked me if I could have a telephone conversation. I said, of course, and I didn't know what it was about. And when I initially was requested, what was presented to me was, look, we've been through this really long process with the district. Things have been great. We got approved, I think it was in 2017, by the governing board. Mm-hmm. We had a contract. Everybody was fine with it. And, you know, it's by technicality, it's sort of expired. And we're just going to bring the same thing back to you guys. But we spoke to Mr. Collins, and he advised us that we would need to bring it back to the governing board. Is, you know, do you have, and explained to me a couple of things. Said, do you have an issue with it? I said, well, hang on a second. You brought it before the governing board already? Yes. It was approved? Yes. You're bringing the same thing back? Yes. I mean, my default position was like, okay, what's the problem? The staff's recommending it, you know, what's the big issue? And it turns out it somehow has become this big issue. I was a little bit surprised to hear it. I thought it was going to be sort of a, okay, great, you know, maybe even a consent agenda item. It's definitely not a consent agenda item. And I respect, I do respect that, and I do respect the position of everybody that comes in here on a routine basis to talk to us. I mean, people have issues that matter to them. They come in, they speak their mind. And part of our installment here was to give credence to that, to allow more open dialogue and candid dialogue. And, you know, that was important. But this is the first public position I've ever had in my life. And when I took it, I said I wasn't going to change who I was, that I was going to be the same character, the same integrity, the same type of principles that I was on a daily basis as a person, as a lawyer, as whoever. And to me, that was really about who I was and how you treat, you know, other people. And one of the things that's been really important to me, and I think there is a lot of focus here on some of the environmental stuff, and it's genuine, and we can discuss that. But to me, it's extremely important when you say something and you're representing the district and you tell people this is, you know, the I's you have to dot and the T's you have to cross, and they do it. You know, it's important to me to keep your word. You know, whether I don't believe there was some guarantee that I was going to come before the board and something like that, but you're telling people on a multi-year process, a company that's been down here for 100 years, this is what you need to do, and they do it, and they've already got prior governing board approval. It bothered me. It bothers me to this day. It bothers me right now to my core to be in a position where you're telling somebody, you did everything we asked you to, see you later. So that's really where I was in June when this thing came before us. I was like, you told them this is what they needed to do. They did it. They get what they're entitled. You know, this is not this big of a deal. Since then, things have, you know, we tabled it in June. As far as I can tell, we asked them, and this was part of our mantra as a board, which was you need to engage the stakeholders. You got to go out to environmental groups or people, whoever it may be on a particular issue. You got to talk to these people. You guys have to have a conversation. They've got concerns. You got to try to address them. They did. I mean, as far as I can tell, what I heard in June, and I was a little bit surprised because, you know, maybe a corporation says, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to agree to completely remove the antenna if you have a CERT project or a non-CERT project in that area. That was the concern that was raised. It was addressed. So I was a little bit curious, to be honest with you, what the continuing objections really were. What were the specifics? And I went back. I don't mean to say this, but it bothered me a little bit, to be honest with you. I went back because I was curious what had been said in 2017. Was there some sort of objection that was raised at the meeting in 2017 that I'm missing here? Did somebody, was there, and I went back, the beautiful thing is you can find these things online. So I went back to the 2017 meeting, and I fast forwarded, of course, through the Pledge of Allegiance and a few other things, to the moment where this came before the board. And quite frankly, both the public comment, there was no public comment objecting to any of the issues at the time at all. And I'm trying to put myself into iHeart's shoes, to be honest with you, because you have to start putting yourself, I think, into people's shoes, feel what they're going through. So I went back to 2017. There was no objection on record. When the item came before the board, it was voted on and approved, and there were people who spoke. The iHeart Media people came up and they thanked the staff for the long work. At the time, it had been a long effort to begin with. And then the Audubon Society stood up and, quite frankly, congratulated the project. They were happy with it. They thought it was a big win for Biscayne Bay coastal wetland. They approved it. And I don't say this because it's like a gotcha moment for somebody. I say it because I put myself in iHeart Media's shoes, and at the time they must be saying to themselves, okay, everybody's on board. I haven't heard any objection. I've had groups come out speaking in favor of it. I've done everything the district told. Now we have a board change. I'm mindful that at some point this board's going to change too. And there's going to be somebody in the future who's going to say, you know what, that board undid what the prior board, we're going to undo what they did. I think that it's incredibly important when we deal with citizens and stakeholders and applicants. I really feel to my core that there's an integrity issue at play and a consistency issue at play when you're a governing board member and you're a governmental agency to wipe out a lot of this. And look, I've heard the concerns, and I think this is really where I was in June. But we've circled back now. We tabled the issue. As far as I can tell, these concerns have been addressed. And what we're talking about now, and what I think I hear, is that, well, there may be, even though this area at some time was envisioned to be X, at sometimes people said, well, it's not X, it's kind of like Y, it's not so good anymore. And then maybe somebody saying, well, in the future, it could resuscitate itself and become this, beautiful, shiny object, goes from a nice item to a trashy item, then to an antique, goes through the whole thing. I guess the question is at that point, so what are you going to do? Well, I mean, they've now capitulated in a way that, frankly, I've never seen a company do, which effectively is to say, yeah, we'll take it all down. I mean, you got something that's non-SERP, we'll take it all down. You got something that's SERP, we'll take it all down. And what you're saying, what I'm hearing now is, no, that's not good enough for some reason, which I can't really put my fingers on, to be honest with you. I'm trying to see the other side of that, but it's hard for me to be in the shoes of iHeart Media and say, well, what is a company supposed to do? What we're doing here, as far as I can tell, is trying to have some sort of pragmatic harmony between citizens and the environment and companies and developers and municipalities and agriculture and ranchers and all the folks that are involved in our little pot. There's got to be some pragmatic harmony. And what I'm hearing now is that a 100-year-old corporation who has basically capitulated to everything that has been asked has found a little area that's left in Miami-Dade County to put these antenna on that they use, of course, for communications and emergency services. They got to have fall areas. They've basically put every condition that's been asked in. It's extremely hard for me to be in a position to tell people this is what we're going to put you through. We tell you to engage stakeholders, you do. We tell you to address their concerns, you do. We tell you to put conditions in that many people would not agree to, you do. we put you through a nearly decade-long process, spending a ton of money. You do. And in the end, we'll just pull the rug out from underneath you. To me, that is an extremely difficult position as a person for me to put myself in. And so that's really where I come out. I just don't see a lot of specifics. Now, I hear that we're going to, we have an option, and the option is to kind of claw back and do those things. When you talk about, and we can talk substantively about that option, but when you do talk about that option, you have to acknowledge the fact that you are totally ignoring what iHeartMedia has gone through. Every single aspect of what they've gone through, you just throw in the trash can because you found a clawback provision that may be in an FPL contract that you hope you can meet the deadline for, and if you don't meet the deadline or you delay, or by the way, as far as I can tell, what needs to go back to FPL, it's got to be given back by the iHeartMedia people, right? I mean, I don't necessarily see them, after we burn them like this, as being terribly cooperative in the process. Quite frankly, I would be afraid of getting a lawsuit filed against me. I don't know how that will work, but I would be deeply worried based on what this context is and the circumstances that have gone on about iHeartMedia saying, you know what? We did every single thing that you asked us to for 7 years. And all of a sudden, you're asking us to just give back the property because you want it? I don't know. I think that the goodwill will probably be extinguished at that point, and you could put yourself in a real prejudicial situation where you're running up against a core deadline on budgeting, and we could legitimately lose funding on a CERT project, whether it be Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands or otherwise, and for what? To me, for what is not enough, especially when you look in the context of what these people have gone through. I mean, it is a mod. I talked about in the beginning, wherever people come out ultimately on this, you ultimately come out. But in the very beginning of this meeting, I mean, this is how you want it to go down in this world. You want a corporation to come to the district and work hard and do what they're doing, and then issues are raised by stakeholders, and then they go talk to the stakeholders, and they go back and they say, okay, we'll table it even though we already got approval, and then we'll capitulate. The kind of message you send to other companies and other applicants and other developers and other people who are trying to live in harmony in an environment where is, in my opinion, a very, very bad and dangerous one, because I just don't think people are going to, I just don't think people are going to do what you asked them to do, because you've taught them that even if they do every single thing that you've asked, you're just going to burn them at the end. And I'm just not there. I don't really see how this particular situation, and I could see other ones where you say, my goodness, this is something that should never have been done. This is a bad situation. This doesn't seem like a bad situation. It seems like a situation where you're trying to live in harmony, and somebody says, listen, if you need the area, I know you said you don't really need it, but if you do, we'll take this stuff out of here. I mean, it's not like they're a fly-by-night company. They've been around for 100 years. To me, as a person, as an agency, based on the evidence, based on the history and where we've been with these folks, they've already got approval, how much they've been down this road, the fact that we could lose Army Corps funding. I mean, to be honest with you, to me, it's a very simple decision, and I know people have raised objections. I don't think this is a hard yes. I think this is actually, to be honest with you, I think it's a pretty reasonable and easy yes. I think it's really the only answer at this point on balance. And so, from my perspective, and I respect every one of your opinions.
Sure.
And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to change some of them. But I just, that's where I'm at. And I have a hard time sleeping at night pulling the rug out from these folks like that. I mean, that shouldn't happen to anybody. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Mr. Bergeron.
Chairman? Just to, we're going to come up with various things, and of course, I respect everybody on this board. But a difference of opinion that's what makes things better, actually. But I do want to make it clear that, I've been lobbied on this. And from the first time I was lobbied, I was very honest and straightforward that I didn't think this was good. What the board did in 2017, I don't know all those circumstances, but I will say that I have been very straightforward with iHeart in regards to my concerns of tying these two projects together, knowing that the Bird-Eyed Basin and we don't know what we're doing there for the next few years. So, but I do respect however the vote goes, that's the way it goes. But when you look at the economics of what we're doing here, we're actually, we're talking about $600,000 to move a project forward, and the land we're tying up is worth twice that in the Bird-Eyed Basin when you look at what land's worth there based upon them buying 10 acres of land at $220,000. So, the economics don't make sense. What the previous board did, I can't be responsible for, but I've been clear from day one that as I was lobbied on this issue, that it really being responsible for, all of the public-owned land and what our mission is. We're trying to keep land for preservation purposes on top of Everglades restoration. And so in my particular position, I never thought this was good from day one. Never misled anybody, and certainly will respect whatever turns out.
I just want to be clear on that.
And
What I'm saying is not that anybody on this board misled anybody with respect to this particular item, but that from 2011 to 2017, when they got their approval from the governing board, there were a lot of hoops that they jumped through. And to me, they jumped through them all and they got the approval. So to go back on them now and change and pull the rug out, that's where I have a character issue for myself.
You mean from the previous board?
Yeah, because the previous board approved them, they came back with the same thing, and then people said afterwards, after they came back with the same thing, there was a eruption of objections, and then that company, after getting the approval, didn't say, well, hang on, I already got the approval, I want the same approval, I'm not going to talk to those folks. They went and talked to all those folks, and from what I understand, addressed all those issues with the foundation and with others. And those issues, to me, is say, well, they're putting this project up, but it doesn't really affect anything that you might do there in the future, because they just got to take them down. So I just don't I guess for me, I don't understand where these people have gone awry or what more they could possibly do under this scenario. It's hard for me to swallow that. It's a jagged pill.
Well, it makes it hard for
Chairman,
us.
But
the fact
this is Cheryl Meads. I have another question when we get a chance to come back to me.
Hang on, Mr. Bergeron, Mr. Vice Chair Wagner.
Well,
Will you yield to Ms.?
Yes.
Ms. Meads? All right, go ahead, Cheryl.
Because there is another option, and I respect each of you. I agree with Ron. I would have voted no on this if I had been on the governing board when it came up the first time, but I was not. What happened to iHeart is the approval expired. This is a new board. It's a new situation. If we didn't have the Army Corps consideration, maybe we would all be in favor of decoupling just to make sure of what we were doing. But there is another option. So there's the clawback option, but there are also, if we could hear more about the concept of the quick take, especially when we already have the value on this land, could we talk about that option?
Mr. Collins?
No, we haven't talked about that option, but we do have the authority to condemn.
Yeah, so let's explain to the rest of the governing board and to all of the stakeholders what a quick take means and how it would be helpful in this situation if we chose it. How it takes, well, anyway, let me just be a listener. So I'm asking council to talk to us about quick take.
Mr. Chair, the district has the authority to pursue eminent domain. Under Florida statutes, there's what's called a quick take procedure, but again, quick is, I guess, all in the eye of the beholder, right? The process would start with needing to get a new appraisal. There's a requirement that we would make a statutory offer letter, so it would have to be based on a recent appraisal. And there are statutory provisions that dictate how that process works. Based on, where we are right now, at the absolute earliest, it would probably be early March if everything went smoothly, late February, early March. I will say we're in the midst of a pandemic, and courts, are still partially remote, and there are issues that timetable would be if everything happened like clockwork. And, in my years of doing this, there are always things that kind of snag you up. So I just want to be realistic about those timeframes.
Is that process a slam dunk, or is it something where there's a judge who has to make a decision?
The judge enters an order of taking, but it's a pretty quick process unless someone can challenge the need and claim that the district doesn't need the property. Our powers are pretty broad.
Well, couldn't the applicant just say, I just offered to give you the property?
Certainly, that could happen.
But I think the clawback that Florida Power and Light put in there was the purpose to facilitate this project. I'm not sure you'd even have to go through a quick take with Florida Power and Light. I think they would be very cooperative in regards to moving this project forward.
Yeah, but iHeartMedia would not be cooperative in giving it back to FPL. I mean, that's the first step in the process. And I just don't believe that if you drag these people through the fire like this, that they're just going to willingly start giving back the property. I think there's going to be trouble. I really do. I mean, if I were the lawyer, I look at myself not only in the shoes of other applicants and people and the way that they're treated, but I also look at sometimes in the shoes of if I were their lawyer. I mean.
But I don't think this board has drug anybody through anything. I think it's the previous board you're talking about, not this board.
No, what I'm saying is iHeartMedia is going to felt like they got dragged and the goalpost got moved on them and the rug got pulled out from underneath them after they have done it effectively what has been almost a decade-long process to go through what they went through and to do it, and to now have this board come back and say, no, we're just going to pull the rug out from underneath you, to believe that iHeartMedia is just going to say, you know what, okay, great, thanks guys, it's been such a wonderful time. Here's the property, FPL, no problem. Here's the property back. Because if I were their lawyer, I would say, be honest with you, I would make it very difficult at that time, because I would have felt like I had done everything that I was asked to do and gone above and beyond, and then got burned. And I think it's a dangerous position to put yourself in. And to me, my question is, for what? They're willing to take down the antenna if we need it. So
Right. Yeah, you never get that done, Scott. But here's the thing. I don't think this board has misled anybody. I know I haven't. I've talked to them several times, and I was very straightforward with them in regards to my concerns. The point of it is, this board has a responsibility and a fiduciary duty to the public on what's best for Everglades restoration and SERP, and making sure that for $600,000, and we're tying up hell, we're tying up land that's worth $1,300,000 in an area that we don't know what we're going to be doing. We don't have any idea. I've never heard anybody on this board mislead anybody.
Well, I'm not suggesting that this board has, but what I am suggesting is that the prior board, they have gotten approval from a governing board that is this particular agency on this particular issue. And the only thing that's changed since then is they went out of their way to meet with stakeholders and change the language to address those stakeholders' concerns, which they then did. So the language is actually better than it was when it was previously approved by the governing board. And right now, effectively what we're being asked to do is we're saying, because we got the money, we have $600,000 laying around, which, by the way, it's not like that couldn't be used on other things. That we're gonna take the $600,000 out of our pocket, which is not our pocket, but it was the taxpayer pocket, and we're gonna go spend it on something that we could have gotten for nothing in exchange for an easement that, if we're going to use that land, would require the company to take it down. So effectively, in my mind, it's not a good steward of public fisc. You're taking money out of the public's pocket that could be used on, there are other projects, by the way, right now in Biscayne Bay, which is experiencing problems, that could use $600,000. I know it doesn't sound like that much for an infrastructure project with respect to land, but that money goes a long way for little projects along the way that need to be done. And to me, it's like, for what? You're going to spend the $600,000 for what? They're already willing to take down the wires if you need them. I don't understand
May I
that.
make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. No matter what happens, I know we're all in this together with the right goals in mind. I'd like to make a motion for this topic, the acquisition of land interests for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and Bird Drive Basin recharge area in Miami-Dade County.
Great, I have a motion on resolution 2020-1016. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there more board discussion? Mr. Steinle, you had your hand up.
I'd like to make one comment. First of all, Scott, you always say things that I'm thinking better than I can say them myself. So thank you for always taking so much time to do that. I just quickly, I think my comments before was that I was hearing there might be a new option that might be a better option. The whole thing that has made me uncomfortable about this issue is what you've spoken about. And I think in the interest of maintaining integrity, listen, we're all big boys here. The companies are big boys. The district are big boys. Things happen, nothing's guaranteed. But I think in the interest of the integrity of the process, the integrity of the district, and the interest in promoting a cooperative negotiating environment going forward, I'm comfortable with my vote. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. Is there any further comment? Ms. Meads, Colonel Roman?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear that I was recognized. Thank you.
You are.
I think that the only question that is outstanding for me is this analysis of the biological opinion that was brought up. I can tell you that I have spent hours with iHeart and Audubon in conversations about how this process works. But I think that there needs to be an analysis of this for the migratory birds, and I know it probably happens along the way, but I was wondering if staff had any clarification on that.
Yeah, so that happens through the NEPA analysis when they get their permit for the towers. It's FAA or FCC?
Yeah, it actually goes through FCC, but FAA approval is incorporated in that process.
Right. And so they cannot apply for that permit until they get local permits and they have land interests secured. And so it happens at the next step in the process. And I called the migratory bird folks over at FWC, who I had a contact with, and there's apparently BMPs that I think were talked about by one of the commentors. But when it goes through that process, there's an analysis done through the National Environmental Policy Act on what they need to do to account for migratory birds and protection of migratory birds. And I think there's a lot of sort of practices with lighting, I think they talked about, and how you do your guy wires and how you do everything. But it's part of the next step in the permitting process.
Well, thank you, Drew. I wanted to get that on the record because we've had a lot of conversations, and I'd like to echo something that Vice Chair Wagner said earlier in our meeting, and that is that I was very, very impressed with the amount of cooperation in answering questions and responding to stakeholders, not just by iHeartRadio, but I myself have had several conversations with stakeholders about this very application, and I wanted to say thank you on the record to all of those folks. One of the things that I focused on, because it's in weighing all the pros and cons of this, that core allocated fund of $30 million is important. And I think, Vice Chair Wagner, you focused on that too, and that's ready to go to contract. And with it ready to go to contract, this keeps Everglades restoration moving. And I think that's very, very important. And it also keeps it moving to restoration for Biscayne Bay. As we all know, it is really, really in need of our restoration efforts. So I feel that staff has worked on the content of the contract to the point where it has achieved everything that we had asked the staff to work with iHeartRadio on, and I'm inclined to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there further discussion? Great. I'm going to call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
No.
Mr. Bergeron votes no. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner votes yes. Ms. Lipich?
Yes.
Mr. Lipich votes yes. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle votes yes. Ms. Meads?
No.
Ms. Meads votes no. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Colonel Roman votes yes. I'm going to vote yes. And I think the motion carries 5-2. Thank you all. Next on the agenda.
Let's hope the next one's easier.
Yeah, good luck.
It might be time to let that python out.
I
before it goes wrong.
I call 31 for a vote.
Yeah, right. Don, there you are. You got us all warmed up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. Thank you for the opportunity. We're going to be talking about the EAA reservoir, and I believe there is a video that our team put together.
To improve the hydrology across large areas of the Everglades, we have started to implement the Central Everglades Planning Project, also known as CEP. The CEP A2 reservoir, also referred to as the EAA reservoir and its associated stormwater treatment area, are the most significant hydrologic improvement to the Everglades in over 100 years of degradation and decline. Due to this decline, we now have vast areas that are too dry, where the rich organic soils have been burnt away, where dense cattails destroy wading bird habitat, and where exotics dominate. We also have areas that are too wet, where depths are too great for foraging by wading birds, and where tree islands get flooded and die. This new 4 miles long and 5 miles wide reservoir will be built on state-owned lands in the Everglades agricultural area. This EAA reservoir will pull water from Lake Okeechobee into the Miami Canal and the North New River Canal. Once in the reservoir, water can flow out in 3 directions. Water can flow west into the new A2 stormwater treatment area. Water can flow south into the highly effective SDA 3-4, and water can flow east into the A1 flow equalization basin. After treatment in an STA, this new water is pumped into the Water Conservation Area 3A. Like the L8 reservoir, this EAA reservoir can store water 22 feet deep. With steep above-ground walls, it will have a maximum water holding capacity of 240,000 acre-feet. However, it will deliver, on average, an additional 370,000 acre-feet per year to Water Conservation Area 3A. This is equivalent to 25 feet of water on the island of Manhattan in New York City. As a result of the longer hydro periods and deeper waters that will come with the water reservation rule, the sloughs within the Everglades stay hydrated for longer periods of time. And as a result, the fish population will increase by some 30 to 50%. And during dry years, the population of fish is expected to increase by almost 100%. Of course, when the Everglades fish increase, almost everything else will follow. The aerial extent of good foraging conditions in Shark River Slough will improve for wood storks and white ibis by about 30%. The foraging conditions for the snail kite will also increase because the apple snail populations will increase by the millions. And the alligators will be able to spread out more. This in turn will increase the resilience of the Everglades by providing an expanded number of alligator holes. Holes where fish and wildlife aggregate during the dry season. Crayfish, a staple food for wading birds, fish, mink, and otters, should also make a dramatic rebound. We are now close to getting the hydrology right, closer than we have ever been. The EAA reservoir reservation will protect the water needed for fish and wildlife. The reservoir and the rule are fundamental to Everglades landscape restoration. Without it, there would be little hope for a fish and wildlife recovery.
Thanks, Don, very much for that. And I missed my notes here. I'm sorry, I was still on the last page. And so I'll introduce the video now. So, that was to put this conversation into context. So now we can have the conversation. Rosie, are there public comments on this?
After Don Medellin presents, Mr. Chairman?
All right.
Sorry, Don. Appreciate the opportunity to bring this item before you. It's been a lot of work by your team, and what I'm going to cover today is just give you a little bit of background regarding water reservations in general. Also, I'm going to talk a little bit about the EAA project features, as well as some modeling that was done associated with the post-authorization change report, also known as the PACR, and then also give you some of the background of what we've been hearing through the public process, through the rule development process, and kind of give you an outline of what the concerns are from stakeholders. So with that, I'll move forward and give you this background. The water reservations in general, our statutory authority comes from section 373.223, parens 4. And these bullets that you see are short phrases from the statute that we reserve water for the protection of fish and wildlife or for public health and safety. We prevent the use of reserved water from consumptive uses. In other words, to make sure that that project will be successful in the future and that water will be there when that project is completed. And existing legal users are protected, and reservations are used that it was used for the protection of fish and wildlife to aid in the restoration of natural systems, such as our SERP projects. Water reservations are also subject to periodic review and revisions in light of changed conditions. Prospective reservations are permissible. Prospective reservation means that we're constructing or we're legally protecting the water in advance of construction of the project. And the district focused on reserving water to meet targets associated with our SERP projects. And legal protection of the water is required before the district can enter into a project partnership agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers to cost share the construction associated with any SERP project. Also, reservations do not establish an operating regime. They do not drought-proof the natural system or ensure wildlife proliferation. They also do not ensure water quality improvement. It's a legal means by which we are protecting and setting aside that water for the protection of fish and wildlife in the future. So just to give you a little background about water reservations within our district, we have 5 water reservations that have been adopted in the past, as you see here. And those 5 reservations cover about 172,074 acres district-wide. We also are under rule development for another reservation in the upper watershed associated with this green circled area that you see, and that's the Kissimmee Reservations and Chain of Lakes. And I'll bring that reservation to you next month, but I wanted to make sure you're aware that we are also undergoing rule development for that project as well. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about prospective reservations. We have 2 prospective reservations that have been adopted in the past by the district, and is the North Fork of the St. Lucie River, and also the Caloosahatchee River C43 West Basin Storage Reservoir, also known as the C43 Reservoir. And I wanted to focus on the C43 reservoir a little bit more, just to explain the difference between this reservoir and the EAA reservoir. The C43 reservoir is also a very similar project in size, as well as how the water is going to be stored and distributed. In the C43 reservoir, that project is actually a single-purpose reservoir, meaning that all the water within the 4 corners of that project is solely for the purpose of fish and wildlife, for the protection of fish and wildlife. The EAA reservoir, on the other hand, that is this agenda item, is a little bit different because it's a multi-purpose reservoir, meaning that it's not only used for environmental purposes, but also used for public water supply purposes. So I wanted to explain that fundamental difference between the two, just so you have an understanding. A little bit about the project purpose. The purpose of the Central Everglades Planning Project is to improve the quantity, quality, timing, and distribution of water flows from Lake Okeechobee into the Central Everglades, Everglades National Park, and down toward Florida Bay. And some of the benefits of what we're trying to do with this project is to decrease the damaging flows and discharges to those northern estuaries, meaning the Caloosahatchee on the west side of the lake and the St. Lucie estuary on the east side, and to take that water, the excess water that would normally be discharged to tide, and capture it and increase the flows, the restoration flows toward the Everglades. The EAA reservoir is the main storage feature of CEP, the Central Everglades Planning Project. And the bullets that you see below there are the projects, the Project Implementation Report, also known as the PIR, the Post-Authorization Change Report, and the Environmental Impact Statement are those projects that have already been approved by you previously. And this project is really focused around the reservoir itself, because it's the water that's released from the reservoir that's used for the protection of fish and wildlife. So just a little bit of information about the EA reservoir itself. It has a static storage capability of 240,000 acre feet to store it, the runoff not only from the lake, but also from the Everglades agricultural area basin runoff. And the flows are generally attenuated and captured in the reservoir during the wet season and then carried over to the dry season. And so that timing shift is very important for this project to benefit fish and wildlife. Also, based on the model simulations, on average, the average annual water year, 825,000 acre feet of water would be discharged from the reservoir to the STA, the new STA to the west, as well as our existing features that are already existing for STAs in the A1 FEB. So when you combine the existing flows that, along with, from the lake as well as the EAA runoff with the flows from the reservoir, basically it accounts for about 370,000 acre feet annually. And so if you see in this picture, you'll see this red line, and so I want you to just keep this red line in mind because it's the boundary between the EAA, the Everglades agricultural area, and the water conservation areas, and I'm going to refer to that in the next couple slides as well. So this is a model representation of the flows, and so I want to kind of walk you through this. This is showing the current and future flows, and the picture to the left, which shows the current condition, you can see the flows from the lake coming down along with the EAA runoff, and those get distributed into the A1 FEB and STAs. There's also flows that go for water supply purposes in the EAA. And so that's the current condition of flows, and then the future condition, and this is from the model, the RSM model along with the dynamic model for the STAs, and this shows a dramatic difference in the flows coming through the system from Lake Okeechobee, and it also includes flows from the EAA, of which go into the A2 reservoir, the EAA reservoir, and then some of that water gets discharged back for water supply purposes, and then it's distributed down south. Now, the one thing I want you to keep in mind are these numbers at the bottom below this green bracket that you see here, the 758, and also the 120,000 acre feet as well in the future condition, because these two numbers are very important in the next slide that I'm going to show you. And again, the green arrows reflect the flows that are coming across this red line in the current condition as well as the future condition. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through this slide a little bit. Again, you can see in this diagram to the left, the red line, which is the boundary between the EAA and the water conservation areas. And so this graphic in the middle that has the two graphics here, the 758 is the current condition that I showed you in the previous slide. And so these are the current flows that are currently going without the EAA reservoir, that are currently going to the Central Everglades. So in the future condition, the with reservoir scenario, if you will, it includes this 825 that you see, which is one of the fundamental differences between the current condition and the future condition, is that all this water is flowing through the reservoir. So it's captured within the reservoir, distributed into our, through operations, through our existing facilities, the STAs or A1 FEB. And then this graphic to the right shows you how much water we can expect to come from this EAA reservoir. And so on average, we're going to have roughly 825,000 acre feet of water going through the reservoir. Now, with this reservoir, we also have existing water that will continue on its current flow path, about 295,000 acre feet. And so when you look at the total of both of these, that's the 1,120,000 acre feet I showed you on the previous slide in the future condition. The difference between the current condition and the future condition is this bracketed area, which is the increase over the red line of approximately 370,000 acre feet. And so that's been one of the fundamental concerns with stakeholders, is the PIR showed 370,000 acre feet, but the rule only talks about the 825,000 acre feet. So it's a difference between the flows going across this red line that you see here and the flows that are actually, on average, produced and discharged from the reservoir. So now I'm going to show you a little bit about how this water is going to be reserved. The graphic to the left is the one that you just saw. On average, about 50% of the time, you would have 825,000 acre feet of water that's predicted to benefit fish and wildlife. And that would happen through these three structures that you see circled in red. And through the S624, S625, and S626 structures, water would discharge to our facilities and then ultimately to the Central Everglades to benefit fish and wildlife. And this is the average annual water that would be discharged from the reservoir during a water year. We also specify in the rule, and let me just back up for just a moment, this 825,000 acre feet is what's going to benefit fish and wildlife, and this is what we're reserving as part of the water reservation. And then we also tried to be very specific about the volume of water that's not going to be reserved for fish and wildlife. And through this S628 structure, water from the reservoir would be discharged back into the inflow-outflow canal and go either to the Miami Canal or the North New River Canal. And the model simulations predict approximately 82,000 acre feet of water would be discharged through that structure for to help out with the canal, maintaining canal stages in those two canals, as well as being available for water supply purposes. So that's the fundamental difference of the water not reserved versus the water that is reserved. And so to this point now, I've talked mainly about hydrology and the water that's going to come from the reservoir as a result of, and the anticipated benefits to fish and wildlife. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to link the hydrology part to the fish and wildlife, because this linkage is very important. And so we've identified the water reservation water body, which is the reservoir, and characterized the hydrology of the system. Now what we're going to do is touch on identifying the water needed for key indicator species, and then identify the linkages between the hydrology and fish and wildlife. And then that's how we define the water needed for the protection of fish and wildlife. So this table shows you some of the modeling benefits that our team worked on. We worked with the USGS that they did some modeling for us as part of our joint ecosystem modeling program. And so they looked at specific indicators with the models, and we looked through this, and one of the things we found is that, like Fred Scalar indicated in the video, that the apple snails are anticipated to be increased by the millions, and really a significant improvement, as well as small fishes and crayfish. And so this is the anticipated benefit from these prey species on this left-hand side, which would really benefit, those upper-level, trophic-level species that you see on the right. And so these are the improvements that we're expecting, but our analysis shows that the EA reservoir will provide long-term wetland benefits, restoring slough system, aquatic habitats, and really will perform well for all trophic-level species. The other neat thing about this project is that it increased not only the water depths, but also the duration, which helps with the high prey densities that you see here, which provide long-term benefits for foraging and nesting habitat for the higher trophic level species. So just a little bit about the project milestones through this process. The board authorized this project for notice of rule development in April, and then we took the draft technical document and completed that and put it out there for our independent peer review panel, who reviewed the science associated with this technical analysis that we did. And the peer review panel came back, and we had a peer review session with the public and the peer review panel, and district staff. We had a very good, robust dialogue during that public meeting, and the final peer review report came back in June 18th. Subsequent to that, we had 2 more public workshops, and I can tell you that this has been a very open and transparent process all along the way, and we've really been responsive to a lot of the stakeholder concerns and tried to answer those questions, as well as address changes in the draft rule, as well as the draft supporting technical document. So now what I'm going to do is switch a little bit and go into some of the stakeholder feedback so you all are aware of the feedback that we've received through this process. We have 13 entities here that we received 8 public letters, or 8 letters during the first peer review public workshop, 4 during the first rule development workshop, and 7 during the second rule development workshop. So we've had lots of comments to sort through and to work with stakeholders on. So what I'm going to do is go through some of these larger issues that we've worked through together and let you know how the district staff have responded to those concerns. The first concern was the savings clause, that the analysis needed to be updated with the new Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, and they wanted assurances that existing legal users and future water supply would not be impacted. And they were not clear if the reservoir either reduces or increases water supply. So in response, district staff modified the draft rule to indicate, first of all, that it is a prospective reservation, and that all the reservation criteria would be revised before the project is deemed operational. In other words, once it's completed, it goes through operational testing, and before it actually is deemed operational by you, the board, we told them we would go back and revise the criteria. And then also, we made it clear in the technical document that we would do a new savings clause analysis, that would be performed in accordance with federal requirements. And then we added a statement in the technical document to indicate that our analysis, staff's analysis, showed that the existing legal users are not contrary to the project intent. Another concern that we heard was that the quantity of water to be reserved is inconsistent with the PIR. As I went through those flow diagrams previously, there was concern between the 825,000 and the 370,000 acre feet. And many of the stakeholders wanted to limit the reservation to 370,000 acre feet as identified in the project implementation report, or PIR. They also wanted to limit the description of the analysis to 825,000 acre feet. Some wanted us to have a workshop to explain how this analysis was done. And then other folks were not really, it was unclear to them how the 825,000 acre feet was derived from the quantity of water to be reserved. And so our response to that was we've revised both the draft rule and the technical document to explain the relationship between the 825,000 acre feet that come from the reservoir and the 370,000 acre feet that flow into the Everglades across the red line. We also included in the technical document a new appendix that provides a detailed explanation and bridge between the 2 methods of quantifying water. So it's very clear. And so we've added Appendix F, which is a model documentation report. We also heard concerns that the reservation is premature regarding the Lake Okeechobee system operating manual and the project operations. They had concerns because it wasn't clear to them. So they wanted us to wait until the LOSM process was completed. And since construction of the reservoir was not planned for many years, they didn't understand what the rush was. The future operations of the EAA reservoir were not clear to them. So in response to that, we've revised the draft rule to indicate that the reservations will be revised in light of any changed conditions. And the technical document We've made it clear that the water must be legally protected before we enter into a cost-share agreement with the Corps. We added information in the technical document about the draft project operating manual, which is identified in the PIR, the Project Implementation Report. And we've also tried to, in short, outline a process to establish how the final project operating manual would be accomplished and completed in the future. And so we also added information to discuss the reservoir operations and dependency on Lake Okeechobee schedule revisions. There was also concerns about that the reservation should identify and quantify and reserve contributing inflows from Lake Okeechobee into the reservoir. And so our response to that was that the timing and distribution of the reservoir is really what's beneficial to fish and wildlife. And it's not until it's actually harnessed and captured and put into the reservoir that it's actually going to be beneficial. Because remember, these were discharges that were going to either estuary to tide, and it doesn't do the fish and wildlife any good unless it comes into the estuary and then gets distributed through operations downstream and directed to the Central Everglades. And so it's those discharges and outflows from the reservoir that are connected to the underpinnings associated with the science. And the linkages between the hydrology and then the biology is really what's needed. That's what gives us the reservation authority under the statute. And so that's what gives us the ability to take that water and reserve it for the benefit of fish and wildlife. And, reserved water in the reservoir is inherently dependent upon not only flows from the lake, but also to meet environmental benefits. And then, the last bullet there, the EAA runoff and the Lake Okeechobee are both sources of water to the reservoir, and they're commingled. So to try and separate out which water comes from the lake and which comes from the local basin would be extremely difficult. So that was our response to address that stakeholder concern. We also heard concerns about water supply reliability, especially for the water that's not reserved. They wanted protections for existing legal users and as well as public water supply. And there was concerns that there would not be the ability to increase water supply later after a project partnership agreement is signed with the Army Corps of Engineers. And so, and then finally, on the bottom left, there is they were concerned that it didn't specify the volumes of water to be reserved or not reserved. And we have since modified the technical document, as you saw through some of the figures previously and graphics of what water is reserved and is not. The technical document was revised to address those water supply concerns. And then we made it clear in the rule criteria that all the reservation criteria would be revised before the project is deemed operational. And then we would reconcile any differences in water quantity at that time. And the statute gives discretion to the district to figure out the quantity, timing, and seasonality of that water. And so we try to estimate that water to the extent practical, but it's a narrative quantification, and we are using the best available science, modeling, and information that we have to try and quantify that water and to show the linkages between the hydrology and the biology. And the final concern that we heard, although there were many more, I will tell you that I'm just highlighting the larger concerns that we heard. And there was a concern about a sunset provision in the rule, that it should be included in the rule to only last 5 years, and that the rules were interim. And stakeholders wanted us to reinitiate, wanted to be sure that we were going to reinitiate rulemaking at that time and update the analysis. And but we made it clear that a sunset provision does not meet the federal requirements to enter into a project partnership agreement with the Corps. They expect water to be reserved and protected in the long run, not a 5-year interim measure. So we told them that we couldn't put a sunset provision in the rule, However, we did clarify that the reservation rule is prospective and that no water is available until you, the board, certify that the project is operational. So just a recap on where we've been. We've had the public peer review session. We had 2 workshops. We're at the notice of proposed rule today. And then if you all vote to approve this project, the effective date of the rule would be December 6th, assuming that no changes are made and no request for a public rule adoption hearing.
Thanks very much. We'll go to public comment now.
Michael Collins, you're recognized to speak, followed by a call-in with the last 4 numbers of 2714.
Hey, good afternoon. Back again. Mike Collins. I've always been a supporter of this project, going back many years. I'm a supporter of the entire reservation concept. I would remind you that I chaired the committee where the deal was struck to swap a commitment for the reservations for the savings clause. Don Medellin and his staff have been heroes of mine for many, many years. They have taken on some extremely difficult issues and done a great job with them. Having said that, I got a problem, and it kind of goes back to my comments earlier about big picture and commitment to process. The two big issues. One, the savings clause keeps getting kicked to the curb. The review that was done by the federal government to find no impacts was about as clear as mud. I mean, it did not meet the minimal standards I would have expected for where, how, and when for people that have as much skin in the game as the municipalities, utilities, and the business interests. This really doesn't get a lot further down the road. I appreciate the change to prospective, which deals with the big issue I had with some of the prior presentations referring to this as the reservation. But I really think at some point, given the tendencies that I'm seeing, out of the district and the Corps at this time, if somebody would be a little bit clearer about when that's going to happen and how it's going to happen, because right now, the people that have skin in that game don't have a lot of warm and fuzzies. Secondly, even after the additional work, it's still a little unclear to a bunch of people with a lot of technical knowledge what the 825,000 acre feet really is, given what the number was, which was a credible number in the PIR and the previous EIS. So I think that needs a little more work. Regarding this being early, I'm going to have to agree. I mean, you're not going to be signing the PPA for a long time. The Corps is not going to start construction, nor will they hesitate to continue in the process without one being done in the next, week or two. So I think it's mainly just a question of process. I think some of this, the almighty rush to get some of this stuff done, I appreciate, but you better make sure you've got everybody on board going forward, or all you're going to do is delay this. And I think that's probably not something that you really want to do. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. The caller with the phone number ending in 2714 is recognized to speak, followed by Drew Martin.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. My name is Edward Delapart. I'm an attorney with a law firm of Delapart of Gilbert, and I represent the city of West Palm Beach. And I'm going to try to keep my comments concise today. I know it's late in your deliberations. First of all, I want to make sure that you all received a copy of Mayor James' letter addressed to Chairman Goss. It was dated October 5, and do you have that letter?
Yes, we have it.
Thank you. So I'm going to try not to repeat everything that's in the letter. The letter is not too long. Suffice to say, the city of West Palm Beach is one of those stakeholders It's unique in the sense that it's a surface water utility and is very dependent on water from the regional system. And so it's very concerned about that supply, which it uses for potable water as well as environmental. City supports SERP in the EA reservation, but has concerns about the way the water reservation is currently written. With all due respect to staff, and we appreciate so much they're working with us and talking to us about the reservation. As an attorney, I have to look at what the rule actually says, and the rule actually says that all surface water released by operation of this reservoir is reserved. So there is a lot of discussion in technical documents and in the rule as to what the estimate of that quantity is, but make it clear that this reservation reserves all the water. And so that then raises a question because the reservoir is not operational and won't be operational for a number of years. Staff has added language that says that they will review the reservation in the future when that information occurs. But all we were requested is language that we added to the letter that the mayor sent that gives some clarity to this process. And after meeting with staff, this is not a sunset provision. This is what I would call a transition provision. It simply says that you'll initiate rulemaking a year before it becomes operational. And as long as you initiate rulemaking, the old reservation will stay in place until the new rule is in place. So there is no time when there is not a reservation in place. But what it does, it ensures people like the city of West Palm Beach that they'll have an opportunity when that rulemaking is initiated to have their point of entry to make their information heard. So I just want to conclude by saying that, using the words that Vice Chair Wagner used, that all we're asking for is pragmatic harmony in moving forward with this project and to try to work together, and we ask you to accept this language.
Thank you, Mr. Delapart. Next, I have Drew Martin, followed by Shannon Estenos.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
Oh, thank you. My comments are my own, not on behalf of the Wasatch Group of the Sierra Club or the Sierra Club. I believe the Sierra Club will submit written comments if they have not already. I just have some general concerns about water reservations when we say that we're making reservations for other than the environment. I'm not really sure how you really establish where the water goes specifically and how it's used, because generally when you're providing water to the entities such as the cities, it's generally being sent over the surface and then it's replenishing their aquifers. So water that's sent south during dry times for the benefit of the environment would most likely have a dual purpose. So I'm not sure you can separate those purposes out in a water reservation. The second thing is that if there's a shortage of water, who gets priority? And I think that's an important topic because generally speaking, the environment gets the lowest priority, and the cities would get the higher priority, or various water users other than the environment. So I would be concerned about how you would determine the priority of those water uses. I also am concerned about the expense of a reservoir as opposed to purchase of a land and establishing surface storage such as sheet flow. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Shannon Estenos, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. For the record, Shannon Estenos with the Everglades Foundation. I just wanted to say that the foundation supports the reservation moving forward and urges the governing board to approve, to vote yes today. It's critical to us that the EA reservoir move forward as expeditiously and smoothly as possible. The Corps is more than 600 days late on its 90-day report, that it owes Congress, and that it's owed Congress since 2018. This is not the kind of priority effort that we want to see dedicated to this reservoir, moving the reservation forward. We know that this rulemaking process takes a long time, so we appreciate the district's effort to begin it, to move it forward expeditiously, and we encourage the board to support the staff in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Estenos. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any additional raised hands.
Thanks very much. Just to address the one comment we just had regarding the letter from the mayor of the city of West Palm Beach, is that, Mr. Bartlett, you indicated to me that that matter has sort of been resolved, whether our language already picks that up?
Yeah, and that gets at sort of the idea of a sunset provision, and we understand the comment. So it's, you know, we are putting this reservation together based on modeling data that is with a different regulation schedule and sort of different conditions that by the time the reservoir is built and we want to make it operational, there's going to be a different landscape. And so we did write in the rule that and it's rule language. So the reservation contained in this paragraph above and the criteria contained in this section, incorporated by reference, will be revised in light of changed conditions or new information. It goes on to say the reservation and criteria in section 3.1, you know, blah, 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 will be revised before the EAA reservoir is deemed operational, including an approved system of project operating manual, and any difference between the quality and quantity of water made available and the quantity simulated will be reconciled. That's a lot of words, but that means before we turn the switch and turn it on, this board will have to have approved a new reservation. And so that's essentially revisiting all the information we have and making sure we get it right.
Great, thanks very much.
Yep.
Is there board discussion? Hearing none. I'll have a motion in a second. I have a motion to publish the notice of proposed rule and adopt amendments to the rule.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further board discussion? If not, we'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Orlovich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes?
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to staff reports. Ms. Heater.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's wonderful standing here and actually looking each of you in the eyes, so thank you. The monthly financial report that you have in your packets is through the month of August. There are no indicators that there are any issues, no red flags. We collected an additional $15.4 million from July. And I wanted to also mention, outside the monthly financial report, your new fiscal year started and it went off without a hitch. So we are moving quite nicely along. So next month you'll have the month of September, and I will tell you that we have collected another $200,000 in our taxes, ad valorem taxes. We're still about $150,000 behind. We have reached out to 3 counties. They have indicated that we should be getting some additional funding. They've been holding some funds back because of VABs. So that concludes my report.
Thanks very much. Any questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Heater.
Thank you.
Ms. Ansay?
I have nothing further today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, and thank you for the report you gave us. That was excellent. Mr. Bartlett?
All right. That's it? Did I just do it? All right. So I am just going to do a year in review for my executive director's report, because we just finished our fiscal year. October 1st started the new fiscal year, and that was our very first fiscal year for this board. So I really wanted to reflect on what we can do in a year. So let me get started. So we all know this. Governor DeSantis gave us a charge, and he put you in here, you put me in here, and it was to advance Everglades restoration and improve water quality. That was front and center, but we've got a big job to do. And so we took it on strong, and we took it on hard. But then we were thrown a curveball. COVID, I mean, what the heck? Look at this place. So that hit us in March, but we were not deterred. Our IT staff, all of our management team, the amount of decisions we had to make to transition our entire 1,400 employee organization to a whole different mode of operations and get the job done was monumental. And these folks did it. And look, we still have folks in the field, but we have folks working in their kitchens and in homes and so forth. And now we all know each other's interior decorating. It was quite a feat, and I couldn't be more proud of the management team here, the facility staff, the IT folks that really helped us make that transition to keep us going. That allows me to make the rest of this presentation. Oh, and by the way, we were all in COVID, we were all worried about this, and then a hurricane approaches, Isaias. And, we had practiced it, actually. We had practiced it, and we actually pulled it off. And we even got a positive test at one of our pump stations while we were pulling it off, and had to deploy and clean and get that pump station back ready for population with other people.
You actually look like in that picture, you're actually saying, what? Is that a hurricane?
Yeah.
Kidding me?
I was. Yeah, but that was a whole new exercise that the history of this district had never been done before. So we're very proud of being able to pull that off as well. But when it comes down to this water management district, is we are responsive. When things happen, we respond, and we respond well. And you may recall the Memorial Day weekend rains down to Miami-Dade. That was like 14 inches over the weekend, something like that, monumental rains. We responded, turned on the pumps, and throughout that whole event where flooding did occur, our canals could always accept water. And there was a lot of public debate about that, but it was clear that we responded, and I'm very proud of the operating staff. And then we deployed, during other emergency operations. Because of that flooding, we had a COVID site that was flooded, and we were able to pump them and get them back up and running. And of course, we had a fire in Everglades National Park before those rains that we helped put out. I mean, when we are called and when they need water moved or stored or something, we got ways to respond, and we do it. And it's very exciting what we can do in a year. And I'm sure I'll have a slide like this next year, too. The other thing that we did this year is just recognizing, we have 1 million acres of lands that we take very good care of. And one of the things that we do as a board and as a district is we listen to people, listen to what they're concerned about, and see what we can do about it. And there was a lot of talk this year about herbicides and our use of herbicides to manage lands as a state or as a local government. So we said, okay, we hear you, we're going to respond. So we launched our herbicide reduction strategy and set a goal for ourselves. You can see we've been reducing the dependence on herbicides for the last 10 years. But we're going to do another goal of 20% reduction for the next 5 years with innovative technologies that we're deploying, biocontrols like the fish you see, the bugs, and really try to respond to the public concerns. And by the way, we're not going to let exotics get out of control either. Where we have a mission to control them, we're not going to let that happen. And I think we're very good at exotics control. And of course, you heard it today, Governor DeSantis charged us with doubling our python program, which we did this year. And just this week, one of our hunters removed the largest python on record. Sorry, alligator Ron, python Ron. And of course I might have to replace the picture, but that was my favorite picture of the year.
May I ask a question?
So,
Mr. Bartlett, are you allowed to tell us where they caught the python?
Yes, if I knew. I think, right? There's no reason we can't.
It's L28.
This one or the new one? Oh, yeah, the biggest one ever caught was on the L28 levee, which is the one that Mr. Alligator Ron wants to punch holes in, over on the west side of Water Conservation Area 3. Yep. Oh, and boy, we bought some land this time around too, over the past year. We got almost 20,000 acres of Everglades land under Governor DeSantis' leadership to prevent the exploration of oil and gas in the Everglades. We don't have to talk about that anymore because we bought that land. We also finished the land acquisition needed for the C23, C24 reservoir. That land have we certified that land? I imagine we have. It's ready, you know. So, you know, we are getting land acquisition done, and that was done during COVID. Both of them were. And then we really jumped in on sea level rise and climate change, hired the district's first district resiliency officer, Dr. Moran. She was here earlier. And really started amping up our engagement with the compacts and all the local communities and investing in understanding where our risks are for our structures and what we can do to solve them. Very engaged initiative. And then, of course, we launched our irrigation guidelines project, where we reviewed all local government ordinances and sent out 38 letters and, you know, got 15 governments to respond. 140 of them are engaging with us on trying to make sure theirs are up to date and working. But this was a brand new initiative. This wasn't an initiative before this past fiscal year. It continues. And then, of course, science. And I hear staff say it all the time. It's so nice to see the district dedicated to science. It's so nice to see us jumping in on science. And this monitoring network, you heard Lawrence talk about it earlier, the things we're understanding, starting to see now because we have doubled the amount of data that we are collecting in those northern Everglades. And that's not just like, hey, board approved, let's go get it done. No, the board approved it, and it took lots of work to set up the stations, get access, get calibrations, get everything deployed. It's fully deployed now, all in this year, all under COVID. I could probably say that for every one of these. And then, of course, we never let up on Northern Everglades restoration. We launched, in Jennifer Reynolds' team, the watershed protection plans for Lake O, St. Lucie, and Caloosahatchee. And we actually finished some projects, too. Colonel Roman talked about Brighton Valley Dispersed Water Management. That's a 6,000-acre field or storage area that water's already pumping into right now. We restored the wetlands at Alapata Flats. That was a hydrologic restoration. That's in the St. Lucie watershed, where it's a big acreage. Now it's holding the water instead of discharging the water. And then, of course, we had on the Caloosahatchee side, Lake Hicpochee Phase 1, hydrologic improvements, a finished project. It's online and working right now. And of course, our STAs are always working. We sent clean water to the Everglades, 1 million acre feet last year. And that's not an easy feat. I mean, we plant plants, 619 acres of plants. We got the energy dissipators installed because we're having some gashes in some of our, from hard flow in some of our STAs. So we got those put in, and you guys have issued numerous contracts, you know this very well, to make sure these things by 2025 are sending clean water, meeting water quality standards to the Everglades. And then we had some big groundbreakings. Caloosahatchee Reservoir, that was a great event. That was pre-COVID. Look at all our smiling faces. Where we broke ground, and that's the southern edge of the reservoir embankment under construction right there. That is an exciting project that's going to have amazing benefits for the Caloosahatchee estuary. We broke ground last year. We filled the C44 stormwater treatment area last year. It's been a long time coming. Now we have pictures of water standing on land in the C44 basin, right when we need it to stand on the land. Governor DeSantis pushed that button, and it magically turned on the button, on the pumps. But that was great, a great event. And then, you know, this is Tamiami Trail. We've really finished construction on the 333 North. We're just tidying it up now, I would say. Is that fair, John? So that structure was completed this year, this fiscal year, and we also began removing Old Tamiami Trail. all this year. So uncorking the Southern Everglades under our watch last year. And then, of course, our big daddy, the EAA Reservoir Stormwater Treatment Area. It's a great picture of Chauncey, isn't it? But we got to break ground on that STA, which was a very exciting event, and that thing is underway. And so glad that we're building, that reservoir. And of course, last month you adopted the largest budget in a decade. That's going to do a whole lot of things next year. So I'll be able to give this presentation next year and say a lot more really incredible things. But we are invested and dedicated in the mission that's right above me, and it's very exciting. And really, I couldn't say enough about all the cool things I talk about and all the nice stuff I talk about couldn't happen without our administrative staff that's kind of supporting the backbone of our agencies. I mean, they have approved and awarded 107 contracts worth of $710 million, and that includes $591 million during COVID. That's record-breaking for this district, quite frankly. That is hard work, and that got done. And our HR system, we've been looking at that, and we revamped the performance review system to make sure it's much more frequent feedback of employees and keep that good engagement going with our employees. And of course, we have a whole regulatory program that's cooking. 2,400 ERPs, actions taken, 1,900 water use permits, actions taken. And then we've got compliance activities, 15,000 of those compliance touches done with 7,000 field inspections to make sure that we are, after we permit, they're complying. So a lot of that stuff happens and happened over the past year. So really, if you just think about it and you reflect of the difference we made in 1 year, we are working on storage north, south, east, and west of the lake. I mean, seriously, just working on storage in all those sectors. And we all know that when it comes to the lake and what we can do around that lake, that's absolutely necessary. We're absolutely focused on the Southern Everglades. We're focused on our land management. And when you think about what we have done, we're making a big difference. I mean, we are absolutely making a big difference. The fact that we're not going to talk about oil and gas exploration in the Everglades anymore is just phenomenal. I mean, there's just things, you just think about it. And so we've been together for one full fiscal year, and I just think it's important for us to reflect on that type of activity and what we've been able to do. And that passion comes straight from you guys, And it permeates the staff, and they feel it. And when I talk to them, they feel like, hey, we're doing stuff here. We're really proud to work here. And so you need to hear that. So congratulations. Really, that's all I have for my executive director's report.
Well, thanks very much, Drew. And
Sure.
Thank you for your leadership. It's been a great year, and we're looking forward to another great fiscal year. And yeah, next year at this time, it'll be fun to see what we've got. Did anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Bartlett as he sits down? Good. Let's see, where are we? Public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I have one raised hand. It's Drew Martin. Mr. Martin, if you could unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
Hear you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you so much. I do want to thank Drew Bartlett, and I do want to thank the staff, and I really, in the members of the board, I really appreciate, the atmosphere. I want to thank, in particularly, Ron Bergeron and Cheryl Meads for their vote on the land swap. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I want to speak just briefly about the idea that land looks degraded or it is degraded, and therefore, it might not have the same environmental purposes. And I run into this a lot because I attend a lot of different meetings, and I attend a lot of development meetings, and it's a very common argument that we get, in all kinds of venues. And one of the problems in South Florida is a lot of the land has been degraded, and as soon as you drain land, it's going to appear degraded immediately because the land originally had a lot of water on it, and so it had a certain, biodiversity that's been lost, and so you don't see that. But if you re-establish the hydrology, that can come back relatively quickly. You do have to remove some of the exotics. So I hope, that we will be cognizant of that. I think the Water District needs to focus much more on stormwater. It's obvious that stormwater is not being captured, and it's not being cleaned. And I attended the Rivers Coalition meeting, and at that meeting we had someone talk about green infrastructure. And I think the Water District needs to sit down with the counties you work with, and begin to set up green infrastructure that captures and cleans water on the sites, because the real thing that's killing South Florida right now is stormwater, and it's not being captured and it's not being cleaned properly, and it's really causing a lot of devastation. I can't see the clock, so you'll just have to tell me when I run out of time. I appreciate Drew Bartlett's work with the landscaping, watering code. I think it is absolutely essential that we get the cities and counties on board. There is far too much water being wasted by irrigation when it's raining and when the ground is saturated. Well, I appreciate the district's work on herbicides and using less of them. I think this is a very serious problem, and it's been excellent that the district is beginning to reduce the amount of herbicides. I think that herbicides have been proven to be much more damaging than we thought. So I want to thank the district for their work on that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Your timing was perfect. So next we have Benita Whalen. Ms. Whalen, if you could unmute your mic.
Okay, I'm on. I'm going to step in for Ms. Benita Whalen. This is Gene Lawless, president of the Florida Cattlemen's Association. And just wanted to thank you very much for the comments earlier today. As we all are very, very busy, I thank you. And I hear Mr. Drew Bartlett loud and clear. To make that big difference, we've got to continue to work together. We've got to bring all and keep pushing forward for our entire state. And I just thank y'all for coming down to Buck Island Ranch and looking and putting boots on the ground and looking at the mitigation practices that we're putting in place by, holding water. We've had pretty close about 50-something inches of rain, or kind of about our normal this year. But I would say we just finally gotten wet because our sponge is finally full by the practices that we put in place with the structures. And I think everybody that's been here sees that and how we can implement this across the landscape. And I just want to thank, Ms. Meads and Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Vice Chair Wagner for taking the time to come and spend the time with us on our ranches and understanding what we do on a day-to-day basis for Florida wildlife, for our land, and for our waters. And I always look forward to everybody coming back, and we love working with y'all. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes public comment.
Great. Thanks. We'll go to board comment. Mr. Bergeron?
Well, glad to be back. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners. It's an honor working with all of you. And I know we had a really tough subject today, but I think we all respect each other, and the process is working. You know what I mean? That we can all speak to what we believe, and at the end of the day, majority rules, and that's a great thing, that nobody takes nothing personal as we continue to do our job for 9 million people in South Florida. And I'm just honored to sit with all of you. It's to make a difference. And our staff, I can't say enough. That includes you too, Drew. But seriously, we are so lucky to have such professional people that not only are they professionals, but their passion and to be the best. And it's an honor to work with all of you. And our stakeholders, you know, it's interesting the passion that's out there amongst all the stakeholders and for a quality of life into the future for future generations. It's just overwhelming, all of our stakeholders. And I think we, and Drew, your presentation was fabulous to kind of see the progress we're making, you know, because it's such a huge undertaking that we're all involved in that will make a difference for 9 million people. And I could never be so honored to be here and be a part of that. So, and Mr. Chairman, you are a great chairman. The way you respect the public and all of us sitting here, it's an honor to sit with you. And
thank you.
So everyone
Likewise.
be safe, and I look forward to seeing you. I hope we don't have to wear a mask next time.
That would be nice. Vice Chair.
I echo all your comments, Mr. Bergeron, and I wanted to let Charlotte know, who may be able to see us or not, that there are dividers between the chairs here, and so you're welcome back. And I will not it's impossible for me to put my books in your space like I normally do. So you're safe. They serve dual purposes.
I've been watching you today, Vice Chair Wagner.
You're scoping out the turf, Colonel.
Jackie.
I just again want to say how great it is to be back, and I feel like we're old friends from middle school or something where, you know, it's been over 6 months and it's like I just saw y'all yesterday. So it's great to be back, and South Florida Water Management staff and Drew Bartlett, you're wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for a terrific meeting, and again, thank you, Drew. The outline of projects that you guys have gotten through, staff has gotten through, is tremendous. So you deserve the congratulations. Thanks again.
Ms. Meads? Colonel
I'm
Roman?
sorry I'm not there. I'm here.
Okay,
Sorry
you're
I'm
there.
not there today. I look forward to seeing you next time, and thank you, staff, and I look forward to our next meeting in a few minutes.
And Cheryl, sorry, you might have missed, we will be postponing the Audit and Finance Committee meeting till the next month, November.
Oh, okay. Great. No worries.
You get some time back. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo what everyone has said. I think the staff under Drew Bartlett's leadership has been absolutely awesome during this pandemic and having to work from home and having to transition. And then he puts together an outstanding briefing to show us that we've actually accomplished so many of our goals and milestones this year. And I think that was intended so that we keep coming back. So hopefully we'll get a chance to accomplish more things together in the coming year. So thank you very much for that, and I look forward to seeing everyone.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing you as well. And I'll close and say I want to thank this board for being able to have a very civil discussion, even when we have differing views on things. And regardless of, you know, whether you agree with the outcome, the process in discourse was really as it should be, and it's all because of what Mr. Bergeron just said, respect. We all have tremendous respect for each other. We have tremendous respect for our staff, our constituency, our stakeholders, and as long as that keeps going, we're going to be great. So I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, and we'll do this again in November. Thanks, everyone.
Good.